Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing, Dylan? I am doing absolutely amazing. Alright, I think they're gonna bring the audio back on, so I gotta adjust it. I don't want it too loud. Of course, my desktop isn't that loud, I don't think, anyway.
I think we're ready. Yeah, sorry.
I am hoping my game audio isn't louder than the trial. So is anybody keeping up with, like, the Amber Heard Johnny Depp thing? And if so, like, whose side are you on?
All right, thank you. You can be seated. All right, your next question.
Hey, maybe we can win some games. Yesterday, we had really good games to start, and then we got a lot of tryhards.
Put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 881A. Stuart, I'm going to ask you to take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 881A.
Yo, I don't want
This is one
Garen.
of the articles containing the counterclaim statement.
It's gonna be one of those days.
Is that correct?
I don't want Zach.
Seen the article yet. Why don't we go to page 8 of this article?
I support Johnny Depp. Who do you support? Absolutely Johnny Depp. So over the course of his career, granted it could have been PR, but he would go to like children's hospitals and stuff like that, and do things for children.
They have selected some of her
And he never wanted it like media, like the media and stuff like that. Oh, hey, I'm going to go do this. There just happened to be photos taken of him dressed up, from pirates and doing this. And you could tell that he has a good heart. If he can do that, that's amazing, right? In my opinion, that's amazing.
We could go to page 10.
And then there's like all of his exes have said that, he's a kind person, he's loving, they just didn't work out. That's all it was. It didn't end because of abuse or anything like that, right? Amber Heard, on the other hand, oh shoot, I don't have my scene switcher on, actually does have a history with,
Mr. Depp up by calling the cops
with DV, with her
Apparently
first wife, where she was the
officers came to the penthouse,
perpetrator
thoroughly
and
searched
not
and interviewed
the victim.
and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber, her friends, spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. But even this didn't have. Oh, apologize. You're fine.
There's a lot of holes in her story, from her testimony in the UK to her testimony now. Uh, she forgets a lot, but then remembers. You know, it's just all over the place. Yo, that freaking hurt. Darn it. Right. Like memorizing a script, right? And even JD's team was like, "Oh, they picked Zach. I guess I could go mid."
Where they fell, freedom grew. Give them an inch, they'll take a kingdom. Quit messing around.
An ally has been slain.
On your toes.
Is it? Now I don't even know if.
The bones of tyrants.
I can't get that.
I am both the tranquil sea and the tempest.
I might actually have to go back. I can't tell if the video is muted or what. Fucking stupid.
When no one's around,
Wait, let me check. Like, oh no, okay. All right, that's what's happening. They're talking to the judge. To the judge. Yo, this is bad for me. Like, me being against Israel is bad.
for good reason.
Okay, and if we can please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 881C. And go to page 11.
1 for 1.
This is another article, Ms. Hurd, where you argue that Mr. Waldman's statements are defamatory, correct?
I don't know if this is taken from that article because I can't see the article in full.
It's page 11 of the article.
An enemy has been slain.
And the statement reads,
When I danced for fun. They came for our magics. They'll pay with their lives.
An ally has been slain.
we have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Hurd's abuse hoax against Mr. Depp. Is that correct? Is that one of the what you claim is one of the defamatory statements said by Mr. Waldman?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you.
This is far from over. We have not yet begun to fight.
Ms. Hurd, you're not aware of any career opportunities that you lost as a result of Mr. Waldman's statements, are you?
Well, it's kind of hard to point to the jobs you're not offered,
Right.
to the gigs you don't get.
You were not replaced in Aquaman 2, were you?
They released me from my contract, and I fought to stay in it, and they kept me in it. I just don't know how much I'm in, actually, of the final cut.
And you testified yesterday that L'Oreal actually extended your contract in April of 2020. Is that correct?
In part, they extended it and held me.
And you testified yesterday that L'Oreal extended your contract again in November of 2021, correct?
Not exactly. They extended it because they couldn't use me or any of the materials for me.
And that extension was for 20 months, right?
That's correct.
Ms. Hurd, you testified yesterday how Mr. Waldman's statements, quote, torture you every day. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
And then, and that you look at them every day.
I look at the online attacks, the media, you can't avoid it, to be honest, that those statements are often attached to. I don't look at his statements every day.
And you testified that you just want to move on with your life, right?
I do very much want to move on with my life.
But you've gone out of your way to engage with Mr. Waldman on social media,
fuck?
haven't you?
I have made a comment, I believe, once. I would not characterize that as engaging with him.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1266. It's a photograph.
I think it's just
This is your tweet, right, Ms. Hurd?
That is correct.
I'm going to move to admit and publish this tweet.
Thank you for the follow. Yo, Kuma, how are you?
objection. I'm sorry. What's the objection?
I'm sorry, relevance?
All right, I'll overrule the objection. 881C in evidence.
Can we please have it published to the jury?
I'm sorry, 1266. I apologize.
Thank you,
Working. Yeah, I took a day off today.
This is from March 26, 2021, right?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And this is
We
after
really
you made the
needed
statement
it.
You claim, the statements you claim are defamatory, right, Ms. Hurd?
21, yes.
Ms. Hurd, you tweeted at Adam Waldman, quote, "Yes, Mr. Waldman, I may be wearing makeup on this occasion, but on every occasion you will still be short." Did I read that right?
Yes.
We can put this down. Thank you. Ms. Hurd, since your relationship with Mr. Depp ended, you have completed your level 3 sommelier training, haven't you?
I haven't completed it yet. I
You're
had
on
to
level
stop.
2.
No, I'm on level 3.
You also have had a baby, right?
I have.
And you enjoy being a mother?
More than anything.
You still love to cook?
I do.
And you love to hike?
I've taken a break on hiking for a minute.
You have friends, right?
I do have friends.
And you spend time with those friends?
Occasionally, when I can.
And you exercise regularly?
Every day.
You just filmed a movie in March of 2022, isn't that right?
Yes, the one I just shot in Guatemala that I spoke of earlier.
And you have, you had a major role in a major film that's scheduled to be released soon. Is that correct? Aquaman 2?
As I said, I don't know if I will even be in the final cut or how much I will be. It was difficult to stay in the movie.
You struck Mr. Depp multiple times during your relationship, didn't you, Ms. Hurd?
There were many times I had to use my body to defend myself, and that included swinging wherever I could. If it meant I could get away, absolutely. If it meant a difference between a sore face and a broken nose, you bet I would.
Broken
Is
nose.
your testimony under oath that you never struck Mr. Depp as the initial aggressor?
Well, he was holding me against the wall by my neck. You know, I might be the first person to have been the first one to slap, which happened in Australia, you know, when he was choking me. But I wouldn't say I was the initial aggressor in that situation.
You got physical with Mr. Depp often during your relationship, didn't you?
I had to defend myself as best I could. Didn't seem to make much of a difference.
You just couldn't control yourself, could you, Ms. Hurd?
I tried to defend myself when I could, but it was after years of not defending myself.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 356? And, Your Honor, portions of the exhibit were entered into evidence yesterday, but we moved to admit the entire recording. And I can confirm that there's no other voices besides Ms. Hurd's and Mr. Depp's. And I intend to play from 1:29:27 to 1:30:07.
So I have 356A in evidence. Is any objection to the entire 356 coming into evidence?
If I may,
Okay,
hold on just for a
sure.
moment, Your Honor. I have to check on something. Which one?
Nice. Detawa.
Serve for now, and we'll double check our notes on that, because there was one that had something in that couldn't go, and I just can't find my notes on that.
We'll just call it 356B for now.
That's fine.
and
Thank you,
then
Your Honor.
Could you just give me the times again?
Yes, of course. 1:29:27 to 1:30:07.
All right, and I'm told that we already have a B, so we have to do 356C.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's called button smashing. Aw, did they give up? But why did they give up? That's no fun. Israel was being a cocky little fuck.
Get so mad I lose it. I can fucking promise you I'm gonna do everything to change. Promise you. I'm not gonna throw around divorce. I will not say divorce unless I win it. Unless it's it. And then I hope you leave me. I'm not going to, and me too. I will leave you. It's fair. I can't do it, you know? And I think honestly, if we hold each other accountable to that, it's fair.
Wait, did they give me my key
Ms. Hurd,
fragments?
that's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, correct?
They have not.
I told Mr. Depp, quote, I can't promise
Dylan, thank you
that
for the follow. They keep saying I get these key fragments, but I never get them.
Instigating something in the situation I explained yesterday.
And you also told Mr. Depp that sometimes you get so mad you lose it, correct?
That's correct. I also explained the context of that fight yesterday.
Isn't that exactly what you told Ben King on your way back from Australia? That you get so mad you lose it?
Absolutely not. I know that that's what Ben King testified to, but I never had that conversation with Ben King.
There is no end to
If we could please
In the
play.
meantime, I've
Cassie, huh?
checked, and I have no objection to the entirety of 356
All right,
coming
so
in.
356 in its entirety will be in evidence. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could please play from what's now been admitted.
I wish I
Plaintiff's
had that
Exhibit
skin.
356 in its entirety from 7:05
She looks so pretty
to
there.
7:43.
I'm not gonna be in a physical fucking altercation with you.
Then don't.
You
That's too much AP.
That's about that. It's
well,
not.
well, on a
Hey,
thing,
Captain, how are you doing, honey?
And you hit back. So don't act like you don't fucking
I
participate.
pushed you.
I'm not gonna get into the details of that fight. You and I both know that you split when there is no physical
Not Spocky. Thank you so much for the follow.
You do it like at the very beginning.
Wait,
of fights these days.
don't I have a
Yeah,
Jin
you
skin?
split and you go into a different
What?
room and you don't actually leave that house. It does nothing.
That's
to
impossible.
perpetuate the fight. And you don't actually do it respectfully. You don't.
Doing fine? Got a league tournament
Sir, is
match?
that you, Mr. Depp, on this
Ooh,
recording?
you're that good, huh?
Please pull up Plaintiff's
I'm
Exhibit
jealous.
343.
I'm
I
good.
believe that one's been admitted.
I am
into
just,
evidence.
we're just listening to
Thank you.
the Amber
And just for the
Heard and
record,
Johnny Depp
we're playing from
trial in the background
24601 to
while
24720.
we try an attempt to get some dubs.
I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
Oh, you told me.
University League in
told you to
Germany.
Go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just
And
happened.
I lied.
And that you punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing. And
You figured
in
it
the
out.
face. And you said, no, fucking, I didn't. What the
That's
fuck?
still impressive. I couldn't do that.
You lie. And then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights, been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You didn't get punched.
All right, thank you,
got
thank you,
hit.
thank
I'm
you.
sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
Did you start
Johnny.
physical fights?
I did start a physical
Yeah,
fight.
you did, so I had to
Because-
get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable.
That's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, right, Miss Hurd?
That's correct.
And you said you hit Mr. Depp, right?
Yeah, I had to hit his body to
Ah.
push him out
Heard.
of the door.
My question was, you said on that recording that you hit Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, I did.
And you accused him of being a baby for not wanting to be in a physical fight with you, right?
Incorrect. I accused him of being a baby for complaining about me hitting him when he was trying to get through the door. I was trying to barricade.
Barricaded door.
This is Exhibit 368. And again, Your Honor, this is a recording of just Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd. I'm going to move for the entire exhibit to be moved into evidence.
Any objection to 368?
I don't think so, no, Your Honor.
All right, no objection. 368 in evidence in its entirety.
It's a shitty lock. Anyway. I opened the bathroom door when we went.
Ah.
After a few times I opened. And, you know, you just kept going. You just kept going.
No.
Closed the door 3 times.
He's a slippery sons of a.
Just don't, you know, and then wait, and then I accidentally, I swear, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it scraped your toes. I didn't mean to do that.
Ah. Okay. This, I'm being way too reckless.
And you, I
Just
pushed
way
and
too
kicked-
reckless.
kicked the
Yeah.
door Open. I mean, the door.
He's
Yeah,
6 and 1
no,
already.
So that it would hit me, and it hit
No,
me.
I
Wait,
didn't mean
wait.
to. I didn't know
It
that.
hit me in the fucking head.
But I did not mean to do that. I don't know what you're
I
talking
was
about.
bent down behind the door.
I did not do anything to. I did not kick a door or push a door so that it would hit you. I did not. I swear that. I mean, that did not. It was not my intention. I think. I remember when the door scraped my toes. I reacted, but this whole the door thing. I remember. I never did that. That wasn't on purpose. I might have done it on accident.
Okay,
But
so let's say that was an accident. I
mean,
then stood up. I don't even know if I said. I mean, I might have said like, "What the fuck," you know, whatever, because I just been hit in the head with the fucking corner of a door.
I'm so sorry. I did not. I'm sorry.
And then I stood up. And then you fucking clocked me.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing.
Ah.
And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor.
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to
I did mean.
punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember. I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean.
The door? No, God, no. I didn't.
But punching me in the jaw.
I
you
didn't.
did.
Okay, I'm sorry. I hit you. I did mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted, and I'm sorry.
Fuck.
It's below me.
That was why you punched me.
But I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I.
Again, that's you and Mr. Depp on that recording, right?
That's correct.
And Mr. Depp was hiding from you in the bathroom. Isn't that
Incorrect.
right, Ms. Hurd?
Incorrect.
Well, Mr. Depp said on that recording, I opened the bathroom door when you were knocking on it. Doesn't he?
I don't know if he said that, and I didn't hear that.
And
part
Mr.
as
Depp
well.
said, when I was trying to close the door, I guess it scraped your toes. He says that, doesn't he?
Correct.
And then you kicked the bathroom door into his head, didn't you?
No, I didn't. And I
then you punched him in the
defended
jaw.
myself in that audio. You can hear it for yourself.
Right. And then you punched him in the jaw.
I also did not do that. I tried to make that clear on the audio tape too,
So-
in futility.
So Mr. Depp said, You meant to punch me in the jaw, right?
Are you asking me what he said
Yeah.
on the recording? Yes, he said that.
And then you respond, I meant to hit you, didn't you?
Yeah,
As I explained yesterday, I was trying to.
he
get
is
him off the
really good.
You
This
said, I remember,
And
I
thud.
didn't mean to hit you.
meaning the door. The door was on my feet. I
heard
reacted
this.
instinctively to that.
Yeah, you've heard this audio before, haven't you, Miss Heard?
Yeah, we've already had this trial before.
Yeah, it was played for you when you were deposed in 2016 in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
That's one of the times I've heard it, yes.
So you've had plenty of time to think about how to respond to this recording, haven't you?
I
man.
don't know what you mean by that.
Well, let's take a look at how you responded to it the first time. Can we please pull up what will be marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 1261?
The next thing that I'm gonna play to
Your Honor?
you,
Okay.
as cue.
Oh, you wanna come?
Whoa. Can we surrender? Too early? Yeah. It's sad.
Enemy rampage. Shut down. An enemy is unstoppable. Enemy double kill. Shut down. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
I'm going to read it into the record. So, I will. So, Your Honor, for reference, and I will provide a copy of the deposition, Ms. Heard's deposition in the divorce. It's page 372, lines starting at line 5 through 377, line 12.
I mean, like, it's just gloating at this point. Like, that's all it is.
Yes.
Can we surrender yet? I hope nobody says no, because this is absolutely fucking pointless. It's just a waste of time.
Your Honor, with permission, may we please...
When do I normally stream? Later in the afternoon, because normally I'm working in the morning.
Could you say the page number again,
Yes,
please?
Yeah, this is... I don't even know why they're continuing with this shit.
Page 372,
Like-
lines 5 to 377, line 1 is what I have.
12, line 12.
Hey, who said no? He's 20 and 3.
An ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
I'm upset they said no. This is such a waste of fucking time. I just want to move on. And I play different things. Since I haven't found really much to play. I have just been playing League, but I'm a multi-streamer. Variety. There we go. Variety streamer. That loves coffee and anime and Johnny Depp. I do nothing.
Hugh, would you listen to this, please?
Yeah, like
Let's keep on.
Your Honor?
An icon doesn't have to explain himself.
shit.
Inspire me. The composition needs something.
Do it properly. I can do it. We're reading in a deposition, Your Honor. They want me to do that. Ask them to take it off the screen.
Wow. I got a kill.
I cannot be good.
What a miracle.
An ally has been slain.
That's fine.
Thank you.
I have no objection.
Can we please start it over?
I live for the applause. You will die for it.
The next thing that I'm going to play to you as Hugh. Would you listen to this, please? Punch it. Right? Let's keep on.
Ah.
I did not do anything to him. I did not kick at the door, push the door so that it would hit you. I did not. I swear. But I mean, that was not my intention. I think I remember when the door scraped my toes.
Okay. So you told him in that excerpt that you hit him with the door but did not intend to hit him, correct? Did you say that?
I said whatever I said in that recording. I don't.
Okay.
When you play it for me, it's hard for me to remember every single.
And that's a recording marked as exhibit the punching.
Q. It was
Q.
just played.
Q. Would you continue to listen to Exhibit Q?
Are these from the same day?
I reacted, but this whole the door thing, I never did that. That wasn't on purpose. Mine was on an accident.
Okay. Well, let's say that was an accident. I then stood up. I don't even know if I said, I might have said, what the fuck? You know, whatever. Because I just got hit in the head with the fucking corner of the door.
I'm so sorry. I did not. I'm sorry.
And then I stood up. And then it felt fuck.
I remember hitting it as a response to the door thing.
Yo, a colleague just tried to insult me and say that I must pee on the toilet seat because my aim is so bad.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember the door. No, God, no. I okay, I'm sorry.
So on the tape, you tell Johnny Depp that you did mean to hit him.
And it also misrepresents that what actually happened, which is him trying to get into a room I'm trying to keep him out of. And then he runs the door over my head, trying to get into the room. I try to push him out of it, which is what the hit is referred to. And Johnny, whenever he was injured or touched, it always referred to it in these ways of punching or clocked or whatever. And whether you discussed it with him or not, the last thing you do in talking to him afterwards or trying to reconcile with him is to get into what the definition of those words mean to him. I never even addressed it. If he was ever pushed, it was a quote. He called it a cold clock. I mean, it's just very dramatic.
Isn't it true?
You're smiling as that audio recording is being played in your deposition, aren't you, Miss Heard?
Yo,
Not
this
smiling because of
kid,
the
I
audio,
don't
I'm
know.
smiling because of what's happening around me.
You even roll your eyes at one point, don't you?
I was sitting opposite a whole table full of lawyers who were snickering, laughing, and rolling their eyes at me while I was talking.
What?
Something amusing about kicking a door into your husband's head?
No, I was rolling my eyes and commenting on what I was experiencing at that time in recounting the
Is
story.
there something amusing to you about punching your husband in the jaw?
That is not what I was smiling about, and no, I do not think it's amusing.
Ms. Heard, you testified yesterday that all you want to do is move on. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, your exact words were,
Um,
I just want him to leave me alone. I want to move on with my life, and he won't let me. Do you remember that?
Yes, that is correct.
But that's not true, is it, Ms. Heard?
It is very true.
Oh man, these kids.
You just haven't been able to move on with your life, have you? From Mr. Depp.
Oh, I'm here, aren't I?
So when a
Back on
Pokemon,
October 11, 2018, you actually commenced an arbitration.
so you started, right? So when a Pokemon appears, then you could do exclamation mark Pokecatch, and it'll give you a chance of catching it or not.
Pull up plaintiff's
In the
exhibit
panel, in my
219.
panel, you should be able to see the Pokemon, the Pokemon box as well, where it'll show you how much currency you have, what Pokeballs you have, and what Pokemon you have.
I can never resist an invitation to dance.
Zaya. He's here.
The cycle of life and death
And you can also So read to yourself.
We will
Second
live.
page of Exhibit
They will
219.
die.
Yes.
And if you can scroll down, Tom, again, Ms. Heard, just to look at that page. And then scroll down to the next page, please.
You should be able to see it in my panels. I don't know. Can we see it with PokePass?
And the next page.
No, with PokePass, all you can see is your balance. But in my panel, like down in my panel, you should see the Pokemon panel there. Hello, 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 hello. Thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. How are you guys? Okay, now I can't get it full screen. What? There we go. That was being absolutely ridiculous. Nebula, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. How are you guys doing today?
And that's 2 months before your op-ed that was published in December of 2018, right?
That is correct.
And that's 6 months
I
before
am
Mr.
good, I'm
filed
good, I'm
case-
good.
This case against you, correct?
That's correct.
So you fired the first shot, not
Little
Mr.
spoilers. I don't know if anybody's watching the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp trial. I do have it in the background. I have Ghost and Flash. I don't know why.
Ms. Heard, isn't it true that you once filled out a customs form falsely so that you could get...
Are you a top main then? No. I am actually a support main. Ah, shit. All right, Dylan, you have a wonderful day. Come on. My dang skill. I will absolutely positively need MR.
Sir, you testified yesterday that when you left the courthouse after obtaining the domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, you walked out to, quote, a sea of paparazzi and cameras, right?
That's correct.
You testified that you were surprised to see the sea of cameras.
That's correct.
Because it was quiet when you went into the courthouse that morning.
And the divorce had remained under the radar up to that point.
You testified that no one knew about your divorce, so you thought it was going to stay that way, right?
No, I always figured it would come out. I just turned by time.
You knew the media had been alerted that you were filing for divorce, right, Ms. Heard?
No, I just knew that it was impossible to do that privately, so you could just hope it was a matter of time.
You knew they were going to be there, didn't you?
No, I did not. I mean, I assume since it's a public building that there is that likelihood, or not likelihood, but possibility. But
Leona and Nami as my mains. Nice. I am a Zyra main.
With you, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
So you anticipated that you might need your publicist?
I thought the filing might make, well, I was told the filing was public, that it would be impossible. There's no way for you to do a private filing. And then the second that I filed for the TRO, it would be public news. I didn't expect all these photographers and cameras to show up at the courthouse in real time, but they did.
Could you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1280, which is a clip from your divorce deposition, and you have...
Get them both. Yeah.
If I can alert you, you have the transcript there, page 74, lines 22.
You said
through
74?
74. Line 22 through 75.
She's fun.
13.
I like Zyra. Everybody thinks I main Lux. Nah. I don't.
74, line 22 through 75, line 13.
It was like my name is actually a cross between like Lady Luck, right? And Lux. Man, she's fucking nasty. I give props to people who can play her good, because trust me, I cannot play Syndra good at all. No. Where is their sound?
We could please
Okay,
play
there we go. It's like,
display
what
to
the
the jury.
heck?
Plaintiff's Exhibit 1280.
Ms. Hurd, did you send a text message to Jerry Judge on May 24, 2016, telling Jerry Judge, quote, "I'm desperately trying to reach Johnny. It's extremely important. Please tell him."
I remember sending the text message that is in front of me right now to Jerry, and I remember sending this because I wanted to tell Johnny or have him told by Jerry or someone who knew him or was close to him. Basically, I didn't want him to find out online that I had or was about to file, or I had already filed for divorce. I wanted him to know verbally. So I was trying to reach him through a third party to tell him. When I say reach, I'm specifically saying I would like him to know information coming from me or coming from Jerry from me so that he finds out about the divorce filing or my intention to do so from some other source other than TMZ, which was alerted.
You slipped up there, didn't you, Ms. Hurd? You let it slip out that TMZ had been alerted to your filing of the domestic violence restraining order, didn't you?
I disagree. That's not what I'm talking about.
TMZ is the same outlet that you released the video of Mr. Depp attacking the kitchen cabinets the day before this deposition was taken, wasn't it?
I didn't do that. I don't
TMZ
know how
owns
to do
the
that.
copyright to that video now, doesn't it?
I have no idea what TMZ
Did they
owns.
pay you for that?
I never got paid for it because I had nothing to do with that.
So TMZ was just lucky in getting the inside scoop to your divorce from Mr. Depp, huh?
I have no idea. That's not my area of expertise. I wouldn't even know how to do that. And also, what does that get me? If I wanted to leak things about Johnny, I could have done that in a much more successful way, in a bigger way, for years.
Not
and
when you
years.
were extorting him for $7 million.
I got a fraction of what I was entitled to in the state of California, by the way. What extortion?
Tassa Van Ree is your ex-wife, right?
That's right. She's my ex-partner.
She's the one that you told this jury Mr. Depp was
Well,
jealous
you're
of.
dead.
Yeah, well, that was 2013 fights around March, yes.
You testified that he tried to burn one of her paintings, right?
That's correct.
You testified he tried to burn one of your favorite paintings that she did, right?
I don't know if it was one of my favorites.
You committed domestic violence against Miss Van Ree during your relationship, didn't you?
No, I did not.
You assaulted her at a Seattle airport in 2009, didn't you?
No, I did not.
And people saw that.
That's not true.
And it was covered in the press. Isn't that true?
It was planted in the press by Johnny's team 2 days after I got the TRO. Not
Can
coincidentally.
we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1279?
Your Honor, may we approach?
An ally has been slain.
We could please have that article displayed for the witness. This is an article from 2 years ago, correct, Ms. Hurd?
I don't know when this
May
was.
of 2020.
That's not when it came out, no. This story started getting planted after I got a TRO, after I got a restraining order against Johnny.
The headline says, Amber Heard
Objection,
allegedly
Your Honor.
struck.
Objection, Your Honor. I think Your Honor ruled she can't say that.
If you want to approach again.
Wait, but why can't she say that?
The title reads, Amber Heard allegedly grabbed, struck her ex-girlfriend at the airport, doesn't it?
Yes, and that's not true.
May we approach?
That's not true, but Johnny Depp hitting her is true, right? The wife just never pressed charges. That's all that was.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh, that was.
So the article, the title is Amber Heard allegedly struck her ex-girlfriend.
Overruled.
Thank you. If I may start over. Amber Heard allegedly struck her ex-girlfriend Tassa Van Ree at the airport in 2009. Did I read that right?
Yes, this is another example of the smear campaign.
So Mr. Depp is not the only domestic partner you've assaulted, is he, Ms. Heard?
I've never assaulted Mr. Depp or anyone else that I've been romantically linked to, ever.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examine, please. I'm sorry, redirect.
Ms. Heard, did Ms. Van Ray come out after that article came in and make a public statement it was false?
Of course she did.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Yeah, I should be at least be overruled. Thank you.
Of course she did.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the TMZ alerted. Explain to the jury what you meant by the TMZ was alerted.
So when you make these kind of filings, meaning divorce, marriage, things like that, they are public record. And so when we filed for divorce, when I filed for divorce, I asked my team to file in the most discreet way, literally to put it under a stack of papers and file it at the end of day, so kind of had more of a shot of being missed by the paparazzi and by TMZ and those sorts of publicity outlets. I believed that we had been remarkably lucky following the divorce, that it wasn't picked up, and that it gave me a precious few days of peace at that really fragile time. When I found out that they were going to run the story or that they had the information, I was trying to get a hold of Johnny to clarify that I did not do this in a punitive way. I didn't want him to be mad at me. I didn't want him to find out in that sort of context online.
And who had connections to TMZ?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know?
I do know. Johnny
Your
and I
Honor,
spoke about
Your
it.
Honor, calls for speculation.
Did Mr. Depp tell you about who had connections with TMZ?
Yes, we talked about it. His lawyer, Laura Wasser.
Okay. Now, I'm going to start at the very beginning here. You were asked by Ms. Vasquez about why Mr. Depp won't or can't look you in the eye. And she read out, or she played a tape in which Mr. Depp said, "You will not see my eyes again." Do you recall that?
I do.
And that was during the mediation process in July, correct?
Did she just mock him?
Sustained
Okay.
misleading.
When was this?
That was in July of 2016. That was the first mediation attempt. We met after that, and Johnny very much looked me in the eye.
Please tell the jury about the next meeting after he said, "You will not see my eyes again."
We met in the lawyer's office. They gave us a moment. Johnny kissed me again, held me. I cried, he cried, and then we had a short exchange, and he put a note in my pocket that said, "I'll love you dead or alive, my Slim," with his new phone number on it.
I'd like to bring up, Michelle, if you can, Defendant's Exhibit 1581L. Do you recognize this?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes, ma'am.
1800. Oh man, she's shredding.
What the coaster was that he slipped into your pocket, what it said.
He said, "I love you forever, my Slim, dead or alive."
And what, if anything, did it have in addition?
His new phone number.
And to be, just so we're clear, on how many occasions in that second mediation did Mr. Depp look you in the eye?
Many.
Okay. And when Ms. Vasquez asked you if you knew why Mr. Depp couldn't or wouldn't look you in the eye here or in the UK, you said, yes, you know. Why? Please tell the jury why.
Because he's guilty. Because he knows he's lying. Otherwise, why can't he look at me?
Because he's disgusted by you.
I survived that man, and I'm here, and I'm able to look at him.
I mean, isn't that obvious?
You were asked about a bruise that was on your arm from March 15, 2013. Do you recall how long before the picture you had sustained that bruise?
I do.
How long?
2 weeks.
You were asked a number of times by Ms. Vasquez if you took pictures from your incidents earlier in the relationship.
Yes.
Why didn't you?
It was something I started doing only kind of incidentally. You know, I was commenting to
That's
my
a fucking
best friend.
lie.
I was looking for support from my mom, things like that. There was, I'm ashamed to say, never a thought that this would happen. I mean, not until December and my best friend taking pictures of me to capture it that wasn't even a thing.
It has been suggested by Ms. Vasquez to you in your questions that you didn't tell anyone about the abuse until the TRO. Is that true?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
All right. What if any? All right. Who did you tell about the abuse during the time it was happening?
Objection, Your Honor,
2700.
leading
That's not offered to.
and hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's prior consistent statements.
It's
that
leading,
raised
it's
it.
sustained. Next question.
Okay. What, if anything, did you tell to anyone about the abuse?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I approach?
That's fine.
Yeah, see, I don't know, the lawyers that aren't on the case that are commentating and shit like that for this trial. They're saying that her team is actually really good. Well, how when it's always you'll hear they're always trying to lead the conversation or lead the
Ms. Hurd, how many people have you shared the fact of abuse prior to 2015?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
How
Calls for
many?
hearsay.
How many?
Overruled.
Roughly about 10.
Can you name them?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I think she can, it's not offered, it's just to show that she informed people before. They're suggesting
Objection,
she
Your
didn't
Honor.
tell
Can we
anyone.
approach? This is, again, inappropriate.
Now, you were asked whether you had consulted a medical doctor about any problems with your nose, correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated that you in fact had after the divorce,
Objection,
correct?
leading.
Did you or did you not consult an ENT after the divorce?
Objection, leading.
Did you produce medical records to the defendants relating to this?
Objection, leading.
All right,
Calls.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you.
It's leading.
And-
Next
and
question.
Your Honor, if we could,
let's,
the
if we-
witness could be instructed not to answer until I've
All right.
lodged my objection.
Wait for the objection, please.
Could we bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1077?
Yeah, she's doing that shit on purpose.
Do you recognize this document?
My screen is black.
Oh, sorry. There you go.
Yes, I do.
And could you tell us what it is?
That's the what my ENT, the ears, nose, and throat doctor, told me was
Objection, Your Honor.
the
hearsay.
damage.
All right, when there's objection, please stop talking. Thank you. All right, I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay.
Okay. What, if any, you were asked if you had, it was suggested that you had not produced this in discovery. Is that true or false?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Your Honor,
and-
she absolutely
So
did that.
it's leading. It is leading question, though. I'll sustain the objection as to leading.
What, if anything, did you do to produce medical records to the defendant, to the plaintiff in this case?
I turned over all of my devices, and they had Johnny's team had a third party or someone they selected as a third party go and pull all relevant documents from those devices, which I handed over.
Do you know how many were handed over?
Hundreds of thousands, I believe. Maybe.
Objection,
many
Your
more.
Honor. Lack of foundation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
And what, if anything, did you produce to the plaintiff in connection with your consultation with an ENT specialist relating to your nose?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Foundation, hearsay.
What if anything? It's not the cure-all. It's sustained.
When did you see an ENT specialist?
2017 or 2016 or 17.
And as a result of that consultation, what did you learn about your nose?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'm not asking her to tell what they said.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, production did you make to the plaintiffs of your medical records with the ENT?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
If you only have foundation.
Do you know whether the records, medical records, from your EMT were produced in discovery in this
Objection,
case?
Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation.
I'm asking.
Overruled if she knows.
Thank you.
Yes.
And do you recall? I'm trying. What, if anything, did the medical records reflect about your nose?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Do you have injuries to your nose?
Yes.
Please describe those to the jury.
I have
I'm going to
a bunch of scar tissue.
I'm going to object to the extent it calls for hearsay and lack of foundation
Overruled.
and improper expert opinion.
Well,
She can certainly testify to.
we'll see where it goes. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
I have a significant amount of scar tissue in my nose.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Bleeding.
What, if any? Did you tell Nurse Filati on 12/16/2015 about the injuries you sustained from the 12/15/2015 attack?
I did. I believe I sent her pictures too.
Okay. And did you text with Nurse Filati on 12/16/2015 about the injuries that you had suffered as a result of Mr. Depp's attack on you on 12/15?
Yes, she guided me through a concussion check.
And did you tell Connell Cowan about the injuries you sustained?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's prior consistent statements.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection at this point. Next question.
Do you recall Dr. Laurel Anderson testifying that she saw two black eyes
Objection,
on
Your Honor.
12/17?
Leading.
Sustain as to leading. Okay.
What, if anything, do you recall from Laurel Anderson's testimony in this case about what she observed on 12/17/2015?
Objection, Your Honor. This is outside the scope of cross-examination.
It's prior consistent statements.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
It's observations for
I'm
the
gonna
12/17, the same day.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
May I approach?
Okay.
When in December did you see Dr. Laurel Anderson?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled.
I saw her 2 days after the attack.
So on what day did you see her then?
That would have been the 17th of December, 2016, and I told her what happened.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
No, sustain the objection.
And when did you see Dr. Connell Cowan?
I saw him the next day, December 16th is my best recollection.
Let's jump to East Asia for a moment. And we saw a number of pictures from the backless dress. What, if any, motivation would you have to claim that Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back, knowing you had a backless dress?
Objection, Your Honor.
I
Leading
think I can bring
calls
that
for
out.
speculation.
It's still leading. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Why did you say that Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back in East Asia?
In the closet of the hotel room in Tokyo, I said that because it happened to me. And it would have been much more convenient if I was making it up to not include that detail, knowing I had a backless dress and I walked a press line and got photographed.
Now, we've heard testimony about Mr. Depp making a total of $65 million in 2015 and 2016 from his experts.
Objection, Your Honor.
Why did
Leading.
I haven't asked the
Hearsay. I mean,
why did you not ask for $32.5 million from Mr. Depp?
Your Honor. Leading.
I said, why did you not ask?
Relevant.
I'll sustain the
Explanation.
objection. Sustain the objection to leading. Next question.
Why, can I just ask, why did you not ask for $32.5 million from Mr. Depp?
Because I didn't want
Asked
it.
and answered. Relevance.
Oh, overruled. Good.
Because I didn't want it. I realized that that's what I was entitled to, but I didn't want it. That simple.
The tape recording that was played that has you laughing quite a bit, can you tell the jury what the context of that particular tape recording was?
I don't really recall a whole lot about what was going on. I know we had been fighting kind of ad nauseum and in this sort of loop, if you will, and I'm doing my best to not show my pain. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to be tough, not show what kind of pain I was in.
Now, Ms. Vasquez asked you about how you got your role in Aquaman. Could you please describe to the jury how you got your role in Aquaman?
I auditioned, not Johnny. I auditioned. I worked really hard, and I went to where we were filming the first movie, Justice League. I went, I think, 5.5 months early before filming commenced, when I heard that they wanted to fire me, and so I put myself in the job in the
Objection,
gym.
Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustain.
Keep it away.
I worked
what,
really
what
hard.
they said.
I worked really hard on that and had to prove myself, and I did that for, even though I was only filming for 6 days, I was there for 6 months. Just worked my butt off. That's why.
What, if any, role did Mr. Depp play in your getting Aquaman?
He tried to have me fired from it.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
All right, I'll sustain his speculation.
How do you know that he tried to have you fired?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation and hearsay and lack of foundation.
I'm trying to lay a foundation.
All right, if you lay a foundation.
I saw it. I saw the emails. I saw the texts.
I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay. Next question.
You were asked about Isaac Baruch and why he and that he saw no marks. What is your recollection of your interaction with Isaac Baruch during the week of May 22nd?
I saw Isaac when I was coming or going, meaning I was leaving or arriving to the building. I saw him at a distance. We did not have a in-depth conversation, nor would we. And I told him, actually, right after it happened, what his friend had done.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I don't think it's offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Stay away from what was said. Can you just tell us what interaction you had with him and his opportunity to observe you with absolutely no makeup?
Objection,
That's
Your Honor.
impossible.
Leading.
I'll sustain the objection as leading.
Please describe for the jury your interaction with Isaac Baruch during the week of May 22nd.
Well, not only did I have makeup on, but I did attempt to kind of let him know what happened.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
You were asked some questions about Officer Melissa Science's testimony. What, if anything, do you recall relating to Officer Melissa Science's testimony relating to your injuries?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Your Honor said I could redirect after the cross-examination when she...
You want to approach?
What, if anything, do you recall of Officer Science's testimony in this case relating to your injuries and the property destruction?
I recall her saying that She didn't feel that the state I was in was enough of an injury to her, or wasn't injury seeming to her.
Okay. And what about the property damage?
She claims she did not see any property damage, but I walked with her over broken glass, so I don't know why she's saying that.
What, if any, interactions did you have with Alejandro Romero during the week of May 22?
I spoke to him briefly.
Objection, Your Honor, to the extent it calls for hearsay.
Overruled at this point. Just spoke to him.
I spoke to him briefly in passing as I was entering, and maybe when I was exiting the building, but always when I was on my way out or in from being outside, meaning makeup. I had makeup on always, as I do.
Why did James Franco visit you on the evening of 5/22/2016?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know?
Yes.
Please tell us.
Because he was my friend and he lived next door, quite literally next door. And I had frankly exhausted my support network with my usual friends and was happy to welcome as much friendship at that time as I could possibly get.
Now, the video showed him laying his head on your shoulder. Can you describe for the jury what the interaction was, without saying what was said, what the interaction was that led to that?
He, after seeing my face, put his
Objection, Your
head
Honor,
on my
calls
shoulder.
for speculation.
It doesn't call for speculation. If she sees that he sees her.
He touched the side of my
I'll
face
sustain
too.
the objection.
And
Okay.
again, Your Honor, if we can
Sorry,
instruct the
I
witness-
was getting lunch.
The objection, please. All right. Next question.
What did Mr. Franco do on the elevator before laying his head on your shoulder?
He touched the side of my face and responded to what he saw.
We talked about you were shown a bunch of newspaper headlines, and there was one in particular referring to sexual violence. What, if anything, did Mr. Waldman do to you relating to that article?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation.
What did he do to her?
Unintelligible. I don't understand the question.
Overruled. We'll see where it goes.
He was carrying the paper that had that headline on it that he leaked and threw it at me at the UK trial. We were unfortunately sat kind of, actually literally next to one another with COVID spacing in between us, and he threw the paper down at me as he sat down with that on the cover.
And where was that?
In the UK, at the UK trial.
Objection, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope.
That's not beyond the
No,
scope.
overruled.
Thank you. Why did you tweet about the makeup and Mr. Waldman?
Because he was calling me a liar and a hoaxer, and that this was an elaborate hoax just to get Johnny.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question. Next question.
Yeah, okay. I don't have any more questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, ma'am, you can have a seat next to your attorney, okay?
I am great. I am great. Finally took a day
Good.
off.
Sit next to her. That's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess then for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? All right, is your next witness a live witness, remote witness, or deposition? Deposition, all right, so we'll get the TV set up for that, and let's just come back then at 3:30, okay? All right, thank you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That was the purpose. No, it's because I needed a break. Yeah, sure. I don't care.
Hello?
Hello?
How's it going?
Good?
Ah, how's the work coming along?
Wait, how's what?
How is work coming along?
Yeah, good.
You want drinks?
Yes, I do.
Rules are made to be broken. Or buildings. Or people.
I guess I'll play Mr. Dogo. Let's
Yes, a colleague earlier told me that my aim was so bad that I probably pee on the toilet seat because I can't aim. Apparently, they thought that I was a dude and I stand up to pee. Said I was okay, so everybody had a very bad score besides Cass. And I was like, well, everybody has a bad score. And they were like, well, we have bad scores. You're just terrible. And Timo and somebody else had worse scores than me. And I'm like, I don't understand. Why are you pointing me out? Like, what?
to the howling abyss. Minions have spawned.
Thank you. They wanted me. Nice.
Thank you for the hydrate.
An ally has been slain.
Let me. Fuck. Sake. It couldn't let me use my fucking ult. What the fuck? Oh. And let's see. AP. Tank AP.
No. He moved. Nice.
Oops. Thank you for the stack. Shit.
Oh shit.
Not today, bro. Not today. Thank. Oh!
She fucking lived.
Come on, that was my fucking stack, man. He flashed to kill me. Wow. Nice.
Oh shit, sorry.
Nah, it's okay. Go, Pike, go! Nice. Let's see. Double burn, yes, please. I never managed to calculate when to fucking cure the ads.
Oh, I went past him. Oh well, unofficial quadra.
I'm wearing lots of belts.
I haven't tried playing Nasus as support because my friend's little brother played ADC with me usually, and he's like, yeah, you know, your support item quest actually works with your Q. But that was not the fucking case. Should have said you are taking it, bro. Come on. Sheesh.
Ooh.
There's evidence in the tweet. I know that the tweet plaintiffs 3 is a retweet or a tweet that has the hyperlink of the online
shit.
op-ed.
I didn't fucking
in
hit
it.
the person that I needed it
I
to
know
fucking
that
hit.
a mere hyperlink without more cannot constitute republication. However, here, when there's additional content that could constitute republication in this matter, so there is evidence of ownership and additional content that the jury could find constitute republication, and that is a factual question that does survive a motion to strike. Therefore, the motion to strike is denied as to count 1.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, are we ready for the jury? All right.
Thank you for the stack. Yo, where are you going? So what if I'm AP? I'm Nasus.
Oh yeah.
I love it. Yo, chill. Oh,
Your next witness?
I tried to
Dad
to
did.
save you, but
Our next witness is Mr. Io Wright.
There is tea
and it
though. Do
starts
you want to
with
make?
count-
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah.
In connection with your preparation for this deposition.
No.
Have you had any? When's the last time you spoke to her?
April of last year. April or May. Almost a year ago.
Mr. Wright, when did you first meet Miss Hurd?
I met Amber in the end of 2011.
And where did you meet her?
oh, you're dead.
In Los Angeles.
Or what were the circumstances?
Okay, let me move. Jesus.
A friend was
Well,
introducing
I
us
guess
to each other so that I could photograph her for
1 for 3
a large portrait series.
for
that
4
was done.
actually.
What was
Oh,
I was a photographer and I worked for the New York Times, I think.
you making work?
I don't
Yeah.
recall exactly everything.
Yeah.
In
Wise
2011,
choice.
you were both a photographer
With
and
those
separately
fucking tanks.
worked for the New York Times as a freelancer.
I worked for the New York Times as a journalist and photographer.
And what is your profession today?
Oh yeah, we had Cassiopeia.
I'm a writer and a producer.
And between 2011 and through the present, have you had any other professions other than photographer, writer, or producer?
Shit.
Yes.
And what are those?
I've hosted a television show or two. I made some podcasts. I wrote 2 other books. Or 2 books. 3 books. 3 books. I've written 3 books.
What are you smiling at, Momo?
There are more
I went
things.
behind all of you and killed like
I've always been
your background
a definite
people.
person. To the best of my recollection, we initially met at a mutual friend's house, which I think I already stated. That friend is also an actor. And
They're 15 and 11 and think they're doing that great. Do they not realize that, like, just because you have the kills, if you have the deaths, it's no different?
That Amber had done quite a bit of LGBT activism and mentioned my project to her, and then invited her over to. The other friend invited Amber to her house so that we could all meet. And
Jesus,
fucking stunned.
Amber and I discovered that we liked the same books and we liked psychology and just, laughed and had fun that night. And then I asked her if she would participate in the photo project, I think, or somebody did, and she said yes. A couple of days later, I went to the house that she was staying at and I photographed her for the project. And then thereafter, I went back to New York where I lived. And I remember her texting me and saying that she was shooting a movie in New York and did I want to get lunch. So we got lunch and we became friends.
Okay, please walk me through that.
bro, come on.
We met in 2011.
Don't fucking flex
We
master
started
this.
becoming friends soon thereafter. Very early in 2013, I came to LA to spend a couple of months with my then, I don't know if she was my girlfriend or my fiance at that point, but the person that I was in a relationship with, in a very serious relationship with. And during the time that I was in LA, I spent more time with Amber. We both spent more time with Amber. And I was introduced to Johnny. And
These tanks.
summer of
Yeah, but
2013.
they really care
I ended
about
up
mostly me.
moving
I
to
don't know
LA,
why.
during which Amber and Johnny and I got
I mean, I'm
even
Nasus, but I'm
closer,
AP.
very, very close. And then we remained close, the three of us, for 2-ish years. And then all of this happened, this nightmare, and Johnny and I stopped being friends, and Amber and I stayed friends. And then Amber and I were friends up until the date that I told you that we last spoke.
And at some point in time, did you live on the same property as Johnny Depp and Amber Heard?
Yes.
And when was that?
It was August 2013 until I believe June 1st of 2014. I moved into my own house.
Wait, oh, she's Divine Thunder.
And
Aiden.
why is it that you
Anti-heal.
left that property, left living there?
Because I didn't want to live for free in someone's property, and I wanted to have my own house and support myself.
And for how long after that did you stay close with both Johnny and Amber?
I stayed close with both of them. I don't remember. It was sometime in 2015, I think, late 2015 maybe. Johnny.
If Lee comes out on console, I'll carry both to challenge her.
The period when I
Let's go.
really
League on console?
stopped
Nah.
considering Johnny a
That's
friend
not
of
possible.
mine was December of 2015.
Okay. Well, let me ask it this way. You never saw Mr. Depp assault or beat Ms. Heard on any occasion, correct?
That's correct. I just would like to clarify, Mr. Preciado, that's a question you already asked me, so you're asking me the same question again about whether or not I witnessed Mr. Depp assault Ms. Heard?
That's right.
No, I have not witnessed that.
Let me ask it this way then. Have you ever personally seen Mr. Depp assault or beat Ms. Heard on any occasion?
No.
Now, back to this same paragraph where it says, my experience of Johnny during the time that we were close, from 2013 through 2015, was that he could be incredibly kind, generous, and loyal. Can you give me examples of his kindness, generosity, and loyalty during that period of time?
Johnny, when sober, was
Nice safe bike.
Oh, I know. Ooh.
very funny.
Yeah, but Twisted Fate really hates me.
When sober, was
And he thought they could 3v1 me.
lucid and
Even though I'm like already fucking beef fast.
imaginative, and I felt a kindred connection with him and a shared perspective on the world that I've shared with very few people in my life.
Yeah, we know you're a main pike, man.
Johnny,
Shut it.
when sober, understood how much influence he had over people.
Be careful, she's AD.
He was
Oh, shit.
very, kind to them about it and generous with talking to them about whatever came up. And he was also, when sober, very he made time for people's nervousness around him, which I witnessed on a number of occasions. He also he had his number of houses on that street, and there was a constant rotation of different people coming to town who could all afford to live somewhere else or stay somewhere else, who he would let and enjoyed having in those houses, which I find to be generous.
In the next paragraph, paragraph 6, you refer to Mr. Depp's struggles with respect to Oxycontin. You say that in late 2013, after dental surgery, he became hooked on Oxycontin. Did you ever experience him while he was on Oxycontin?
Yes.
And while he was on Oxycontin, did you ever experience him to be mean or vicious?
I can't answer that with any accuracy because I don't know whether or not the times that I did see him be mean or vicious, he was also on Oxycontin.
In paragraph 5, where you say that he could be incredibly mean and vicious, especially when he was drunk or high. When you refer to drunk or high, what substances are you referring to?
The substances that I saw him ingest with my own eyes were cocaine and hard liquor, marijuana, ecstasy, mushrooms, wine. Probably some other things, but those are the immediate ones that jump to mind. Cocaine and any kind of alcohol would bring out a very, very ugly side of him. Very misogynistic and cruel and other things. And when he would take any kind of psychedelic like ecstasy or MDMA, he would become paranoid. When he would drink alcohol, he would become paranoid. Yeah, I think that answered your question.
You mentioned that you witnessed him having had cocaine. Did you ever have cocaine with him?
No.
Were there any drugs or substances that you took with him?
I don't smoke marijuana. I don't do cocaine. For the entire period that I knew Johnny and thereafter, I did not drink alcohol. There was I think 1 week period during the peak of my breakup, during which Johnny offered me some pain pills to get through the intensity of that situation, and that was the only time that I took any substances for 3.5 years. No, that's not true. That was the only time that I took any substances with Johnny, and all the other things that I had stated previously about what I do
on
and
one
don't do
tour,
are also
I
accurate.
guess.
So I'm sorry, just to summarize that, is your testimony that
They have 2 fucking full tanks.
when you witnessed Mr. Depp drunk and high, you were not also either drunk or high? Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that during the entire period that I knew Mr. Depp, I was never drunk or drinking or consuming alcohol at all. My testimony is that for a 1, maybe 2 week, possibly 2.5 week, I don't remember, period, on a sporadic occasion, I took some pain pills that Mr. Depp offered me to get through an extreme emotional pain situation. When I witnessed Johnny doing cocaine, I was not drunk or high. Other occasions that I witnessed Johnny drinking, I was not drunk or high. There was a very narrow window during which I was taking some mind-altering pain pills for a very brief period, during which I witnessed Johnny drunk and high.
Did you ever witness Miss Amber Heard drunk or high?
Oh.
Yes.
And did you ever witness her drink
Oh yeah,
alcohol?
Bike is flexing.
Did you ever
You're
witness
so
her
good, bro.
ingesting cocaine?
Are you asking, like, ever in the history of time have I ever witnessed Amber ingest cocaine?
That's the first question, yes.
The answer is
Level up.
no. Amber was vehemently against cocaine.
What?
What? Marijuana.
I did the most damage. What?
No. Marijuana is not her drug.
What is her drug?
I ended up with
I haven't spoken to
47.
Amber in a year, but as far as I know and have known her for the last 11 or 12 years, Amber doesn't have a narcotic of choice.
Have you seen her ingest ecstasy?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
How many times have you seen her ingest ecstasy?
I can think of one instance
They're
in
going
particular
mad.
when she took it for her birthday, like a
I
celebration.
understand.
Wasn't
Do you recall what year that was?
from an event.
Other than the
Yeah.
narcotics and
Upsell
alcohol
or something?
that I mentioned, did you ever witness Ms. Heard ingest any other drugs?
Are you asking me if, other than, what did you ask me about? Cocaine, ecstasy, and mushrooms, I've witnessed Amber taking any other illegal narcotics? Or are you asking me about prescription medications? Can you clarify?
Narcotics other than prescription narcotics.
I don't know, but I don't actually think so, no.
Okay.
Amber drinks red wine when she's not training, or let me rephrase that. Amber, when I knew her, drank red wine in the evenings fairly regularly, with the exception of when she was training for an acting role.
Pleased to meet you.
Have you ever witnessed Miss Heard intoxicated?
Yes.
And how often would you estimate that you witnessed Miss Heard intoxicated?
I don't know how to quantify intoxicated. If you're asking me how often I witnessed her drunk, is that your question?
Yes.
Amber's strangely immune to getting drunk unless she's really drunk a lot. So I didn't see her drunk very often. I saw her drinking often, but I didn't see her out of her faculties very often. Like, you know, I saw that a handful of times in the 11 years that I knew her.
And how would you describe how alcohol affects Miss Heard's personality based on your experience?
You know, it depends on the circumstance. If it was during a moment when she was celebrating, it would make her loose. Like if we were salsa dancing, then, you know, she would have fun and be fun and at a party and, you know, inebriated and dancing and having fun. If she was in a stressful situation, I think it would just kind of exacerbate whatever the feeling of the moment was.
I'm going to ask you to state your name for the record. Nobody has yet. This is me. In case you haven't recognized my voice.
All right, go
My
ahead.
name is AH&JD.
Let's bring up Dep exhibit number 1 again, please. Mr. Tillett-Wright, you were asked some questions by Mr. Presidio. And I'm going to take you back up to the first page where you were asked some questions. And
this wombo combo is gonna be nasty.
Draw your attention to paragraph
Let's
4.
pull Velcostan,
And you
Mistan.
indicated you met Johnny Depp through Amber. And you hit it off immediately. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and then you explained to Mr. Presidio that you considered Johnny to be a close
They have
friend
no
and
time
you
to
cared
react to
very
all
much
of
about
that
Mr.
bullshit.
Depp. Is that correct?
He became a close friend, and I did care very much about him. I still care very much about him.
All right. Could you please describe that relationship that you had with Mr. Depp up until I think you said December of 2015?
Sure. Okay, Mr. Depp and I first met. Amber invited me over to his house with my then partner, girlfriend. I don't know if she was my fiance yet or not. In I think February of 2013, right at the beginning of 2013. And we all hung out, the four of us hung out in his house, in his living room, and just kind of talked and got to know each other. And it was sweet. I was mostly hanging out with Amber and kind of meeting this person. It was a trip to meet someone like that, you know, and see his house.
Oh yeah, and you're
very friendly and very welcoming and very kind.
Transmogulate.
And then the next time we saw each other was at Amber and I both like to do what we call family dinners. So we invite people over and cook for them and have a dinner party. And Amber did an elaborate.
Oh yeah, you pull on my
house,
fucking
and
transmorgum.
Johnny and I and my ex.
I mean,
and
Blitz
Amber,
pulls them.
And I believe Whitney.
Let's
were
pulls
there. I don't know
them.
if anyone else was there. I'm
Velcos airborns them, I airborne them, you
Johnny and
transmogulate them.
really connected.
No fun allowed game.
We're sitting either opposite each other or just catty corner from each other, and I left feeling a very intense connection to him, and I was like, well, yeah, sure, everybody probably feels an intense connection to him because of who he is. I'll forget it. It's ridiculous. And then a couple of days later, Amber had another dinner, such a dinner at her house, and Johnny and I had another really good time.
He silenced me.
Very connected
good.
and really laughed a
I was
lot.
about to waste my fucking
At the end of the dinner, as I was standing to leave with my ex, Johnny came up to me and said, I don't really know how to say this because it doesn't happen to me very often, but I think I love you. And I felt strange because I felt the same way. And I said, that's funny because I had that same experience after the last dinner party too. And then we joked about how crazy and ridiculous that
I
felt.
remember back in 2013, I used to main Jarvan in jungle.
And then he texted me wanting to talk about Amber a couple of times, and I felt that it was like kind of violating her privacy. So I said that I was happy to be friendly with him and happy to I don't remember exactly what I said, but something to the effect of like, you know, I'm happy to give advice or to help you guys stay in concert with each other, but I don't want to violate anybody's privacy with the other one. And I think he really respected that and really liked that because he also values his privacy greatly. And then, yeah, I was in LA for a couple more months, and I don't know, I think maybe we hung out more during that period, I'm not sure. I don't remember if they came to New York during the next stretch of time or what happened, but basically by the summer, I came back to LA to write, and had a very bad breakup with that fiance, and was going through some things personally that Johnny, you know, he was like, I recognize what's happening for you. It was like particularly bad anxiety-related, trauma-related things. And I didn't expect him to offer me any support around that stuff, but he just was like, wait, I see what you're going through. You know, this is my experience of it. I have the same thing, and let's talk about it. And like, if you need anything, I'm here. And I was like, thank you so much. You know, I didn't really expect that. And I went back to New York to be with my family for a couple days, or maybe a week or something. And it was very painful to be there. And he had said, if it's painful to be there, you know, just let me know and come back and stay here. And so I did. And I came back, and I originally was going to stay at Amber's house because she kept her apartment for a number of years while they were together, even though she stayed at his house a lot, that she paid for, etc. And she was, you know,
just fucking kill him, Blitzcrank. Jeez.
And then
don't try to ult fizz.
Consensus was that I should be closer to them, and so they said, "Oh, there's this house that's just sitting empty at the end of the street. Just stay there." And I was very hesitant because I didn't want to.
Loyalty to me.
advantage of him. And he was insistent, and he was very kind about it, and he said that he understood fully what having PTSD and anxiety could do, and that he wanted to help. So I went and I stayed there, and then that was, I'm guessing, in August of 2013, and then in September, I think, Amber went to England to shoot a movie. So I was there, and Johnny and I would hang out on our own. And Johnny
Well, I
doesn't
remember
have
once,
a ton of friends.
a few months ago, we had a Jarvan on our team playing with a fucking
We really
moonstone.
enjoyed each other. We really liked each other.
And for some reason,
Hang out, you know.
he
on a
did
daily
more
basis.
healing
Eat
than the
dinner,
enemy Soraka. And I'm
watch
like,
movies,
what?
and I'd hang out
Yeah,
with his
yeah,
kids,
yeah.
and,
I was niddling and did more healing than a healer.
No, but he's Nidalee has a heal. Excuse me.
Well,
We're talking about Jarvan.
she has a heal, but it doesn't heal like my teammates.
It's chaos, but no, it does.
No.
Yes, Nidalee
It'll
can
heal.
heal
No,
everyone.
it'll heal.
Yes.
It heals themselves more than it does, and yeah, that is absolutely a fact.
Paragraph as well. And at the
It
end
will
of
heal
You can
Nidalee
heal-
more.
Incredibly mean and vicious, especially
You can
when
still
people
heal
don't
them, you know.
die. What did you mean by
What I meant
You still
by
heal
that
them.
was on a number of occasions.
You may heal more yourself, but
I
it
saw,
still counts
you know,
as a heal.
Amber
to people,
or he, I
your
think,
teammates.
also would ask
Well,
me to
when has
come
Jarvan
and
has
help.
an AP ratio?
He and I had more of
I
a,
mean,
like,
he's the only AP ratio he has is
kind of
his fucking E.
relationship, and she and I had a.
That girl
I was
did
kind
more
of like the
healing than a
only person that would check
Soraka
either of
with
them,
Jarvan.
for a while. And so they would both ask me to do
That
that
shit
with
was
each other.
funny as fuck. Me and my
So
friend
I
are like,
saw
what
him.
the? Eh?
For example, I remember there was a time when it was very late at night. I was down the hill, so I went up the hill, and he was outside by the pool with a glass of what I understood to be whiskey, and she was inside crying, and very upset in the kitchen, I think. And then I went outside and talked to him for a long time. Situations like that, or and he would say things. He said something to me that night that I thought that night.
Hey,
right
son, I
before,
ate so
thought,
many ults.
Jesus Christ, you know, things like she's gonna, you know, all she's got
No
is
way.
her looks, and you know she has no talent, and when her tits start to sag,
That ult.
interested in her for anything.
Nice, Vil.
So she'd, you know, better like figure out another way to survive and shit like that. Sorry, pardon me. Things like that, and I also witnessed him
Wait.
when Amber was in England. Marilyn Manson and Paul Bettany came over at one point, and there was a great deal of cocaine and alcohol involved that I witnessed them doing together. I don't specifically recall if Mr. Bettany did or did not partake in the cocaine, or really much of anything except things that he said and his personality. But Mr. Manson and Mr. Depp partook in a lot of cocaine.
What, if anything, did Mr. Depp tell you about his struggles with drugs and alcohol?
And we sat on the couch, and he told me a number of things. He told me about his childhood. He told me about growing up in Kentucky. He told me about growing up very poor and how his mom was verbally and physically abusive. He told me that when he was very, very young, like 13.
Interesting. He's using some
drinking and taking
mixed Bulgarian words. And he's an
He
American.
was even kind of like, yeah, it's crazy, I know, but I've been doing it my whole life and built like a tank. And so that was kind of the nature of the conversation. and he told me that he had struggled with ever not drinking or ever not doing drugs, and he also told me that he didn't particularly enjoy being sober, but that, you know, people around him were very concerned. He was very, very concerned with his children, and he would express shame or regret about times that he had been
Come on.
to the point of falling down or embarrassing himself, you know, urinating on himself, things like that, when his children were around, and that he was very grateful to the people who had kind of shielded them and whisked them away. And he told me that in his relationships with previous women, his drug and alcohol use had been an issue, but that he just didn't really like life sober, and that it was too painful to be alive without imbibing or getting high. And he also told me that he had experienced great bouts of jealousy in relationships that had also led to a lot of drinking and a lot of rage activities. He told me that happened with Winona. He told me that happened with Winona Ryder and Kate Moss. He told me that had happened with Vanessa Parody.
Mr. Tillett-Wright, what, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp abusing OxyContin?
Over the course of those 2 years, Mr. Depp told me verbatim that he was addicted to OxyContin. And I have a text message from him where he expresses that it's extraordinarily hard to kick, and that it I don't remember exactly the words that he uses, but he referred to it.
Velkos is having the game of his life right now.
Many times as like the hardest thing that he's ever tried to kick, which he's tried to kick most things. He said it was harder than heroin. So he was very open and verbose about OxyContin.
How they run it back.
So, what, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp smoking cigarettes and joints, marijuana?
Nice.
Mr. Depp.
Careful.
As far as I
can see. Ult here.
Always
Yes, they don't give a shit.
Cigarette
It's crank, come on.
In his mouth at all times, to the point where I was confused about how he could function. He also showed me his marijuana closet that had, I don't know, tens and tens of pounds of weed in it.
What, if any, observations did you make while you were staying at Sweetser? I think you said that was August 2013 through May of 2014, with respect to the type of alcohol and the amount of alcohol that Mr. Depp was consuming.
When I saw Mr. Depp drink, it was often hard liquor. I believe it was whiskey and gin and tequila, maybe. Could also be vodka. I don't know. He had a full bar in 80, the house that they, with his recording studio in it, that they mostly stayed in. So, I know whiskey for sure, and there was also red wine, a lot of red wine.
When you talk about the whiskey and the red wine, how much did you observe Mr. Depp consume on any given occasion of those?
Oh, we have a wild garden out.
The one occasion I know specifically was the one that I mentioned before during the argument, where he suddenly had a glass of whiskey, and I remember it being like, I remember clock, because I grew up counting people's drinks, I remember clocking that it was a very large pour in the glass of whiskey.
If you recall those, I think my question was, you know, what if any observations did you make, or did Mr. Depp ever tell you about him blacking out?
Mr. Depp was very open with everyone that he was a heavy user.
Ouch.
And he told me about, I know there was one instance where he had this very large house property.
Yo, he really fucking wanted me.
Sweetser Avenue goes like this.
He went past all of that to try.
76 is
Well, I
down
mean,
here,
I
and
am
then
almost
78,
dead, but
which is
holy
right
shit.
here, and then up here is 80, and then
Yeah,
across
but
the street
I
is
think he
82.
believes he can fly.
I think so too. Yeah.
I was at 76 for 80, and then 82
Oh
they
my
went in for a
God.
brief period of time. And he told me about like vanishing into 82, into the like the property, into the like, because it was very lush and very a lot of trees.
So,
and went up quite far up the hill, and he told me about kind of like blacking out and going in.
how
there.
the
On one
okay,
instance,
how the hell I have more resistance than sauna?
he told me.
Ah.
I know that he told me that in Australia, he had blacked out. But
Calm
he also
down,
told
bro.
me that he fucked up, so I don't know. In terms of specific blackouts, there were a number. I think he said on the plane. He said that he didn't remember what had happened.
What, if anything, did Mr. Depp say to you about whether he wanted to become sober and clean?
Mr. Depp expressed
I'm
to me
telling you,
that he
Velcros
wanted
is
to get
having the
sober
game
for
of his
Amber,
life right now
that he
with
didn't
me.
enjoy being sober, that it wasn't fun, and that it was distressing and exhausting, and very hard to do. He really resented having to be sober.
I have 54 from the 57 kills participation.
He didn't want to be.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Depp say to you about his perception of Amber's role in him becoming sober and clean?
He expressed a number of times that he felt like she was his leash and she was holding him back from doing what he wanted to do in terms of substances and alcohol. I just want to go back to another incident that I remember he told me he blacked out was on the island. He went to the Bahamas. There were two different instances. One was, I guess, like they had only recently met, and he told me that he passed out face down in the sand while his kids were there, and that the staff had like whisked his kids away so that they didn't see it.
Mr. Tilleray, when you said that Mr. Depp...
this game was fun for sure.
What do you recall him saying about that?
And the language that ended up being kind of settled on was that there was a side of him that was the monster, and that it was not who he was, but it was something that lived within him that he had to battle. And the language that he always used was that of battle and battling.
Well, man,
battling
I'm
the
7949 and I get a B plus.
So that the monster, he would say things like, "The monster will not win." I will not be that type of man. I don't want to be that type of man, husband. I don't want to hurt. He would call her Slim. Our Slim, our girl, referring to all of her friends and him and her and I. Yeah.
What, if any, observations did you make of Mr. Depp, both in terms of physical as well as temperament, when you perceived him as having too much to drink?
Mr. Depp would drink and or take drugs he would get very mean, very surly, very paranoid, extremely paranoid. He would weave these elaborate situations in which Amber was having affairs with every man that she ever worked with and every woman she ever came in contact with. He became very demeaning. Johnny is incredibly intelligent, incredibly smart and witty, and he would point his jokes at people, Amber's appearance, her talent, her lack of talent as he perceived it, why he thought that she was actually famous, which he always implied was just because of her looks. And because he thought that everyone wanted to have sex with her. And he would insult his fans. He called them, I remember he called them remoras, which is a type of sucker fish that attaches itself to the hull of a ship and puts a hole in it and then sinks it. He would rail against his mother and his sisters.
This dude is legitimately now trying to turn fucking his fans against him.
He became very nasty.
That is disgusting.
What, if anything, do you recall Mr. Depp saying about his mother and comparing his mother to Amber?
Mr. Depp told me that his mom was viciously cruel to him during his upbringing, and that she was
I have
also
no clue how to
viciously,
play her.
like, violent with him and with his siblings and with his father. He referred to her, pardon my language, as a bitch and a cunt a lot. And he seemed to kind of compare them in the sense that he said at one point, something to the effect, I threw it here actually, yeah, I already have a mom who was a bitch to me, I don't need another one in my life. There was a fair bit of that kind of like, you know, my mom's been awful enough to me already, I don't need another woman who's gonna also be awful to me.
What, if any, discussions did you have with Johnny about the fights he had with Amber?
We had a lot of discussions about those fights with Amber.
Stop crying.
What do you recall?
In the very beginning, he expressed that she made him feel crazy, that he was so in love that it made him feel crazy. The very first time that I mentioned, September of 2013, when he and I were alone together a lot, he expressed that he thought that she was cheating on him and sleeping with her co-stars in England on the films. And I said to him, or in the film, and I said to him, listen, you know, I know her, I think, pretty well, and I talk to her a lot, and I think if she was having an affair, I would be one of the very few people that she would tell about it, and I don't hold secrets or lies for anybody, and I would tell you if that was happening so you could make your own decisions. But as far as I know, that's really not the case, and I think that she's really in love with you, and I think that she also is worried that you are having affairs because both of you are used to being sex symbols on Earth, and both of you need to just accept the fact that you're really in love with each other and lean in and be together and love each other. And he told me that sometimes his jealousy would make him
But this guy says it's gonna be 18, not 18.
crazy and outside himself, and that he had to get it under control, and that it would cause them to fight. to be specific in regard to your question. He told me about the fight that they had, the time that I went up there. Are you asking for specific instances, or are you asking about the nature of their fights?
No, I am asking for what he told you about their fights and specific instances, yes.
So to continue with what I was saying from before, he told me about the fight in the middle of the night when I was living down the hill at Sweetser. When I mentioned that I saw him with a heavy pour of whiskey, I went outside to the pool and spoke to him, and he told me about the argument that they had and that she gets mean during fights, and that it really hurts his feelings, and that he then lashes out at her, and that, you know, she called him old, and he then calls her soon to be ugly, and talentless, and that they get really ugly with each other. He told me about a fight that they had. We went to England that September. It was Whitney's birthday, I think. Amber's sister, Whitney.
No.
And Amber was
shit. I
working.
couldn't.
My birthday, Raquel's birthday, and Whitney's birthday, the three people who she was the closest to, all have birthdays in September. Raquel's just before at the end of August, whatever. We're all Virgos, and she couldn't be with any of us on our birthday, so we all went to England to surprise her. And during that trip, Johnny proposed to her, and they then, I'm pretty sure that night after the proposal, got in a huge fight, which they both told me about separately. And he said, I'm pretty sure that he trashed the hotel room. Let's see. I spoke to him after, I went and talked to him after their fight on the plane.
So that's the Boston LA plane incident, is that right?
That's correct.
So Mr. Tellett-Wright,
I don't
I'm
know
going
why
to ask
that
you about the Boston LA flight incident. You talked about it a little bit earlier, and you just said now that you spoke with Mr. Depp about it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What do you recall of your discussion with Mr. Depp about the Boston plane incident that happened in May of 2014?
And I went upstairs to his bedroom, which was like blacked out, and I woke him up. I remember shaking his shoulder and saying to him, hey buddy, like wake up, which was not something that a lot of people did to Johnny, wake him from his slumber. And he woke up and we had a conversation about what happened on the plane. And he didn't really remember being on the plane. He didn't really remember getting off the plane. He didn't really remember much detail of anything, and he swore up and down that he was going to stop, and he was going to stop drinking and taking drugs, and he was going to never do it again.
Right.
That was that incident.
Good job.
What if any meetings related to alcohol did you and Amber attend in this time frame?
I understand, because we didn't go to many meetings. I took Amber with me to Al-Anon, which is it's like a sister program to AA for the family and friends and loved ones of addicts and alcoholics, which I regularly attended. So she came with me to a number of Al-Anon meetings, and she also had, I think, 1 or 2 phone calls with my dad's wife about how she dealt with helping him get off of his drugs and drink less, and she read a number of books about it. She was watching documentaries about it. She would listen to any radio show she could get on, like anything she could get her hands on that would give her some tools for how to deal with this, she consumed in that period.
What, if any, communications did Johnny have with you in this time frame about wanting to get back with Amber after the Boston plane incident?
We went to New York, and I remember we were staying at the Ace Hotel in Midtown. And Johnny started reaching out to me. He went eventually back to Boston to start filming again. It would have been in like the next day or two because we weren't there for that long. And he reached out to me and basically said something to the effect of like, you know, I have to fix this. I will do anything that I can. And then while he was in Boston, he let me know. And I think he was trying to reach Amber too, but she didn't.
Calm down,
wasn't
bro.
ready to talk to him.
You
He let
don't
me know
mess with
that
Tom
he had,
Kinch.
engaged Dr. Kipper, and that he intended, with every fiber in his being, to get sober, and that the nature of the conversation at that point was that he was going to beat this thing, you know?
Yes, please describe for me what transpired, what you discussed with Johnny and Amber relating to Australia in 2015.
After they were married in February, and they went to Australia in the spring.
You know, I'm going to interrupt you just for a moment, and forgive me, I just want to keep it chronologically there. You described earlier that you were present for the wedding, correct, in February of 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And you also had discussed about Amber wanting Johnny to be sober for the wedding. What, if any, observations did you make about Johnny at the ceremony and with respect to whether he was sober and clean?
You know, I don't actually know whether Johnny was. I don't think Johnny was drinking on the day of their wedding. I really don't actually think he was. Let me rephrase that. Before the ceremony on the day of their wedding. Because I was going back and forth between their respective like private preparation quarters where they were getting ready, because I was technically her best man and his son Jack was his best man, but I wasn't one of the girls and felt more comfortable over there with them, but I was helping all the girls. So I was running back and forth on this golf cart between. I was also taking pictures. I was one of two people who was friends with them that had worked as photographers, so I volunteered to take pictures. So I was very intimately with Johnny and Jack leading up to the wedding, and he wasn't drinking, I don't think. I don't remember seeing him drink.
And then let me ask
Lilia,
you this.
come on, man.
After
They
the
were so
ceremony,
fucking
as
low.
you were walking to the
Why?
reception, what, if anything, did Johnny Depp say to you about Amber?
As we were walking back from the ceremony, we were coming into Cafe Los Cabrones, which is where the party was happening, and I was walking with Johnny and congratulating him that they pulled it off and that they did it, you know. And he said, "We're married now. I can punch her in the face and nobody can do anything about it."
So I'm going to now turn your direction to Australia, roughly a month later after the wedding. You weren't present in Australia with Amber and Johnny, correct?
That's correct.
I'm showing you what has been marked as exhibit number 3. Do you recognize anybody in this picture?
I do, yeah. Myself and Miss Heard. I do, yeah.
Please describe what you see.
I see a number of long, thin cuts.
And what, if any, similarity are those to the ones you just described, having seen after Amber returned from Australia?
Very similar.
All right. And are they the same? Were they different ones?
I would have no way of knowing if they're the same or different ones, but they're similarly long, skinny cuts like the ones that I saw after she came back from Australia.
I'm going to show, Mr. Telleright, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 5. And it's a text message exchange. Do you recognize this text message number here below Arrow's Arc?
That's my old phone number, yes.
Okay, so does this represent a text message exchange between you and Amber Heard on 12/16/2015?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and I'm gonna start you at the top with the blue. It says, "I need you." Do you recognize who is sending that message?
Yeah.
Mr. Tillerette, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 6. Do you recognize the person in this photo?
Yes, I do.
Please describe what you see in this picture.
I see Amber Heard, and I see an injury to Amber's scalp.
Okay. And what, if anything, do you recall about seeing anything similar to that when you arrived in December 2015 at Amber's penthouse?
I remember this being one of the injuries that I was shown when I arrived at Penthouse 3 at the Eastern Building on December 16th, 2016.
And does this picture that's marked as exhibit number 6 accurately depict what you recall seeing?
I remember this being one of, I think maybe 2 scalp injuries that there were. I remember there was another one as well, but I could be mistaken. I believe there was another one on a different part of her head as well.
Do you recognize the picture that is set forth as exhibit number 7?
Yes, I do.
Please describe for me what is depicted in this picture that you recognize.
This was a picture of Amber's scalp.
And does this accurately depict what you saw when you were shown it?
Am I the only one with
as you
anti-Q?
testified earlier in December 2015?
Yes, it does.
Mr. Tillerite, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 8. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
Please describe what's depicted there.
This is Amber Heard's face with a very swollen lip.
And does this accurately depict what you observed when you arrived at Amber Heard's penthouse in December 2015?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 9. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
Please describe.
This is...
2 seconds for my fucking note.
I believe. And then I arrived at Penthouse 3 on December 16th, 2015.
And does this accurately and genuinely depict the scene that you recall seeing?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Now, what if any plans was there as of December 16, 17 of 2015 for Amber to be spending Christmas with Mr. Depp and his kids? Do you recall?
You're taking the pictures down while we talk? Yes, I do recall. There was a plan for Johnny and Amber and Lily Rose and Jack and Raquel and her boyfriend or fiance at the time, Josh, to go to the Bahamas. Oh, and Raquel's mom and Amber's parents to go to the Bahamas and spend Christmas on the island together. Yeah.
Mr. Tillerite, I'm going to ask you, what, if any, conversations did you have with Johnny Depp about the December 15 incident?
I don't think that I don't know that he and I had a direct conversation about it. I'm not sure if he and I had a direct.
So what, if any, I'm going to show you, Mr. Tillerite, what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 16. It's a text message exchange dated 2/10/2016. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do. It's a text exchange between me and Amber Heard about a video that she sent me.
Okay. Now, it starts out, "Hi, Steve left me voicemail at 5 a.m. And that's from you, correct?
That's correct.
Do you remember what the voicemail message was?
Yeah. Johnny called me at 5 in the morning and left me a voicemail in
What
the
the
character
fuck
of
just
some
happened?
kind of management, of like a property manager. And he said something about, yes, hello, this is management, and I don't remember what he said, but it was something to do with like, we have a situation that we need to change out the something, and it was just a lengthy, just off the wall nutbag ramble in the character of management.
Mr. Tillerite, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 17, and then Alex, I'm going to ask you to play this.
What happened? What happened? Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
The guilty will know
No,
agony.
that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. That's crazy. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going? You got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really? Really? Sneak that shit on me,
No,
motherfucker.
I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Bye.
Ooh, give me, give me.
Thank you, Alex. You can take this down now. Mr. Tillerite, do you recognize that video?
Yes, I do.
Was that the video that Amber sent to you on the text message exchange on February 10th, 2016?
Yes, it was.
Do you recall watching that video on February 10, 2016?
Yes, I recall watching that video at the time that I received those text messages.
So I'm going to take you to 21 May 2016. What do you recall
Let's see if we can hit
with
some
respect
cues.
to a telephone call you received from Amber?
Sure. I was in New York. I was there visiting family. I was in Greenpoint, Brooklyn. I was walking down Manhattan Avenue, and I got, I believe, a text message from Amber that said something to the effect of like, "Can you talk?" And so I called, and I was walking down the street as this happened. She put me on speakerphone, so I was talking to both of them. He just stopped by to pick up some of his stuff, and he has a theory that he either he wants to ask you about, or and I said, okay, sure. And hello, Johnny, like, you know. And I think it was he said or she said, Johnny thinks that you and I together defecated on his pillow. I think the words used were shit on his pillow. So I started laughing, and I was laughing, she was laughing, and when I realized that he was serious, I was like, okay,
Oh, come on.
look, first
That
of
was a
all,
certain hit, man.
I wasn't there that day. And so he got very agitated by the fact that she and I thought it was funny. And he started to get more and more agitated, and I could hear him walk away from the phone. He came clomping back down the stairs. I heard like a noise, and then the phone dropped. And he said to her, "Oh, you think I hit you? You think I fucking hit you? What if I peel your fucking hair back?" And then I heard the phone drop again, and then I heard her scream. I remember her screaming. And I hung up the phone, and I called Raquel immediately because I know that she lives one door away, and her and her boyfriend Josh, who's a big dude, would be able to get there the fastest. And I called her, texted her right away, and I hung up with her and immediately called 911. It didn't work. And then I called a friend of mine in LA who I knew had met Amber a number of times, and I think I may have placed a second call to NYPD. Now I'm all frazzled and I don't remember, but I think I called NYPD.
Mr. Waldman made some statements in April and June of 2020 that quote, Amber Heard and her friends in the media used fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. That was made on April 8, 2020. What, if any, impact did that have on Amber based on your observations?
Amber retreated. Amber became isolated, embattled, extraordinarily distressed.
And then on June 24, 2020, Waldman accused Amber Heard of committing a, quote, abuse hoax against Depp. What were your observations of how this impacted Amber?
I think that my previous statement encompassed that.
During the time that you were friends with Johnny and you were speaking with him up until you testified December of 2015, what, if anything, did Johnny Depp ever tell you about Amber Heard being physically violent to him?
Nothing ever at any point.
Do you agree with me that Mr. Depp and Miss Heard had many verbal arguments?
Yes, I do.
And you were a witness to a lot of those verbal arguments, correct?
I was a witness to some verbal arguments.
Okay. And did you ever hear Miss Heard say anything mean to Mr. Depp in those arguments?
Yes.
And did you ever hear Miss Heard say anything vicious to Mr. Depp in those arguments?
Yes.
So would you agree with me that when they argued, they were mean and vicious to one another?
This Kog'Maw is gonna be big.
I would categorize it very differently, sir.
Well, you testified that you heard Miss Heard say mean and vicious things to Mr. Depp when they argued, and vice versa. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And although you witnessed arguments, verbal arguments between the two of them, where they exchanged mean and vicious statements, you never saw Mr. Depp assault or beat Miss Heard on any occasion, correct?
No, I never saw either of them physically assault the other one.
Did you ever experience him become violent as a result of or because of smoking cigarettes or joints?
As I've already explained to you probably 8 times, I've never seen Mr. Depp become physically violent with Miss Heard. So if that's what you're asking me, if he smoked a cigarette and that made him violent, I think you know that that's ridiculous, and the answer is, again, no.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp become violent in any manner on account of him smoking cigarettes or joints?
If you want my honest answer is that Mr.
That's
Depp
Lilia
mixed
for you.
substances constantly, and I keep trying to tell you that. He mixed all kinds of things together when he got crazy and violent. So, and upset and paranoid. So, and I never knew what he had taken.
When you say when he got violent, when did you see him get violent?
I saw Mr. Depp throw glasses and dishware on at least 2 occasions, which I would characterize as physically violent. And do I know if he'd smoked marijuana or cigarettes? Before that, I don't know.
When were those 2 occasions?
Sometime during the time that I was living at Sweetser. And once at the Eastern Building.
And prior to throwing those dishes, did you witness him imbibing any drugs or alcohol?
I couldn't tell you, but seeing as Mr. Depp always was smoking cigarettes and marijuana, my assumption would be yes.
Okay. Do you recall when Miss Bredenhoff showed you a picture of a clump of hair on the floor?
Yes.
When you saw that, that was more than a day after it was allegedly pulled from her head by Mr. Depp. Is that right?
Well, if you want to get technical, my understanding was that their fight happened very late at night, which is technically the morning of the 16th, and I arrived at her house around midnight, the night of the 16th, so technically it's not more than a day after.
That was nice.
The question is no.
So, I'm just talking about the hair on the ground that you saw. When you saw
Even
it,
in
did you
daytime, an
understand
asshole.
that it had been there for more than 20 hours?
I have no idea what time their fight started or ended, so I don't know if it was 20 hours or 16 hours.
Yeah,
or
we can't do much
13
shit
hours.
about her.
But
That's
my understanding, again, was that they had gotten into a fight sometime in the morning of the 16th / late at night on the 15th. I don't know at what point during that fight in which the clump of hair was ripped out of her head.
Oh no.
But it happened sometime.
They should use a lot of shit
Sure.
for me.
My understanding was that that clump of hair had not been moved since it was ripped out of her head.
Can't outrun the double Leandre.
All right. Completes. All right. What's your next? Who's your next witness?
We have another video deposition, Raquel Pennington. It's a long one, so we could listen to some of it.
All right. Let's
tonight,
why don't we go ahead and
we'll go into-
start. Why don't we
Okay.
go ahead and start it today? At least get 30 minutes in. If we could.
That's
Okay.
fine. Yeah.
All right.
And, Your Honor, just for your benefit and the jury's benefit, the questioning starts with Ms. Vasquez on behalf of Mr. Depp, and then I question Ms. Pennington at some point, which will probably be tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I please have you state your name for the record?
Raquel Pennington,
In what city and state do you currently reside?
Los Angeles, California.
You've been deposed before, right?
Yes.
And you were deposed in Ms. Heard's divorce proceedings.
Oh, come
with Mr. Depp,
on.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Have you been deposed in any other matter?
No.
What was the purpose of the declaration that you submitted during Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's divorce?
The purpose of the thing that I wrote,
Jeez.
I don't know if it was technically called a
Yeah, that's a
declaration
loss.
or
That's for sure.
whatever it was to write down my
Dercom
account of
just allows
events
them to sit behind
fresh in my
the
memory
fog and
as
just spam
possible.
spells.
And Ms. Heard asked you to write down your witness account. Is that correct?
I do not remember actually. I don't know.
Did Mr. Depp ask you to write down anything in support of any legal filings?
I don't remember.
Ah, fuck. Fuck off, man.
So it's your testimony sitting here today that you don't remember one way or another, whether it was Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard that asked you to write down your witness account during their divorce. Is that correct?
I wrote down my account. That is the memory that I have. I wrote down everything as clearly as I could remember it, as soon as I could.
You provided a witness statement in the UK proceedings. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Do you recall how many witness statements you provided?
Just one.
And you provided this witness statement to the son's attorneys?
Their comp is just fucked up.
I
From everywhere.
know
Renata,
who
Darius,
got provided to.
Did you testify in the UK trial?
those fucking spammers that shit sit behind the
yes.
scenes and just
And for
spams.
which party did you testify for the UK trial?
I believe it was the publication.
And by the publication, you mean the Sun?
Yes.
When was the last time you spoke to Ms. Heard?
Perhaps 6 months ago, maybe more.
What did you and Ms. Heard speak about?
Probably, it was before her baby was born. So we were mostly speaking about her baby at that point.
Did you speak to, when was the last time you spoke to Ms. Whitney Heard?
Around November?
Ouch.
October, November of last year.
And when you say last year, you mean 2021?
Yes.
When did you first meet Ms. Amber Heard?
I believe it was 2003.
When you met Ms. Heard in 2003, you developed a friendship. Is that right?
Yes.
Would you say you were best friends?
We became very close friends.
Your friendship with Ms. Heard, it persisted through her relationship with Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were friends with Ms. Heard through her divorce from Mr. Depp as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
Other than when you lived at the Eastern Columbia building, which we'll get to, did you ever live with Ms. Heard?
Yes.
When was this?
Twenty 2017 to 2018. Yeah.
Where did you both live?
We lived on Holly Drive.
Was that a home?
Yes.
And did you pay rent?
No.
Did Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Sitting here today, do you still consider Ms. Heard a friend?
Is it?
I wouldn't consider her not a friend.
What does that mean?
We don't speak. We are not enemies.
Why don't you speak?
We grew apart.
Belinda, can I put my question read back?
Yes. Sitting here today, you can't give me one reason why you grew apart from Miss Heard.
I wanted to spend more time with other people in my life and prioritize other relationships and other relationships.
Over the course of your friendship with Amber Heard, did you ever see her using illicit drugs?
Can you define illicit drugs?
Not prescribed.
Yes.
Did you ever see her use cocaine?
Let them just finish. No point in continuing this.
Yes.
How many times?
I don't know.
Countless?
No.
Less than 10?
Yes.
Less than 5?
Well, thank you
Yes.
for the game.
If
That
you
is
remember,
Sophia.
when was the first time you ever saw Amber Heard use cocaine?
Oh, go take a nap.
I don't remember.
Did you ever do cocaine with Miss Heard, Amber Heard?
Yes.
How often?
Not often.
Was there a point in your relationship with Miss Amber using more cocaine?
No.
Did you ever see Miss Amber Heard use cocaine while she was in a relationship with Mr.
Oh.
Depp?
Good luck. Stop the
All right.
around.
Good night.
I don't think so, no.
You know what Provigil is?
Yes.
Are you aware that Miss Amber Heard has taken a drug called Provigil?
Yes.
Do you know when she started taking it?
No.
Do you know whether Amber Heard continued to take Provigil during her relationship with Mr. Depp?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she had stopped taking Provigil?
She never told me that.
Are you familiar with any of the side effects of Provigil?
No.
Did Miss Heard ever tell you that she was experiencing any side effects as a result of Provigil?
Oh, it's not a phone call. I am not Amber Heard. No.
You testified you saw Miss Heard use mushrooms less than 5 times, yes?
Yes.
Each of those 5 times, or less than, was she in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
It's not Amber Heard. It's it's
Right.
one of her witnesses, but yeah,
Not each of the 5 times.
it is
How many times
definitely
did
not my phone call.
Amber Heard
Thank
use
goodness.
mushrooms was she in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
Shoot, me being in a relationship with Mr. Depp? Heck yeah.
you recall the specific occasions when you saw Amber Heard use mushrooms while she was in a relationship with
Today's
Mr.
my only
Depp?
day off, and so I'm trying to catch up on the trial. And
The first Coachella that we went to.
I didn't want to miss out on my
Second
stream
Coachella that
time,
we went to.
so I just have it in the background.
And
Especially for all the Johnny Depp lovers out there like me. Let's see.
Maybe at Hicksville. But I
Was
can't
Mr.
be
Depp?
sure of that.
Was Mr. Depp at Hicksville?
Yes.
Around June of 2014, you moved into one of the penthouses in the Eastern Columbia building. Is that correct?
I don't remember which month, but I did move into the penthouses.
Approximately in 2014?
Approximately.
How do people not remember where they live
I misheard at the
and what
time
year
was in a
they live?
relationship with Mr. Depp, correct?
Like,
Yes.
And it was Mr. Depp who invited you to live in one of the penthouses, right?
They both did.
When you say they both did, they both sit you down and invite you to live in the penthouses?
I don't remember how the invitation happened, but it came from both of them.
This was a penthouse Mr. Depp
oh
owned,
shit.
right?
Correct.
And specifically, the one you lived in, it was referred to as Penthouse 1, right?
Correct.
And when you moved in, Mr. Depp gave you a master key to all the penthouses he owned, right?
Oh, grab that.
It could have been one of his assistants.
When you say one of his assistants, you mean one of Mr. Depp's assistants?
Correct.
So either Mr. Depp or one of his assistants gave you a master key to all the penthouses that he owned, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Depp never charged Mr. Drew for rent while he lived at Penthouse 1, did he?
He did not charge him any rent, no.
Did either of you get physical?
No.
And how was this argument resolved?
We talked it out.
You recalled another argument with Miss Heard at Holly House, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
What was this argument about?
I think that we were setting up for Thanksgiving, and we were looking for maybe some glasses or some dishware. We had just moved in, and we couldn't find them anywhere. And then she finally found them in a place that I thought I had looked, and we started arguing about that. She thought that I wasn't looking hard enough, I think, and I told her that I thought that I looked there. Yeah, I think that's what their argument was about.
Was this just a verbal altercation, or did you get physical with each other?
Yeah, I believe that I pushed her.
How did Miss Amber Heard react to that?
She either pushed or hit me back. Yeah.
You know where she hit you?
I think it was on my cheek.
Do you recall any other physical altercations that you've had with Miss Amber Heard?
No.
Do you recall any specific instances when you saw Amber Heard get into
What
a
are you
fight with someone
doing?
No.
In the time you've known Amber
You
Heard,
silly
have you ever seen
baby.
her wear hair extensions?
What are you doing? Huh?
Yeah. Yes.
Did she have hair extensions in while she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
I don't know when exactly she had them throughout.
Ow, 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 ow. Your claws, baby, hurt.
Pennington Exhibit 1, Ms. Pennington's witness statement in the UK
Ow!
proceeding,
What are
which is
you
dated
doing?
June 16th, 2020. Ms. Pennington, first and foremost, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Ms. Pennington, this is a sworn witness statement that you provided in the UK, right?
I understand. I wanted to get to the bottom and make sure that this was the one that I signed and saw the date, and that was the full document. I just finished it. Yes, this is the document.
Did you write this witness statement yourself?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Yes.
Thank you. Did anyone help you write this?
No.
Did Amber Heard help you write this?
No.
Did Amber Heard's counsel help you write this?
No.
Other than your attorney, did you speak with anyone about the preparation of this witness statement?
No.
Could please turn to the 10th page of the document where your signature is, or a signature is.
Just my armpit. What are you doing, little girl?
Is that your signature on the 10th page of this document, Ms. Pennington?
What are you doing?
That is my e-signature, yes.
Are all the statements in this document true to the best of your knowledge and recollection?
What are you doing, baby?
You previously testified that you went on a trip to Hicksville with Ms. Heard, Mr. Depp, and some other friends. Is that correct?
Yes.
What are you doing?
Do you recall when this trip occurred?
Not off the top of my head.
Do you recall who else went on that trip?
Yes.
Hey, you be nice.
Whitney Heard. Nathan, who was one of Johnny's assistants. Brittany Eustace. Kelly Milano.
Anyone else that you can recall?
Are you being mean, Naiad? Don't be mean.
No, I don't remember anybody else.
Where were you all staying?
At Hicksville Trailer Park.
Did you personally witness Mr. Depp become, quote, angry and aggressive, end quote, toward a friend of yours?
Yes.
Relative to where Mr. Depp was, where were you when this occurred?
We were around a campfire.
My question is a bit more specific. Relative to where Mr. Depp was when this occurred, where were you sitting or standing?
I was at the same campfire.
How close were you
In
to
a
Mr.
circle.
Depp?
6 to 10 feet.
of day did this occur?
Evening.
Had you consumed any drugs or alcohol at this time?
I think so.
What do you recall consuming at that time?
I don't remember. Likely wine. I don't remember specifically.
Do you smoke any weed?
No.
Did you consume any cocaine?
No.
Had you consumed any mushrooms?
I believe so.
Had you consumed any MDMA?
No.
Who was the friend that you referenced Mr. Depp became, quote, angry and aggressive towards?
Kelly Sue.
How did you know her?
She was married to a work friend of mine.
Do you have any independent recollection of how long you had known Kelly Sue Milano by the time Hicksville occurred?
More than 1 year, less than 2.
What did you witness Kelly Sue Milano doing that evening before Mr. Depp became, quote, angry and aggressive?
I witnessed her hang out with the rest of the group.
Did you see her consume any alcohol?
Not that I remember.
Did you see her smoke any weed?
No.
Consume cocaine?
No.
Did you see her consume any mushrooms?
Maybe 1. So I'm genuinely trying to remember. I saw her eat some amount. I don't know how much.
Did you see her consume any MDMA?
No.
You testified that Mr. Depp said words to the effect of, quote, get off my woman, end quote, to your friend. Is that right?
I testified that.
Did you personally hear Mr. Depp say that?
Yes.
Is this the, quote, angry and aggressive, end quote, conduct by Mr. Depp that you testified to?
Yes.
Other than telling Kelly Sue Milano, quote, get
Ow.
off
What are
his
you
woman,
doing,
end
little
quote, what did you
one?
personally observe Mr. Depp do that was, quote, angry and aggressive, end quote?
Yeah. I don't know who was trying to grab at her. Is Naiad around or no?
That was
Sylvester?
No.
That was what happened. Then
Okay, so it was Naiad.
I think Kelly and Amber were hugging on a chair out by the fire. He came out of nowhere, said that, and then I think that Amber and Johnny went back to to their trailer.
Other than hearing Mr. Depp say something to the effect of get off my woman, what did you personally observe Mr. Depp do that was, quote, angry and aggressive?
That's it.
Did you hear Amber say anything to Mr. Depp?
I don't remember her saying anything.
Did you hear Amber raise her voice when speaking to Mr. Depp?
No.
What, if anything, do you remember about Amber's reaction to Mr. Depp's behavior?
She was trying to comfort him.
This evening in Hicksville, did you ever see Amber Heard consume any drugs or alcohol?
I didn't see it.
You didn't see Ms. Heard drink any wine?
Yeah, I don't remember a specific time watching her take a sip of a drink.
Welcome
Was she
to
holding
the
a drink?
League of Draven.
I don't remember.
I find courage unpredictable.
And this evening in Hicksville, did you see Mr. Depp consume any drugs or alcohol?
Welcome to the League of Draven.
I didn't see any specific image in my mind of him consume.
Did you personally witness Mr. Depp, quote, in a rage, end quote, that Ms. Heard described?
Did I personally witness the rage in the trailer?
Yeah.
No.
Did you hear Mr. Depp yelling in the trailer?
No.
Did you hear Ms. Heard yelling in the trailer?
No.
Did you personally see that the trailer was, quote, trashed, as Ms. Heard described?
The next morning?
Yeah.
Yes.
What specifically did you see in the trailer?
The thing I remember specifically was the light fixtures had been knocked off.
Oh.
But you didn't see Mr. Depp knock off the light fixtures in the trailer, is that correct?
I did not see it.
So the only thing you know about what happened in that trailer is what Ms. Heard told you, and your observations of the light fixtures being knocked off. Is that correct?
The only thing I know about what happened in the trailer is what she told me and what I saw the next morning.
And the only thing you saw the next morning was that the light fixtures had been knocked off. Is that correct?
That was not the only thing I saw. It is the specific thing I saw.
What else do you recall about the trailer?
It was in a general disarray.
What does that mean?
Was trash. It was torn apart.
What besides the light fixtures were thrown apart?
I've already told you specifically, I remember the light fixtures. The rest is a general disarray.
What is a general disarray to you, Ms. Pennington?
Stuff off the counters, cushions thrown around, things strewn about on the floor.
Did you see Ms. Heard shortly after she returned from Australia?
All right, why don't we just stop
Yes.
right there? So that'd be a good breaking point, I think. Okay. Okay. Perfect. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and break for the evening. Again, do not discuss this case with anybody and don't do any outside research. And we'll see you in the morning at 9 o'clock, all right? Get some sleep, okay? Thank you. All right, I just have a few items. Just for the record, I want to make sure exhibit plaintiff 1248 from yesterday actually should be corrected in the record to plaintiff's 1248A. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, good. All right. And so the witnesses tomorrow, are they live, remote, or do we need a
We have
web link?
one live witness tomorrow. The rest are all video depositions.
So they're all depositions, so we don't need a WebEx link?
No.
Okay. All right. Other than that, jury instructions and verdict forms. I have received jury instructions from both parties. Thank you for that. However, I have not received agreed upon jury instructions as requested. So I'm not sure if that has happened or not happened as far as getting an agreed.
Your Honor, we have been trying to meet and confer with them for a week.
Well,
Your Honor, they're identified and emailed to Sammy.
Okay, so the ones that you agreed upon?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. So if you could do the same and just give me which ones you agree upon, I'd appreciate that. If we could
should've went with the wolf.
Also by Thursday, your objections to the ones
No.
that you don't agree upon in writing to me by Thursday morning, okay?
Yes,
Can we get that? Just so I know what you're objecting to, because I only have 2 hours.
Think he
on
went to
Friday
bed, but
morning
I'm not
from
too
8 a.m.
sure.
To 10 a.m. to deal with this issue, so I want to make sure we're all prepared to get that done at that time frame, okay?
Understood.
All right, great.
No, I just want to make clear, we haven't seen what they sent until they sent today. So
Okay,
we've been
that's
trying
fine.
to meet with her about this for a week, and
I'm not
made no
interested in
progress.
anybody's finger pointing, but I understand, but we'll just go forward from here, and if I can get them Thursday morning, that would be fantastic, okay?
Understood.
All right,
Thank you,
great.
Your
All
Honor.
right, have a good evening, and we'll see you in the morning, okay?
Ah, man, this is going to be annoying. Annoying. Annoying.
So you heard Miss Lloyd testify.
Oh, no, 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 no,
under
no,
oath,
no, no, no.
And Mr. Depp never threw a can of Red Bull at her.
I can't, we can't listen to that one. It's gotta be a different one. Because that's actually somebody's, I think Asmund's, video. Shit. How that fucking hit me? Yeah, let's go back real quick. I don't have anything though. I mean, I can't get anything.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been
Thank you for the follow. The hell? And for the mana. Ah. Oh, that's elixir. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I appreciate the elixir. Thank you for the follow. So my notifications, it doesn't tell me which one it is. And I'm still way too new to Trovo to know. Like, be able to remember. The Leon Lime, right? Let's see, that's the 10 elixir, I think. Yo. Aww. Nice, she got it. What? Where's my mark? Oh, on their side. Sorry, my English is very bad. No, you're fine. A sticker is only on Twitch. Sag.
Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
That is why it is beautiful.
Wait, why is my mark gone? I mean, my mark is still there. What? I do, yeah. Yo, that hurt. Oh no, the tower. Apex. Well, it's true. Told my friends the only way that I'm gonna play Apex is if I get a new headset. And I even downloaded it to show Fate. Yeah.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Ah. Don't get a new headset. I need a new headset. This one really hurts. I mean, if I buy it myself, then no, I'm not going to play Apex. Dead forever. Damn, I couldn't get my ult off. Ah. God, that's scary. Did you see how fucking quick that is? Crap. Grumpy monk. Grumpy monk. Alright, I need to pee. Okay, I'm back. I know I'm gonna play League. I need to see where the video for yesterday was. It was funny how on tape she kept telling Johnny Depp to suck her dick. Wait, what did he say? Hold on.
Morning. How you doing?
So sweet. People will talk. They see us together again. Let's get it this time. Morning. There you go.
Morning. How are you? Morning. How you doing?
No, I need to see. Yesterday's.
Why don't you just go help like cook dinner with my mom?
Stop. Let's see. I think it's this one. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and find a match. Okay, so there's this cute game I came across. Is it? Let me see. Oh, it's called A World of Little Legends. It looks super cute.
Live and die.
Talon. Let's see, AP80. Oh, okay. I don't think that we could have Duskblade with Eclipse. It'd be kind of nice. Oh, you're fine. Let's see. I need to pull this to my other screen.
All right, do we have any preliminary matters before the jury comes out? Sure.
It must be too hot outside for the kitties. Naiad and Sylvester is laying in here by me. Too hot outside. Yo, that was super loud. Super loud.
Have a good one. Good morning. How are you? Good morning.
Wait, are they booing Amber Heard? I didn't see. No, wrong one, guys, wrong one. And they're super loud, so I'm sorry. It won't be as loud. They're just super excited to see Johnny Depp.
Those are relatives, all relatives.
Super excited. Oh, are they coming here? I guess I'll go. Okay. I will go mid. Fuck! Oh shit. Okay. So I didn't see he had already 3 kills. Not good, so.
Have a good one. Good morning. How are you?
Here's Johnny.
Wait, are they just doing a repeat? What the fuck?
Still under oath, okay? All right, next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Amber, when did the first act of physical violence by Mr. Depp occur?
Objection asked and answered.
No, overruled.
It would have been early 2012.
And how did you determine this?
I reviewed my therapist's
Objection,
notes.
hearsay.
She hasn't even answered it, Your Honor.
All right, I'll allow the answer.
By reviewing my therapist's notes.
Objection,
All right,
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, but it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. It's explaining what she looked at.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
God, this
When
dude
did you earlier believe the first act
is
of
nothing
physical
motherfucking nice.
Well, I had always believed up until recently that it had started later, that the violence started around early 2013, early 2012.
Now, you testified earlier that the first act of physical violence by Mr. Depp related to the Winona Wino tattoo. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Okay. Does that change your testimony, realizing that this is earlier? Was this, in fact, still the first act?
Objection, leading.
Sustain.
What was the first act?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustain.
How do you remember the first act of violence?
Well, you never forget it. That's how I remember it. It changes your life forever. You never forget the first time someone hits you like that. I just had the date wrong.
And how is it that you think you got the date wrong?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I'm embarrassed to say I think I would have liked to have believed that the period of time in which I had to fall in love with Johnny, in which we fell in love, and he was sober, and he wasn't violent, lasted for a lot longer.
Zeppy, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Hope you're having a wonderful
I
day.
wasn't hit so early in the relationship and still stayed. He was also sober for a period. In
Hopefully doing a little bit better than my league game right now.
Peaceful time for us, in which we fell in love. So I had kind of allowed myself, I guess, to forget that the beginning of that period, 2012, before he got sober, was really violent and chaotic as well. I'm embarrassed to say that.
Now, you testified that the police were called multiple times. Other than the May 21, 2016, what other occasions were there where the police were called?
They were called in December of 2011. They were called in 2012. They were called in 2013 in March by the landlord. I had sought advice from Laurel Anderson as to whether I should call the police.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain.
Okay. When you filed the domestic violence temporary restraining order, how many acts of abuse did you allege at that time?
I gave the last couple, I believe, last two incidents, maybe three.
And why didn't you tell of all the acts of abuse at that time?
I was following advice from my counsel.
How many instances of abuse were included in the UK trial?
There were 14 acts of physical abuse.
Steffi, thank you so
violence,
much for the
and
raid. I
3
appreciate that
acts
so
of
very
sexual
much.
abuse.
And why were those 17 included in the UK trial?
Well, I was not a party, a direct party. I was a witness, so it was whatever their counsel, the Sun Council, chose.
When is the first time you were called upon to provide a detailed accounting of as many times as you could recall of physical and sexual abuse?
Sorry if this triggers you guys. I don't mean to, but I missed.
That's not hearsay. I'm asking her when she was called upon.
I missed
to do
the
Just hearsay.
Right, but it's not offered.
trial
The truth of the
yesterday.
matter asserted, and it's just asking for date.
All right, overruled.
Thank you.
A few months ago, February in 2022, this year, was the first time I was asked to do so, other than cold in the deposition.
Okay. And when you were asked to provide those, what did you do to be able to prepare that accounting, that full accounting?
Well, I had the benefit of my therapist. note.
Objection, hearsay.
I can't get away from him. That's a lot of fucking true damage he does.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I looked at
What
the
were you
therapist
playing,
notes
by
for
the way?
benefit of those notes, which we had received in February, as well as I reviewed calendars, photos, text messages, my journals, my diaries, of which there were many. I put all of those together. It took a lot of time to be able to, adequately refresh my recollection and fill in the details over the course of the 5 years we were together.
And what did you do when you put that all together?
I kind of filled in and collected all of these various pieces of information and gave a fuller account as best I could for each incidents of violence that I had record of. I think it was called an interrogatory.
In this case?
In this case,
All right.
excuse
Did
me.
you sign that under oath?
I did.
Okay. And it was provided to counsel for Mr. Depp?
It was.
Okay. And was it a pretty lengthy document?
It was far too long.
And how is it that you didn't just remember all of those events like this?
That's not how.
Oh, shit, wrong one.
memory works. We were
That was
together
funny.
for 5 years, almost 4.5, and it was a very violent, chaotic, at times very loving, emotional relationship. So, as anyone can imagine, there was a lot going on, and unfortunately, the violence became almost normal, especially towards the end. It was just, it's hard to say that now, but the violence was almost normal. And, your brain does with trauma what it does, puts it away best you can. So I was frankly, I was shocked to see a lot of the information presented to me through my therapist's notes, because she was taking in real
Objection,
time.
Your Honor, hearsay.
All right, I'll just take that objection.
Okay. We'll move past what the therapist said in her notes. Okay. Now, there's one more. You also provided a declaration in this case early on. Do you recall that, trying to move the case to California?
Yes, there was a declaration in 2019.
Oh, you were playing League.
And
Nice.
did you describe some of the
Normals
events
or
violence in that declaration?
Objection, leading.
do you have
What, if
a
anything, was
specific
said
mode
about
you like to
violent
play?
acts in that declaration?
I was taking the advice of my counsel.
Thresh is
because
broken?
it was
I
to
don't
get
know
it
about
moved, I believe.
broken.
And was there, did you include all of them?
No.
Objection, leading.
Overruled. Thank
And
you.
no, I did not include all of the incidents of violence. That was not the point of making this declaration. We were making this declaration in an effort to move it to California, because as hard as it is to go through this sort of trial, as it is, it's
I just
even
transferred to
harder
NA,
do so
so
in a
I'm new,
place
but I
that
used to
neither
play in Asia
Johnny
because most
nor
of the
I
new
are
friends.
connected to.
Oh, yeah. I have a lot of friends that like are from the EU server, And
Have you ever played a guitar player in a movie?
You could say I posed with a guitar. It turns out I am unteachable.
Okay. I'm going to take you to the tape recordings. Why did you and Mr. Depp start taping each other?
Well, at first it was not at first. It was meant to be a way to get to the heart of some of our communication issues, in order to discover in a therapeutic fashion kind of what was some of our issues in our communication.
Now, we heard an audio tape earlier.
That was nothing
in
nice.
which you said the word couch repeatedly. Can you please explain to the jury what that meant?
Yes. Couch was a word that
No.
had been
No. This
given
is
and decided upon, rather.
this is Earth.
Objection, hearsay.
Yeah, no, this is
Tell
not
us what Mr. Depp said
right.
about this.
I don't do right.
That it was a safe word. It was meant to be a safe word, like a word, like truce, where you put down the proverbial guns and you say, truce, we're not fighting anymore. Couch was supposed to be a word that you used, or that we used as a truce. I don't want to fight anymore. You win. Let's stop this. That was the mention of couch, which you heard earlier in a recording.
Now, what, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. Depp about threatening to divorce each other or threatening to leave?
Objection calls for hearsay to the
I'm
extent
asking
it
for-
calls for Ms. Heard's statements.
I'm asking for discussions with Mr. Depp. Just tell us what Mr. Depp said, don't tell us what you said.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, yes. What did Mr. Depp say in your discussions about the use of the term threatening to divorce or threatening to leave each other?
Objection leading.
Overruled. Well, Johnny would always say the only way out of this was death. But in fights, in particularly heated ones,
Earth.
we
Yeah.
found, we were using divorce in the fight, in some of our heated fights. We tried not to, but that kind of deteriorated after the December incident that I got beat up pretty badly, and after that point, it was used a lot more often.
Now, March 26, 2015, this is after the first Australia trip and after the staircase incident. I'm going to ask, Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit 371A? This is a tape recording, and it's going to be at 1 minute, 1:01 to 2:29. Yes, it's 1:01 to 2:29. And if we could, I don't know whether you had turned up that volume. I know it's hard to hear these.
Is this in evidence already?
I'm moving it into evidence, Your Honor, but these are the tape recordings between the two, which I think we had agreed.
Is there any objection to 371A?
Your Honor, if you just give me a moment to confirm there's no other...
Teammates are too heavy. GG. Wow. 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 Fucking Lisa and as cocky as all fuck.
It's not in evidence, Your Honor, so could you please confirm that there are no other voices?
I will confirm that.
Okay, all right.
And it's Depp's exhibit.
Right.
Mr. Depp's exhibit.
Plaintiff's 371A then, any objection?
No objection.
Okay, 371A in evidence. Thank you.
And we may need to, Sammy, if I could just, if you listen, we may need to turn that volume up. Sometimes your control is a little bit better than what we have, Max.
I see somebody who's changing always into different versions of a person that I recognize for a brief moment. And then he slips away. And he disappears. And then I get a different version of him. I get the insecure, scared version of him that lashes out in a different medium every time. So if it's Adderall Junkie Johnny, then he's abusive and he's bully and he's a tyrant and he's mean, and he's reactionary and he's incendiary, and anything I do and say is cause for violence or anger If I speak to him honestly, bluntly, from the heart, I'm yelling at him. If I argue back with him, then I'm abusive. If I don't say anything, then I am dismissive or absent or it's wrong, you're somewhere else. If I engage with him, I'm part of the problem, I'm yelling, I'm mean. If I don't engage with him, then I'm part of the problem.
Rules are made to be broken.
Because if I look at him the wrong way,
Or people.
he's a problem. If I say the wrong thing, God knows what it is. I'm the problem. I'm the problem. Either way. That's the guy who's on a bunch of fucking speed.
What did you mean when you were saying that to Mr. Depp?
That no matter, my perception was that no matter what
See
I did,
if we could go Machine Gun
no
Kelly.
matter what I did to de-escalate, walk away from him to
No,
confront
my
him,
bad.
to
I don't
try to-
like Machine
nothing
Gun
I
Kelly.
did made a difference.
It just
Nothing
sounds funny.
I did changed his rage at me. Nothing I did changed the violence towards me. Nothing I did calmed him down. And I was constantly doing a juggling act of what kind of version of Johnny I was dealing with. There were different versions of him, and they were drastically different from one another. And even more so than them being different from one another, they didn't even sometimes remember what the other version did or said. They acted almost like independent versions of this person, depending on what combination. of
She's
drugs
saying
and
that Johnny
alcohol
Depp has fucking
that's what I was
multiple
trying to express
personality
to him.
disorder.
It's just the futility of me responding and successfully, and the futility of trying to constantly negotiate with him, and the substances he was on at the time.
I'm going to take you to April 15, 2015, the premiere of When I Live My Life Over Again. What, if anything, did you do for that premiere?
I believe that premiere was in New York City. It was a small independent film I shot. I went back to New York to attend the premiere.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 421, please? Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed in this picture?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 421.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 421 in evidence.
May we publish to the
Publish
jury? Thank you. Amber, could you please describe for the jury what this picture is?
That is a picture of me a few months, I believe this is April of 2015, so it's a few months after the March incident that happened in Australia, early March, in which Johnny held me down on the countertops and my arms were cut on the glass in that attack.
And if we could draw attention to your arm there, are those scars? What are those? Please describe for the jury what those are.
Those are scars that I obtained while Johnny was strangling me and assaulting me on the countertop in Australia.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 423, please? And does this accurately portray the scene shown?
Yes, that's...
Hold on a second. I'm going
Yes.
to move the admission of Defendant's 423, please.
No objection.
423 in evidence.
Thank you.
Publish.
May we publish? All right, and please describe to the jury what this shows.
It is a picture of me on a red carpet. You can see my scars. Even though I have makeup on them, they're a bit harder to cover because they're rather fresh.
Now, after this, in April of 2015, you returned to Australia with Mr. Depp, did you not?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Yes, we did.
Okay, and tell the jury about that trip.
Well, after Johnny was able to get clean off of the coke and the other drugs enough to get the hand surgery he needed, there commenced a period of time of sobriety for Johnny. He his doctor had fired him and then came on when Johnny agreed to get clean. And so
Objection,
there was this-
hearsay, non-responsive.
Don't say what, I mean, we've already had, Your Honor, we've already had the testimony from Dr. Kipper, but don't say what Dr. Kipper did, just tell the other part, just don't say what somebody else said. Okay?
So there was this period of sobriety after that, and Johnny was very committed to being clean and sober, and I thought we had finally done it. We finally did it. We were through it, and we were never going back, meaning he was going to be clean and sober for good this time, and we had a wonderful period of, we fell back in love, or deeper in love than we were before. It seemed things were so good. We were talking about a future again. We were talking about having kids. I mean, when Johnny wasn't using it was so peaceful. We had we had a good time together. We went back to Australia like that, in that state, and had a few months. We even had my parents come and visit us in Australia, and we were talking about babies and about buying a farm and, looking for homes in California. We were in a really beautiful, peaceful period. It was wonderful. It was wonderful.
Now, did you stay at the same place that you did the earlier time in Australia?
We went back to a very remodeled version of that home. Remodeled, very cleaned up version of that home. Same walls, same structure, but looked a bit different, as you can imagine.
How did you feel going back to that home, given what had happened in March, early March? The home isn't the problem. If you're living in domestic violence, you don't just not go home. You don't just not go into the kitchen just because you were slapped in that kitchen. People living in domestic violence live in their homes. That's almost, the home isn't the problem. That's the normal part of your home. And for me, Johnny was my home. Where we were a couple was my home. And that home was often really violent. But it wasn't the structure itself. It was Johnny. And when we went back to Australia, that home, Johnny, was in a completely different, he had done a complete 180. Clean, sober, present, calm. We were peaceful. And any of the gripes and the problems that he seemed to have about me went away when he was sober. And so we we managed to go back to that same house, but in a very different way. It felt very different. June 16, 2015, the Magic Mike tour. Where did you go for that tour?
While I was in Australia, I got the call for that press tour and went to Europe for the press tour for that movie. And, I was nervous because problems arise when I'm having to work when I leave.
Objection, non-responsive.
Well, sustained objection. Next question.
Michelle, can you please bring up Defendant's Exhibit 447? I'm going to ask you first, does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 447.
No objection.
447 in evidence. You can publish.
Thank you. And Michelle, if you could zoom in just a little bit closer. Amber, could you tell the jury about this picture?
Yes, that's me on the red carpet promoting the Magic Mike movie I was in. You can see the scars on my body, on my arms.
Okay.
You can't see everything, of course, but.
Okay. And Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 449? And Amber, does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendants 449.
No objection.
All right, 449 in evidence.
And Amber, could you please describe to the jury what this portrays?
This is, you can see the scars on my arm from that attack. Also around this time, it mainly on the phone before and after, you know, while I was doing these press events, and sometimes I would be on the phone with him, kind of managing accusations about why I didn't pick up sooner, didn't text back sooner, and sometimes I actually on this tour many times had to delay getting out of the car or
Objection, non-responsive.
I'll ask that. How did Mr. Depp react to your going on this press tour?
He was very upset with me. I just remember crying on the phone with him a lot and having to hang up to do press events.
All right, thank you. Now, I'm going to take you to the Southeast Asia train trip. That was your honeymoon trip, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and that was July 25, 2015?
Yes,
No.
it was.
Okay. Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit 162. It's already into evidence. Now, Mr. McGivern testified that he took this picture in July of 2013. Would you agree with that?
Objection misstates prior testimony.
That's exactly what he testified to.
It was
It
Malcolm.
wasn't. It wasn't.
I have the transcript.
I don't know. Go ahead and ask your
It's
question.
Mr. McConnell.
Is that correct?
I believe Malcolm Conley took this on the Orient Express.
Malcolm Connolly, not Travis McGivern?
I believe it was Malcolm on that trip with us, yes.
Okay, and was it in 2013 or was it 2015?
It was in 2015,
Okay.
July.
And please describe, if you can, what transpired during this trip.
Well, the train trip itself was peaceful up until Johnny wanted to start drinking brown alcohol. He had already started drinking champagne when I returned from the press tour. That's what he was drinking, wine and champagne. When he wrapped on Pirates 5, the plan was for us to do this honeymoon. I was walking a bit on eggshells because I know a pattern, but I was not wanting to accept that we had gone back to a pattern at all. And so we were on this train, and on the last night we were on the train, after this was taken, this photo, Johnny and I got in an argument about him wanting to be allowed, meaning wanting me to agree to him drinking liquor and being okay with it. And an argument followed that in our sleeping car. Johnny slapped me across the face and held me up by kind of got a hold of my neck and pushed me up against the wall of the cart. It was a small, narrow sleeper cart, and there were two beds, one on each side. He had me up against the wall while he was standing on the floor in between the beds, and I was on the bed, kind of half kneeling, half standing, trying to get his arms off my neck. And he was squeezing my neck against the railway car for what felt like a very long time. And every time he kind of would pull me away from the side of the car, he'd slam me up against the wall. And I remember looking down at him and trying to get his arms off of my neck. And I remember thinking that he could not even mean to kill me. You know, I remember being scared that he wouldn't even mean to do it. And kind of looking down at him because I was slightly above him as he was standing on the ground. And kind of clawing at him, trying to get him to, his arms away from my neck. I remember I had, at one point, he ripped the top of my shirt. I don't really remember what it was, but I remember I had a breast exposed. At some point, I pull at his lapel of his shirt, and he rips the shirt off of him and wraps it around my neck. And that's how I woke up. The next morning, actually, I woke up with it still around my neck and with a giant knot in the back of my head.
Did you keep a diary at that time?
Yes, I did.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 461?
Objection, hearsay.
It is a diary, Your Honor, and I will just ask her some questions about it rather than trying to admit it into evidence at this point.
All right. I'll wait for the question. Go ahead.
What, if anything, do you recall about recording what transpired on that train?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm just asking her whether she did. I'm not asking what she recorded.
All right, I'll allow it. Go ahead. Overruled.
I wrote about what happened that night the next morning.
Thank you. Now, did Mr. Depp suffer any injuries on that trip?
Not that I saw. I have a lot of pictures from that trip, and he's uninjured.
Thank you. We can take that down, Michelle. Thank you. Now, I'm going to keep you in July of 2015, and Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Depp Exhibit 390A. It's a recording, and then I'm going to be asking about from 3:30 to 4:12. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor. It's another recording between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. There's nobody else.
It's plaintiffs. What number was it?
It's plaintiffs. It's 390A.
Okay. Any objection to 390A?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay.
May we approach?
Okay.
Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Any objection then?
No objection.
All right, 390A in evidence.
I saw you doing it earlier, whatever. It's fine, it's secretive. It's deceitful. You already you had trouble with me before when you said to me that you didn't feel like you were told when I was recording you. So please stop.
You didn't.
Please stop.
You did not tell me.
Please stop.
Fucking acknowledge what I'm saying before you keep making demands. You are not a school teacher. Shut the fuck up. Listen to me, and then you can fucking respond. Understand? You ain't nobody's fucking mom. You ain't no school teacher. Don't fucking pretend to be authoritative with me.
Okay, fine.
You don't exist.
Leave it on.
What were you discussing in that call?
We were discussing whether or not it was all right to record each other without the other's permission. And Johnny said it didn't matter anymore, the requirement of that permission from me. I was trying to say, hey, we agreed.
Okay. Let's go to August 2015. Please describe your relationship with Mr. Depp in that time frame.
You said August?
August 2015.
August 2015 was a very difficult time following the brief honeymoon we had. Johnny's use continued, started again is a better way to describe it. And lo and behold, so did our disagreements, coincidentally, not coincidentally. I got an offer to do a job, which was already a problem, or problematic. I was considering working on a TV series that had James Franco in it. I was asked if I would meet with the people who are making the show.
Objection, hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter, sir.
Overruled.
Thank you.
And so I was considering taking that job. And there was a possibility it would require brief nudity, which I knew I would have to negotiate down. But Obviously, that was a problem for Johnny. Didn't want me to do that. Didn't want me to work. And frankly, I needed to. And there was another film I had coming out that I had previously shot. It's called London Fields. It was a source of a lot of fighting between us because of the sexuality in the role. It was a constant negotiation between myself and the filmmakers. They made a film, and Johnny told me that he had heard about it, was unhappy with some of what he had heard. He was unhappy with me having done a sex scene in it that he claimed I didn't tell him about. I did not actually film the scene he was speaking of. He demanded that we watch a screener of it, which is a version of the film before it's released. We got one sent to where we were at the time, Johnny's Chateau in France. It's in a remote part of France. And once again, we're in this remote place and we're screening this film that I appeared in, and there was a scene, a sex scene in that movie that started before Johnny freaked out because it looked like me. They had used a body double. Unbeknownst to me, without my permission, they used a body double to do a sex scene. So I have an incredibly jealous man who already is upset with me for breaking the rule that I had a sex scene. On top of that, I'm telling him it wasn't me. I didn't shoot that scene. And you can imagine how upset he was. He was irate and was calling me a liar, whore, among other things. And we had that combined with the fact that I had even entertained doing this job that involved James Franco was a pressure cooker. I called it a week of hell later.
Objection hearsay.
Overruled.
Johnny at one point slapped me in the face in the bedroom in the chateau that we were staying in. At another moment, he punched me across the jaw. At one point, he kind of either pushed or threw. It's hard to describe to you which of those two it is because I can't tell you. I just know I went flying into this old church furniture.
Oh my God, Ariana, yes, baby, yes.
The first time I thought I had sustained a concussion, and that's...
No, not Oriana.
Oh,
yeah. Time in this time frame that you found a
Who do I want to be? Warwick.
Yes.
What was it labeled?
This Warwick is gonna feed, watch. I can already foresee it happening.
It's no fun for JD and all
who's baby?
It was a collection of pictures.
Not mine, thank God.
Various red carpets starting.
I think that's Lost Robin.
What?
It is definitely not my baby.
Appropriate clothing, side boob.
Nope, nope, nope.
Are you denying our child?
Yes, I am. You had that child, not me.
That we have seen today.
The ones I saw of the kind of rose gold dress and the red dress were both in that file.
Now, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp say to you or ask you about how you got those cuts on your arms?
Nothing.
What, if anything, has Mr.
Today I
Depp
heard a commercial,
said to you or asked you about any
a Hispanic, Spanish commercial regarding the Biden administration, and I wanted to die
Did you
with all the
ever
bullshit that they're
witness
feeding.
Mr. Depp
Mm-hmm.
self-injuring himself?
The commercial
Often.
said
He did that often.
Biden have kept all the promises that he has made.
I first started.
Biden has the lowest unemployment, the best economy.
Are you kidding me? Oh yeah, no. I mean, I'm streaming, so I don't talk about politics, but yeah, that is such fucking bullshit on so many different fucking levels. Fuck that. Fuck Biden and his fucking bullshit. Our gas is almost $5 a fucking gallon. He could go suck my dick. Seriously, like fucking Heard said. Okay, yeah, there you go. Heard is fucking should be Biden's daughter.
superficially at first,
But it was horrible, you know, for people that don't know English and just listen to this bullshit and just like literally believe it. Like, it's sad.
Cigarettes out on himself. He'd
What?
point them at me, and once or twice tried to put one out on me.
I want him
So
Biden.
he would do it while screaming at me. He once did it right in front of me, screaming.
No, no.
As he
American.
cigarette out on his
I don't think so.
I'm trying.
I'm going to take you to September 15, 2015. And Michelle, if we can bring up DEP exhibit, the plaintiff's exhibit 345A. This is another audio recording, and it's 5:54 to 7.
Chomp. I'm some boy. Dead.
I'd like to move the admission, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Running. So, what is running now?
I got you,
What is
doggo.
it? Yeah, big bad man, yeah.
I don't have any control.
I know.
Yeah. On the board. Dead.
I read boy. I don't have level 6. Anyways.
Have you changed lately? Yeah, you've changed.
When I go bottom.
I wanna go mid.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm the first person that's noticed.
Shit all on this there.
You're a skeeper.
On protein.
Of course, 15 minutes, just like last time. Just like last time. I had to pull you back. Well, when you passed out naked in the bath. Tried to.
Fuck, man.
It didn't get inside.
Boy, let's start run. Me running the board, if I.
Next to the door, if I could hear you snore in case if you vomited, I
We're
could
dead.
never stop snoring. Because if I thought you would choke on your own vomit.
I got you,
Wrap
Tuna.
your arms around your thirsty.
Yes. Yes, you do vomit a lot in your sleep, even
Boy, for run,
it's
man.
news to you, but this is affecting you a lot more than I thought it was.
And I will be very interested in that. It's unreal.
What, you don't?
Watching man have a shitload of range.
I don't think so, bitch.
Please explain to the jury what the issue was in this particular tape recording.
Well, Johnny at the time was wanting to go and
Man, I'm more range than Mariah Carey, bro.
downstairs at a bar,
Oh, this.
and we were talking about 15 minutes because the last several times he had done that, it had been days. He'd disappear on a bender.
So, man, I'll be here runners. We can't leave them.
You know the drill by now, having heard enough from me. So another issue that we were having at the time, or that he was
You're
having
not
at the
done.
time, that affected me is that he would pass out and vomit, and vomited very, very regularly at this stage. He was
Oh,
vomiting again, sitting up, fighting
Okay.
at that stage.
I should worry.
And what I had a habit of doing is turning
Man, I can push up lane now, man. Yeah.
side so he doesn't choke on
You see? No, dead boy.
It's very common.
Jesus.
People who do that.
Yo, man, them can't run in a tag.
So the advice I got was to turn him to his
Maybe I get dead
side,
man split.
underneath his back, and turn his head so that he didn't asphyxiate. And one time I was doing that, and he swung at me, and
Okay. Oh.
I told medical. And the advice, after I got their advice, I realized I can't say what the advice was, but after I got that advice, I stopped doing that. I tried to, as much as I could, leave him and just be ready to call 911 or help if I heard him choking. And sometimes I have him behind the door.
Well, and that's going to take me to September 27, 2015. Again, Deb, plaintiff's exhibit 356A.
Yeah, I be a better road.
07 to 32.
They were every time I heard.
I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
Bitch, that fucking embarrassment. I mean, whatever his name is. Is he
You
embarrassed? No.
punched me in the fucking thing, and you hit me in the face, and you said, "Motherfucker, no, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking
I didn't
about?"
hear.
And I watched you lie, and then
I
I
didn't
said,
punch you,
and
by
then
the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit
punched
you
me.
across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. I was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
No, you've been a lot of fights for a long time. I know.
No, when you fucking have a closed fist.
You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you.
Come.
I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting
Bottom
you.
keeps
I don't
switching
know
with
what
someone.
full motion my
With top.
actual hand was. But you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are your toes?
What am I supposed to do? Do this?
How are your toes?
You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you start
You are
physical
such
fights.
a baby.
Because
Grow
you,
the fuck up,
because you start
please.
physical fights.
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did. So I had to
Oh.
get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the
Oh,
right
somebody that gets on hot cookie.
You know what? You are admirable. Every single time. What was you were still being admirable, right? Just like.
I just cannot keep fighting. So
Explain to the jury what's transpiring.
neither you
Recording, what that's about.
running.
Well, there's two different
Yeah.
situations
Bullshit, man.
that we're referencing. In
I
this
saw you
fight.
too late. I was gonna use my old, but I saw you too late.
Between Johnny and I involving the door. The first of which we first start talking about.
All the time I
I'm
saw you were
talking
dead.
about hitting him. I am talking about.
I can't deal with this, Zara.
What
The
that
moment
conversation
I
is
move from
about
under
is the
tower, he just
disparity
backs. And he can attack me from the
disparity
middle of the
between
lane.
Johnny and I in our physical fights. The disparity of how he would proactively.
Great, now you're two of them.
And I
Okay.
would
Now three of them, okay.
to reactively hitting
Let's see if you guys got what it
I'm
takes.
talking about the difference between a punch, which Johnny did often.
Is that four of them now?
and having to
Wow.
hit him in my defense.
What did you guys do
I know
in the
that
other
there's a
lanes?
difference to it, and I'm highlighting the
They
difference.
cannot go through top.
Even if he wasn't twice my size, they're very different, and that's what I'm pointing out to him. The situation that involved, the context of that is it happened in our bedroom up in Penthouse 3. You've heard us talk about that place.
I got
At least you
turned.
got top and butt.
Shut a door, our
Yeah.
bedroom door actually. I was trying to barricade myself behind this door, and Johnny was trying to get through the door. He was using his body and his
The
legs
post
to
of my
press the
lane.
door as I was trying to keep it closed.
Mi
Because
amore.
he do to me when he got to me on the other side. And I was hitting his arms, his arms, his body, as he was trying to prevent me from closing the door.
Oh, thank you for that.
And that is a separate
Bitch.
incident that we later talked about in the second half of that recording, where we're talking about toes. That involved a different incident, which was a bathroom door, and it was one of those ones that he was passing out in.
Grab him on the ear, brother.
You
Way out
hear
of
him passing out, or what it sounded like to me behind a closed doors, passing out. I heard a thud. I heard a lot of commotion. I heard a glass break. And I hear what sounds like his body.
If he didn't get that report, then I'm gonna see it.
I open it to check on him, as I was accustomed to doing at that time. Johnny violently reacted to me opening the door, pushed it against me. It ran up over my toes, and he angrily came around the side of the door.
What was there?
I naturally pushed the door off of my feet.
Get your ass there.
To the pain, and also to the awareness, the knowledge that he was coming from.
Oh, on there, that match I'm recording. Big boy, big boy.
Later he blamed me.
Big boy, big boy.
Inability to understand what happened, and that he was not
Oh,
in the
American.
right mind, and he
Coffee
was
boy,
misunderstood
coffee
that
boy.
interaction and tried to blame me for
Ah,
starting
come here, girl! Traitor!
And he even later
Yeah,
went so far as
oof.
to say I wasn't even gonna hit him.
Thank you, Nami, for that clutch heal.
And
I was about to die.
that was the second door.
What
I
just
only
happened?
could, I only could respond by trying to take accountability for my actions in it, what he understood my
ready.
actions were, and my interpretation. And what I'm trying to say to him is, look, I can only do my best to respond I was in pain. I was scared, and I can't. I'm scared and in pain, and I won't react, thinking I know very well what our situation is and what's going to happen to me should I not react.
Thank you. So I'm going to play another clip from that same.
I can do watch it.
And Your Honor will be playing exhibit depths 350.
I don't know about badness.
You will call that.
Who shield, man?
From 1:29:27 to 1:30.
Murky, dirty boy.
Oh no! Aw, my first death. Sad.
Trash. I'm kidding. That was a joke.
Promise you that I'll be perfect. I can't promise you I won't get physical again. God, I fucking sometimes get so mad I lose it. I can promise you I will, do everything.
Oh, it was your first death.
Promise you. I'm not gonna throw around.
Alright, man, how many I did? That's all I've...
Unless it's it. And then I hope you leave me. I'm not going to. And me too. I will leave you. Fair.
So there you would.
Can't do it, you know?
Next time let me use the big bad scanner and show you it's done, is it? Well, get that dance next. Alright now, bye.
Please explain to the jury what was going on in that part of the discussion.
It's the same conversation where
I go for him, little team a bit.
as I was accustomed to doing.
I mean, yeah, that's your brother.
As I had to. In those interactions, I have to, in my relationship with Johnny, and as you have to, and somebody will not and cannot take any accountability for anything in a fight, as Johnny couldn't and wouldn't.
Who was that? I just saved somebody.
As much as I could for myself. I had the whole relationship.
Quick. What are you building? What are your mythics? How are you 4 and 9?
Drinking, for him hitting me, for everything in between. Blame for walking away, blame for staying. And I blame myself as well.
Working. Grab him, hold him.
Blame myself for my part in it. Blame myself blame myself for putting up with it. And frankly, at a certain point, it's easier to take the blame. It feels easier. Almost feels better to take the blame for something than to accept
go
the senseless nature of the violence. It's almost more reassuring to take accountability for it.
I'm trying to get you.
Than to accept
I know. I was taking too many tower shots.
the senseless nature of the violence that you can't change no matter what you do. No matter what I did. No matter what I did, still hit me.
I'm now going to take you to October 5,
GG, boys.
15, and Your Honor, Plaintiff's Exhibit, Depth's Exhibit 393A, another recording, 2:4.
Finesse.
Move the admission.
If I bro, that might be
All right, 393A, plaintiffs in
Yeah, bro, and I see court case. Hey, brother. Killing girlfriend, can I see my kiss on next man?
That was my reaction to yet again this happening.
Yeah, say, oh. Yeah, money, I move grime,
Excuse or validation of whatever, of telling your friends or whatever they think about me or whatever. Fine.
This is how you do it.
None of your friends and none of this team have actually been there for one of our fights. They've never actually seen. Really? Have they been in the hallway? Yeah. Have they seen? Baby, that is absolutely not true. They have not heard everything.
Nathan could fucking quote us.
Great, he can quote a part of it, but he has not been there. No one has actually been there for a fight in its entirety.
No, how could they?
No, exactly. So stop using that as some sort of excuse. Like they see it, they know they work for you or they're your friends.
Please explain to the jury what you were discussing in that conversation.
Johnny would often use the fact that his, paid employees, his loyal staff.
I guess nobody else is coming.
Up in fights.
Oh wait,
and
let's see what.
He would constantly threaten to call them in to validate him. They threatened to call them to come into the room.
Brennan is going to go smoke real quick.
Back up him and say that it was, that my yelling or that I'm at fault, that I'm in the wrong, that it's all me, and he would do that in almost all of our fights, especially at 2015, he would call his friends and we'd call staff to back him up, so that I knew and would accept that I'm at fault and that I'm what I had to agree to over and over again.
Oh shit, never mind. Let me keep that. Let me keep
Have
that.
a conversation at some point in a more therapeutic sense, so we could move the conversation along. That was his MO, if you will.
Alright, I guess
He
I'll
would
do
call
that.
people that work for him to back him up.
I'm going to take you to Thanksgiving 2015. Could you please just
Yeah.
tell the jury, and
This
we'll
works.
go through this one relatively briefly, but tell the jury about
Unflinching.
Thanksgiving and any altercations you
Should
had
probably
with Mr.
change
on that
this.
occasion.
Thanksgiving,
Yeah.
friends over,
I guess I'll
Johnny
support.
had Marilyn Manson over, and I had a few of my friends over. We had a son over, and maybe my father. I'm not entirely sure how long he was there.
Unseal the spell book.
We had dinner
There we
together.
go.
Johnny
Let's see if
was
it works.
disappearing with Manson, doing coke.
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
How do you know he was disappearing?
Bang local milfs.
That's what I knew of their relationship at the time.
Oh,
Objection
yeah.
calls for
Black Lives
speculation.
Matter. I get it. I see it.
So he got up for a longer period of time.
Baby lives
Not the
matter.
normal every 5 minutes to go to the bathroom kind, but like
Bitches
just
love
disappeared
meat.
for a longer period of time. And at this stage, I was really dependent on recognizing patterns.
I work on a toxic team,
I
brother.
was reliant on trying to figure out what he was on, what combination he was on, so I knew how to deal with him. It was incumbent, on me because it affected my safety. Dealing with somebody who was really high, dealing with Johnny high on coke and speed, meaning Adderall or some version of that. It was different from the opiate Johnny, which is different from the booze Johnny, or a different combination. And there was talk of Quaaludes at the time, and Johnny was trying to get it.
Objection, Honor, non-responsive.
I'll sustain the objection. You want to ask?
So I wanted to know what I was dealing with. It was important to my safety to know who
Objection, non-responsive.
That's why I followed him.
Careful with this.
Your Honor.
So what did you do next?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What did you do
What am I doing?
I went upstairs to the apartment, the main apartment, the apartment that we were celebrating Thanksgiving in.
You guys actually went
to
top?
try to figure out what was going on.
Ah.
And we had an argument
Hell to the no.
that took place downstairs,
Son.
and I said something to provoke Johnny.
Okay, I'll take
The
it.
stairs ahead of him to get back to the party.
Myself going
At
bottom.
the top of the stairs, kind of through the stairs actually, on my shirt. Kind of flung me a little bit, but I just remember I went into the bedroom, kind of retreated into the bedroom. I had a glass.
Get my tool kill him, no, brother.
Which spilled
Oh.
everywhere and shattered, and I kind of
You must
retreated
get
into the
this
bedroom. Johnny came in.
Oh,
after
sorry.
me.
Let me leave.
There was this heavy, like vintage style glass.
Oh no, I could go mid, I
He picked up
guess.
the decanter.
I'll take karma.
hurled it
Okay.
at my head, my face. It missed. Thankfully.
She's pretty useless anyways.
Smashed into a piece of art.
Well, this is like a really high skill caption player.
I got past him. I think there might have been a bit of shoving. I can't really recall in the sequence of when that happened, but I wanted to go back downstairs, and I
That's combo and league.
past my closet. I had to change my
Yumi
shirt,
and Nautilus.
and I went back downstairs to the party to finish the evening out. And
I take it back. He's pretty strong. Like, oh, there she. There we go.
Finished the evening with the guests, and then the fighting happened afterwards.
So we talked about December 15th.
There we go.
Wait, did you have two tornadoes up, or was I just seeing things?
Over the holidays. But I did miss one picture. And Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 518? And does that
No,
accurately
man.
depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 518.
I'm tempted to go AP.
Defendants in evidence you can publish.
This is from December 15, I believe. Could you just please tell the jury what this depicts?
Yes, it's
What I'm doing is I'm setting up my cue, letting it
build
go all
up,
the
right?
on part of my face.
Yeah, and then the other one is already cooled down, so I'll just throw it at the same time.
Oh, that is funny.
I was punching my head.
Yeah, I'm gonna back out because I'm
I'm
almost.
repeatedly punching my head. That's what caused that bruise in my temple.
Thank you. Now, we went through the Bahamas.
And I have 3
You
kills
returned
straight,
from the
honey.
Bahamas sometime late December, early January, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take
I'm
you
sure
to
that-
February of 2016. Can you please describe to the jury what was going
Should
on
probably
with you
recall.
and Johnny in this January timeframe after the December 15 Bahamas?
After the Bahamas, Johnny's sobriety.
Yeah, America.
There was none of it. It was, so he stopped communicating with the medical team that he had hired.
Objection calls for speculation.
How do you know that?
I was there.
You have
fired
to?
him.
Objection
Tried to
calls for
Yeah,
hearsay.
she did.
Okay. Without telling what the medical people did, go ahead and tell what was going on with you.
Oh,
Yeah, his mental health, for lack of what it looked like, his mental health was just falling apart. Is what it looked like.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
What did you observe that led you to believe that his mental health was falling apart?
Objection, Your Honors. Calls for
You
speculation.
can say what you
Leading.
observed.
I'll sustain the objection as to leading. Next question.
What, if anything, did you observe about Mr. Depp's state?
He was hallucinating, auditory.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Please tell the jury exactly what he was doing that led you to believe he was hallucinating.
Objection leading.
What, if anything, was Mr. Depp
Thank you for that.
would have led you to believe he was
Oh, shit.
Same.
What? Please describe what Mr.
It's
Depp
better.
was saying.
I can't.
He was talking to people who weren't there, meaning people who were not in the room. He was communicating with people.
Okay,
who
demonic
weren't there.
embrace.
I was sometimes in the room and sometimes on the phone with him. And he would tell me I had a conversation with him that I did not have. He would say I said something that I didn't have. He would comment on somebody being in the room behind me that wasn't there.
Wait, where did Lucian go?
It was terrifying because, once he smashed the board right next to my face, it was unclear to me whether he was even mad at me or he was convinced that the guy who said saw me was in the room. I didn't know if Johnny felt the man was in the room with us or not at that point. But I remember he put his fist through a whiteboard in the kitchen.
Good trend.
Right in front of me. And
Objection calls for speculation.
Don't use the word hallucinate. Just
Where'd he go?
Your Honor. Objection.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, I want him to land on a fucking mushroom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please tell the
I like that. I wonder how bad he's swearing. Uh-oh.
Yeah, took way too many shots.
Rational and didn't seem connected to the reality.
Fuck
I'm
them.
going to take you up to the beginning of February of 2016, February 8, February 9. Please tell the jury what transpired then with respect to Mr. Depp.
Around this time, Johnny was
Go.
behaving in a way that was very scary. It was
Okay.
terrifying. Sometimes he didn't know.
Go, Power Ranger.
Yeah.
I think she can describe what are you describing what you observed?
Yes.
Go feed that dragon in.
discussions I would
All right.
have around this time in February of 2016. Sometimes in the argument, he would accuse me of something. Some person in the room with me that had just
Sure, I get
found out
dragon.
or I was hiding.
Is it?
And sometimes he would hold on to that even when he seemed to
Thank
be
God.
down or come off of whatever bender he was
My
on.
phone road.
And it was almost as
My
if
phone
I
is.
could confront with the delusion,
My
what
phone.
belief he had,
My phone
what
is on my
accusation
so.
he made of me, in a new fight altogether. You know, sometimes he
I am thoroughly convinced this Jonna is a KSer.
whether he was mad at me or he knew he was mad. It was
Are you the John?
because I bore the brunt of it.
Oh, no, you're not. Wait.
Around the age of 9, we were in
A
his
Timo.
sensor compound, the
What is? No JP there. One.
I got some
Right.
texts from him.
Get to one mail.
That scared me. I won't say what I said.
Let me get rapid on this.
To his.
Boy, I'm try run them just pop off my rapid hands.
And
I'm gonna push out my mid lanes like I feel them.
We had some interaction in the morning, which made me fearful. He didn't know whether or not I was fearful he was going to believe that he was angry at me. Even though we weren't fighting, I wasn't fighting with him. I had done nothing wrong, but I was really worried that
Stun me up, stun me, what are you? Stun me, brother.
deciding
Mm-hmm.
he was mad at me and I deserved it.
Want me more sketch one.
So I was had an interaction with him and got really worried about that on the morning of the 10th.
All right. Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 638. It's already admitted in evidence, Your Honor. This is from February 10, 2016. And I'm going to ask you to play it.
We ran away. What is this? Darkness. Yo, you know who that annoying? When I play against me, I play one for all with Nocturne. And we were playing against a Gwen. Or Ultra basically useless. They become invulnerable for their little shit stick. What's going on?
Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
What? Bearded, buddy? Boy, flush. Where? Murky.
You were so sweet and nice. We're not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you?
I don't know about pressure. What? Did I fail yours? I'm
I
gone.
don't think so.
I'm gone far enough, though.
That's the thing.
You want to see crazy? Oh, you're crazy.
One is on dead, I fail yours.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going. You got this going? Oh, really? Really?
I smell coffee. Are you guys drinking coffee?
Oh, I want coffee.
Smell some strong coffee. Well, that did. There I go. Go for them. You will get me in. I wait.
Why did you videotape this, Amber?
I wait. I go. No, say badness.
Because I knew he wouldn't remember.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Thank that one I do. You know what I mean?
What you knew, you can say what you thought. Just tell us why you.
I was afraid.
Yo, me not tell the damage. Oh my god, this is so crazy.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Murky. Run away, run away.
So
Jesus.
now take you
The failures
to April
popping off.
2016, your 30th birthday party. Can you please tell the jury what happened that night with respect to, in particular, Mr. Depp?
Who gave Karma 2 kills?
At that time, we had a fitting that day or the day
I wonder if
before.
it was
He
me.
missed it, and he was
I
kind
don't
of
think so.
disappearing at that time, at night. Vaguely saying like meetings, but then he'd be gone for sometimes like 2 days. I'm just not coming home and that sort of thing. Coming home after a bender.
Calls for speculation
worse.
as to Bender.
Undeniable.
I don't think that calls for speculation.
We should be together. Watch out, I'll be a man the drug.
And I had my birthday was coming up, and or on my birthday, I said,
I can't, even with your heel, I can't.
my birthday party, we had a dinner planned at our front house.
Oh, this is be a man the drug, brother.
It's important to me if you made it.
Objection.
See me on V3 a while ago.
And he told me at some point that day that he had scheduled a business meeting or a Monday meeting, I think he said.
And you know.
Which is around the time my birthday was.
All things in time, time will reveal. Get that crowd swollen, innit? Fast like a plane, you know, and death. Can't tell you, you know, bro.
Fuck! Messed up, man.
Let me know that he was
Sometimes.
I never used my W on him, and I thought I was.
Throughout my party, we finished dinner, and when we were cleaning up and kind of everyone was still
What's going on top lane, man?
We were waiting for give him an opportunity to show up before everyone left. And
Well, man, them see me and I be running.
he let me know he was there.
I mean, I don't want them see, no. I be running.
You know, I tried to.
I mean, no.
Not saying what I said. I tried to give him the impression that I wasn't lying about drinking or anything.
I mean, dead. I'm just some fool. Dead.
And we had a toast. We did a celebratory toast. And the guests left.
I forgot I feel this as a crap ton of range.
Later that evening, we were in bed, and I had a book, and Johnny effectively said, which
I think there's something wrong with Unleashed Spellbook in this mode, because I only keep getting first strike.
From therapists without saying what they said, it was important for me not to make him feel attacked. So I chose my words carefully. I won't say what I said.
You got this, Jonna.
I remember
Just a blitzcrank. You got this. Heal. Yeah. Yep. There we go.
About
Fuck.
my birthday and
Take it back.
You got this.
You do not got this.
Yeah, flash. I could have flashed it his way. I fucked up. I could have had that.
What's it? Bro, there are too many of them there.
The side of the bed was closer to the door than mine. I remember blocking the door, blocking me to get out. We had a verbal argument, and then
Felius was popping off.
Shove him back. I kind of felt myself
Is Fish trying to solo Baron?
into the bedroom. At some point, he
Not trying. He is soloing Baron.
Large, I guess it's a
Nice.
size, not a normal size, a large size bottle of champagne, and hurled it at me. This time it went through a painting.
Wow.
And
You don't
I
say.
loved this painting. I remember it just went right through the canvas, left a giant hole in it. And I remember thinking
These guys are serious. They don't want us to get Cloud Dragon, so.
And the fight,
You got this.
the
This is Jonna, bro.
fight,
Did you just
we
flash?
used the salon area, which is outside of our bedroom at the top of the stairs. Johnny picked up my phone. I
Hello?
don't know why.
I was like, what was that
What he was
about?
saying when he did it, but he picked up.
Well, revenge. Never mind. I feel it's right now. Go for him. Go for him. Go for him.
Salon area, out onto.
Yeah, I flashed because I freaked out for a second.
This window overlooked. In that moment,
I feel that I feel it's right now.
I went, oh no you don't. I saw his on the countertop and picked it up and threw his immediately, like 2 seconds later.
That's your boy.
I didn't want to be stranded this time alone, meaning I didn't want to be the only one stranded without a phone, which
Right
happened
now.
to me already several
Why
times
end up on thing?
from Johnny. So
Now
I
pick
picked
like
up his
this.
phone, threw it as well. And I said that I wanted to go stay somewhere else.
Oh,
That
that's
I
pick.
left that room, went into the office. We were still screaming at each other and screaming at each other. And I walk around the side of his desk, and the next thing I know, he has me by the hair and he pulls me down. Kind of, I hit the side of the desk. I remember things flying off of the side of the desk that I hit with my body.
And you know all things in time will reveal.
At some point, we're back in
One,
my main bedroom.
it's like a dream comes true.
It's I believe I was getting my toothbrush out of that bathroom, and when I came out, we had another shoving match, but this one he
we lost someone.
I remember he chest bumped me.
Yeah.
In this like bro-y
Or
way,
not.
Chest bumped me and fell to the floor. And when I got back
It's
up,
5 now. Somebody joined.
Held me down by the shoulders, down on the side of the bed, kind of held me, wrestled me down on the bed. I remember I got up once or twice before I ended up on the bed, and he grabbed me, did this thing that sometimes taunt me, grabbed me by the pubic area.
I mean, I said something
The best I can describe it is he kind of pushed me down, held me down by it, and he kind of pulled me into it, and he was asking me, kind of taunting me, asking me if
I've never done this. Hopefully I don't suck.
Are you so tough now? Who's so tough? You want to be a man? Tough
like
Oh my goodness, Velcox.
For a bit of time.
Kind of on, please, kind of.
Not quite sure. I think at some point he left. I remember at some point after that, I remember he was still in the apartment when this happened, but I remember kind of relaxing on the floor and being exhausted. I remember feeling exhausted.
We have no range.
Crying.
Let me reroll.
Kind of throwing in the towel.
Well, I can kill, but I'm a late gamer.
There's Timo. Somebody can say that.
I went Timo
again. This should work.
But can we just not do this?
Well,
please?
unless it is like a heavy bruiser team.
This. Just don't leave. It's my birthday. Let's
Ooh, I want to play Scion too.
Couch.
So many choices.
And not have it end like this. I don't want to have it end like this. I was just so tired, hurt, and I remember crying, feeling
What is Earth? So
that after this I would be
Divine Thunder,
saying these things.
Black Clear, Death Dance.
He responded.
Let's see, they're small.
Cruelly. He
No.
told me it's what I fucking deserve, and that I'd wake up alone. And
Or are there champs that are going to be a problem for
all
me?
of this pointing to my
Quinn,
brother,
Vagar,
all of this was
Rael.
gonna go away. No one would ever love me. Shag, no one ever loved me, and I better get used to waking up alone.
Gnosis builds full tank. We are screwed.
Said this is all my fault and what I asked for, and he left. I heard
Too dark harvest,
him
that's
come
weird.
back in. The downstairs, you can hear the door slam. I remember hearing it open and thinking, "Oh God, is this gonna happen again? What's going on now?" And then shortly after, I kind of peeked around to the top of the stairs where you can kind of peer into the lower level. And I just see him briefly, momentarily, and he just screams at me, "Happy fucking birthday." And he stormed out. At some point, I walked downstairs and saw that he had also left me a note to that effect.
How did he leave a note for you?
It was written on a piece of paper as best I can recall.
Trying to steal that. What is that?
And so then the next day, what did you do?
Okay, never mind. Yeah, okay, there we go.
I texted. Actually, I can't say what I texted.
Going back up
I
there.
woke up that morning, the morning of my 30th birthday. And
Yeah, I'm not.
I woke up to my best friend crawling in bed with me and putting her arms around me. And I remember wondering how she got.
Oh, yeah. Shit, yeah.
Thank you for that pool.
Like glass on the floor.
Much appreciated.
And
Do voiceover work for cartoons?
Oh no.
Oh, you sound like you
my
should.
childhood friends, all of my loved ones made. Of course, stupidly, the first thing I asked her is why Johnny wasn't in the video.
So,
Because
a
it had
voice
been recorded
actress.
before. It had been recorded sometime before it was clear.
Well, I am a streamer, so I guess. And I am a VTuber, so we can kind of say I'm a voice actor.
Okay, what's VTube?
A VTuber is I use an avatar instead of my webcam.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh, okay, okay. Go from the way.
Grabbed a few things and got the dog.
That's cool.
Left for our plans. Which our plans
Watchy boy.
go to Coachella.
Go feed, go feed.
Festival that happens in California. And that
Oh, this Vagar is so annoying.
Oh, this Pike is so annoying.
I remember, you know.
Okay, I guess we gotta play like little bitches until we get an item.
I remember in vain trying to put on a brave.
How many kills does Pike have?
Even though it was impossible.
2.
Or we could switch lanes.
For a few things. What, if any, plans were there for Mr.
That would be the smartest thing to do.
He was supposed to drive down, have dinner, stay
Jesus.
in the room, maybe do some writing or something like that in the room.
My God.
At Coachella.
Oh no, I'm stuck.
Oh my God.
Fuck.
Yo, top lane. We gotta switch. We can't do
Yeah,
this.
we.
So I finally got in my car back, and I drove with my best friends in the car.
My God.
Because I just have a couple more questions before we go into that part. You said you brought the dog.
You die too? Jesus.
Yeah.
Johnny's dog at the time, Boo.
Damn, there's like 3 bottom. I mean, top. 3 or 4 top.
Yorkies, and I believe Raquel, my best friend's dog, which is a mutt.
What, if any, issues did Boo have with bathroom problems, if you will?
Objection, meeting.
Well, the Velka still came top.
Overruled.
We gotta switch, bro. See if we can help out while we're
Oh,
when
okay.
she was a puppy and had bowel control issues for her entire life, among some other issues. You know, we regularly had to take her to the vet.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Well, what was wrong with this dog?
Well, we could crash lanes, I guess.
It was quite like this. So she had some control issues, hence why we would. She liked to burrow in the bed. She liked to be in the, you know, by the foot of the bed underneath the covers, and it was customary that they slept in bed with us.
Calling so now.
Having the issues she had, we have to leave her in bed so that she wouldn't be encouraged to go to the bathroom.
Oh, fuck.
Which would happen almost immediately once.
There's
she
3 bottom now.
and sometimes it happened in bed too. But
Well, as long as we get a tower, back away, back away.
So, what, if anything, did you notice about any bathroom issues in your bed before you?
There are 2 coming up. Let's see if we can get a tower before they get here. We left already.
in that bed with the dogs, and I didn't notice anything, but we left them in the bed while we packed a bag.
Yeah, I was saying, let's see if we can get a tower before they come up.
So that
Let's do it.
they didn't, so that Boo particularly didn't lose control of her or didn't go to the bathroom on the floor. So we leave them in bed until you're ready to take them outside to the patio.
Yeah, that
which is
500
their
gold.
designated bathroom break area.
Oh, this
What, if any, plans were there? How often?
Nasa's left mid.
Keeping at that time.
See, that's what I'm talking about. See,
The house
guys are
keepers
pushing
were
out bot
there
pretty
every
fine.
morning.
Ah.
They came every day, as far as I know.
Now, we'll get you to Coachella, but
Oh my God, they switched.
tell Starling that you had been involved in a prank on them.
Objection, hearsay.
The team was switched.
I said why, Your Honor. I didn't say what she said.
I sustained rejection.
Oh my God.
Did you commit any kind of?
Bygar.
Out of Timo. Out of Timo, the way, yeah. He switched. I'm leaving.
And why would that not
Any
be
lane he's in, I go in the opposite way.
They're getting a tower.
I don't think that's funny. I don't know.
Screw that. It's better than getting my gold.
Does I
Well, I'm probably worth like
also
100 gold by
frankly
now.
mood. My life was
I should have taken Scion.
at a crossroads in my life that was really serious, and I had just been attacked on my 30th birthday by my violent husband with whom I was desperately in love and knew I needed to leave.
The fuck, man?
It was not really a jovial time, and I don't think that's
Oh, this is the game.
It's disgusting.
Ah, crap. They're pushing on top. We gotta crash.
Understanding did you have of Mr. Depp coming back to your bedroom that night or the next morning?
Never mind. They all came.
Speculation. I'm asking
But
what her understanding was.
No, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Had you had any conversations with Mr. Depp about him coming back to the house the next day?
Go feed him. Go feed him,
Johnny
Roman.
didn't come back to that house. That was my, you know, he owned it, but that was my house when we were having any sort of problem. In fact, that was my house 90% of the time because he just didn't come back. That was not a place that Johnny was going to be in, that Johnny was in, and he had stormed out on my birthday, and as per...
We go feed him anywhere.
He
Gaza,
would
we go
stay
feed
at
him
his
anywhere.
West Hollywood home, and I would stay at the downtown places. He wasn't going to come back to the
Objection calls for speculation.
I think she
Babe,
explained her answer.
you know that-
I wonder what she
I'll sustain
thought.
just the last part. Okay, next question.
Are you serious? He
So
escaped?
let's take you to Coachella.
Yes. Oh, wait, who?
Oh shit, he's still there. Pike. That's bullshit.
My sister...
Yeah, he dived and he
my
got his
friends,
gray
and I
matter
had to
shit.
leave. My best friend Raquel, just my girlfriends. I typically
Ugh.
with my girlfriends. It's my sport.
Was there any occasion in which
Uh,
you
where the-
were riding?
Nah,
a
pick up
vehicle
myself
Starry
again.
Jenkins was driving?
Bitch.
Car.
He picked us up from Coachella.
I don't know me alien
We,
gens.
as a group,
Yeah, if you know me alien gens,
were
but
ready to leave. That
But
was
it's not look good.
the day that we went, which was
What?
which was the day that I took
I need some XP.
mushrooms at the same time.
Wait, no.
Shortly after, what
I was gonna say you're gonna die.
that was considered.
Let's go for drag. No, you're gonna die.
My life was.
Oh, you wanna die?
I highly don't recommend that.
Why? It's not ARAM. No. Let's see if we can get it out. It's all in good for. Alright, man, I'm a big bad player. Alright, there. Most there's some man, boy, I run. Go for him, yeah. Go for him, Stoner. Go for you, look last, yeah.
Who did I steal that from? Sorry.
Thing is me. It's all good. It's not like we need blue buff anyways. I just need to give me the goal. Dead guy, dead. Should have built full lethality. Mark him. Batty boy. Better run. That me I tell him.
Fuck her. Damn. Oh, you're dead.
That was bullshit. Now, the reason why I said that is because I was trying to ult him so that his ult would get canceled, but my animation was just not going off. Well, I mean, I saw me going. Whenever I can fight this dude, how many stacks does he have? I need some lifesteal. Nope. Nope. Even all those stuns is still not dying. I'm pretty sure that dragon is gonna kill you. Well, let's see what happens. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're gonna die. I take it back. I take it back.
Fuck him.
How is he faster than me?
Careful. Oh, never mind.
I ult and they still take damage. Granted, not a lot. I take it back, bro. You kill that dragon spectacularly. I like some good dragon slaying. There we go, Sona. Show them how it's done. Dead. On to some food. I love the Bible talk, bro. Yeah, boy, my tongue. You use your tongue, boy, so yeah. Bitch. One funny guys on the board, oh. Wait, no, see, nothing Maserati 4 on. He ulted. No, you know. Wait, isn't Vagar's W called Arcane Comet? Did I just notice that? And a rune is built off his ability. Oh, Sona. You can take her. You can take. Just an analysis. Never mind. You can't take that. You got one. Oh shit! I changed my mind, man. Mirror, keep my man. Go for him. Go for him. Wait. Somebody can't get up. Yeah. Yeah, bro. Yeah, follow him. Yeah, bro. Boy, bike up here, man. Look up bike. No, it's a badness. Bike, why bike's a bad man ever run? Oh, there's an asses.
Man, he really wanted Sona because Sona's probably worth the most, right? Yeah.
Shit, what just happened?
Are you kidding me? That's bullshit.
Sigh.
Hello, Vegetarius. How are you?
Okay, break time for me.
So we had an AFK.
See you guys later.
Yeah, he, I think he had to go because of the baby.
Oh, it was his baby.
Yeah.
No excuses, they were cowards. Oh man, I got left.
So you gotta kick him from the lobby.
Yeah.
And I believe my best friend Raquel, just my girlfriends. I typically surround myself.
Momentito por favor.
Was there any occasion in which you were riding in the vehicle that Starling Jenkins was driving?
He picked us up from Coachella in the evening when we all were ready to leave. That was the day that we went, which was
this is it.
Which was the day that I took MDMA and mushrooms at the same time. Realized very shortly after what a horrible idea that was, considering the state that my life was in. I highly don't recommend that combination at the time. So I didn't feel like being in the crowd. I didn't feel like being at Coachella. I had intended to try to have a good time despite what was going on in my personal life, and I realized that that was just not going to happen. And so I wanted to go home. Meaning to be in a bed. I wanted to be, I just wanted to be held.
I still want to try Rek'Sai.
Watch a movie, and that's.
But I'm not really good.
So well, and wanted to leave.
And when you said you rode back with Starling Jenkins, was it just you, or did you have other people in the vehicle with you?
When we left Coachella, it was my entire group. I wasn't ever alone with Starling. I certainly wasn't anywhere near him. I didn't have a conversation with him. I sat in the very back seat with my best friend next to me.
Raman Jarek Sano.
Whole group of us.
I'm saying good.
Thank you. Your Honor, I don't know. This might be a good breaking.
All right, that's fine. Okay, ladies, let's go ahead and take our morning recess. Do not discuss the case with anybody, and don't do the outside research. We'll take 15 minutes, okay?
Oh. That sucks. I wanted to see if Rek'Sai was good because I don't want to be a guinea pig.
Oh, did you want Caitlyn?
No. I wanted to see if Rek'Sai was any good. Because I played him like probably 3 times ever.
She.
We'll just come back then at 10:50.
And
her, yeah, played her like probably 33 times ever.
she's good at normals, like ranked and all that. So imagine this mode.
Yeah, but I played her in Earth, the last Earth that came out, and I went 0-20. So, yeah, probably was a matchup because I know sometimes matchup can do that. Because this looks like a terrible matchup to player XI. Who did I get? Okay, Volley Bear. What is this? A bunch of losers. I guess I'll go to find sooner. Why did he start? Did you believe Volley Bear's E used to take longer than this to proc? Basically. Merkin. How I'm doing? Boss, if you don't boss me, can't put in back. Yeah, let's put in. I'm done putting it back. I'm ready for going to the living room and put in it back. Yeah. And no words can describe the depth bar. Is this an Israel? Fun fact. Israel has the most skins in League of Legends. Another fun fact. Israel is the most popular ADC in the game. How that's possible, I do not know.
Yeah, get him. Yeah. Nice.
Wait, Warwick is 4-0. You don't say. Why you run through my mind like all the time? Represent that. Yo, what up, Lynn? Zana, come back. DC, I love him. What's that? Someone got clap sword. And I ate all my AP. Shit, don't it. Someone are serious, brother. Man, serious, you know? Man, serious, bro. Should charm him. Well, I'm done. Let me smoke forward. My old up, you know? Come to me, come to me. Charm him, charm him. Yeah, forward. Yeah, brother. Charm him, man. Beam, let's go. Just like that. Moving dirtiness. Bitch ass Israel keeps popping up, man. It was a dead. Oh, and too low anyways. Victor! Oh, Israel, I problem, man. Evening crocodile, bro. Israel, I problem. Yeah, work, come in. Dash for some people. You have to run like that. Forward in the bushes. Oh wait, they need help mid. Hey, who fed the victor?
Me.
Jesus.
Oh, well, I didn't give him 5 kills. I don't know who gave him 5 kills, but I didn't give him 5.
Well, I just gave him 1, so he had 4 before that. What's going on top? Because they're all bot and mid, so let's see if we can get top lane. That was so weird. Ezreal did something just now that I think probably his skin gave him that ability. He hit the Soraka while he was landing. Merc. Tool. Chomp. Dead. Yeah, just like that. You know how they doing me there. You know how they doing me there. You know how they doing me there. Yeah, brother. Let me see. You know how they doing me there. Boy, now I know if it go. You got it. It's just a bitch ass Ash. You got that.
Yes. Pasta. A pasta. Yes.
Watch out where this someone up here from. They have a lot of dash in their kit. Winning AP. That's 2 champs. Okay, I can't get Ma. Ma of Malamortius. Yo, start Jack Norman. I thought. Alright, never mind. I got that dude too. Merc that. Where am I going? What was that? This date there. Sure. Bad man. Sure, I'll go on top lane. I realize, man, this morning. Probably pipe shift fire or something. But it's come more. Shit, that Ash. Should have went for the Ash first. I need some armor. And I need Black Cleaver for the crocodile. I need Black Cleaver, Thornmail. How we do, baby? Born male first. Karen find them like gonna because me I'm here to jump. And strong still now, man.
All right, we ready for the trigger?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Sure, sure.
I'll stole that. Oh. That's how we do be. My KD like.
So much untapped power. The Tempest is at your command.
Wait, what?
I'm on the case.
Got it. Miss with the bull. You get the horn, man.
All right, let's see if I can do any good with this one. Let's see.
Ah.
Any contact did you have with Mr.
Wait, no,
Depp?
Velcro.
I want to try the All-Star.
21 to May 21,
I tank AP build.
I had no physical contact with him.
Okay. I'm going to take you to May 2nd, 2016.
Whatever happens, happens, sir.
Can you please just briefly describe to the jury what a Met Gala is, where it is, and what's involved?
It's arguably the biggest fashion kind of celebrity event, red carpet event of the year. It happens every year in New York City.
Were you invited?
I was invited. Typically, designers will invite people in the public eye to be there. Guests, and they will typically dress them, and it's a way for designers or fashion to kind of intersect with a celebrity world, and it's a big event held at the museum.
How do I play this thing again? Knocks him back.
Well, John
Trample.
and I we were
I guess
dressed
W.
by Ralph Lauren, guests of Ralph
Wait,
Lauren.
what did I take?
And
Wait, what runes did I take?
because it was happening around the date of my birthday party in Los Angeles. But we were planning on being together
tank first.
as Ralph Lauren's.
Last line first. Then full AP after that.
I did. I didn't have a phone at the time because I couldn't get reinstated after Johnny threw it out of the window because no one on his team would respond to me. So I had no way to kind of reinstall it.
Oh, all in.
It's no point in getting a burner phone if you don't know anyone's phone number. So I wasn't sure really what was going on or when he would show up or if he would.
Wait, is that in Laui?
No one would talk to me.
Yeah.
No one would tell me.
Jesus.
I didn't know. So I ended up going by myself. Frankly, I wasn't sure if he'd show up, on the carpet or if he'd show up at the hotel shortly before. I had no way of I did. I got got out of the car and walked the red carpet by myself, escorted by
Their team comp is so annoying.
Ralph Lauren's team. And
Only person that's
I
like
sat next to an empty
normal on their team is
Pagani,
Graves.
that they cleared as soon as we realized that he wasn't. He effectively stood me up on the carpet.
Who did you meet at this rally?
I was standing in line right in front of
Where am I?
a gentleman. It was Elon. I didn't recognize him until we started talking, and he had reminded me that we had met once before. He was with his
To lift you up. Who has the most range to go mid?
We did.
So either Caitlyn or
as I mentioned,
Velka
we
should
spoke
go
on
mid.
the red carpet, kind of on the waiting line of the carpet. He seemed like a real gentleman. He was really nice, and
Because for sure I can't
well,
go.
not next to me. He sat kind of in a nearby
I could go mid.
table, and we got to speaking that night, and then eventually became friends.
I'm going to, Michelle, can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 46?
Oh, Caitlin's gonna go mid. All right.
Aaron Falati's notes. I'm going to ask you to go to page 30.
Have you ever reached a rainbow then?
And I'm going to direct your attention.
Did you find your pot of gold?
2016, where it says,
Ever catch a shooting star? Tell me how high did you soar? Ever felt like you were dreaming? Justifying that you're awake. And the magic that surrounds you will lift you up and guide you on the way. I can see it start outside.
Yes, I do.
Who was the high-profile
Dreamt the hundred of a dream before. Now I finally
Wait, what's going on now?
Being in LA at
What?
Where were you?
I don't recall.
I am so confused.
London at the time.
You can stay. It's fine.
No, I can go bot.
High-profile client at your home?
Okay, let's do that.
Around 5/9/2016?
Not around that date.
I was maxing my E when I should have been maxing my W.
And did you use illicit drugs, mushrooms, and MDMA with any high-profile clients?
No, I did that at the Coachella Music Festival, and that was the end of that.
Oh no, run!
The hard way. That was a terrible idea.
Yeah, when he blinds me, I take like 2 shots before I get out.
The same notes. I'm going to refer to the Coachella, which is up above, and it says
What was the other
she
choice?
ingested mushrooms and MDMA
I don't remember.
simultaneously
There's somebody else that I wanted to take.
in states she
Well, that's
vomited and
stuff
was
with the
high for
other
at least
stuff.
24 hours straight.
But let's go. Could have been a good match.
No, I was not. I felt awful, but I was at home feeling awful. At home, meaning at the hotel, with my best friend.
Okay. Well, while I'm still on these notes, let's go. I know while Aaron Falati was testifying, we were told the 521.
Could stop playing these melee champs, man. Because these guys are just running. Or get that 300 gold. Run away, run away.
Then let's go to 5/26/2016, and it says
The magic that surrounds you
client states she cannot deal with the negative media
will lift you up
she has received. And then
and guide you on your way.
page surrounding the divorce she requested from her husband JD. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. When did you go in for the DVTRO?
May 27th.
So that was the day after Aaron Falati's note saying you just had
Oh.
the toughest week of your life?
That's correct.
Yeah.
While we are still
And
on
look, the
this,
moment I go
let's
in,
go up to the first page
that happens. Where is he?
for the client history.
He's the one I want.
Oh. When did you provide a
What
client
proc?
history to Aaron Falati?
Never.
When did you first get assigned?
Struggling against everybody here.
I believe September of 2014.
Now it says here.
Got a blind, got CC.
Client
Zone.
reports a history of substance abuse, including an addiction to cocaine and liquor. When did you have a history of substance abuse, including addiction to
Jesus.
cocaine and liquor?
I did not. There's a
Please
lot
get
of
one, get one, get one.
Did you ever use
I used
that
cocaine
fucking
a few times
blind.
when I was 18, 19 years old. But stopped using any
See, what is
drugs,
he?
including cocaine, when I
Porno?
went into a relationship with my ex-partner. She was very against that.
Alright, I'm done with that.
I'm glad
Full AP in this bitch.
Then it also says here that
Have you ever reached the rainbow?
client admits to history of
Need to find the bottom bone.
attention deficit disorder, bipolar disorder.
My God, bro, they're doing way too much damage.
Insomnia.
Lethality and
Don't
magic
come near
thing.
me.
I
don't
know,
want
I
to
know.
burn you. Aw, no, I didn't want to burn you.
When have you been diagnosed with bipolar?
I didn't want both of us to die.
I've never been diagnosed with
Look.
bipolar disorder.
That's bullshit.
Have you been diagnosed with codependence issues?
I have never been diagnosed with codependency issues, although arguably at the time, from where I
The only person on their
now,
team that I
see
can
the
actually
relationship
fight
I was in with Johnny was
Cat.
certainly codependent. But I wouldn't have reported that at the time. I didn't know about that.
All right, and then can we move up a little bit more, Michelle? Thank you. It has per report from JD, Debbie R.N. Dr. Kipper. Client AH reportedly been experiencing increased anxiety and agitation recently, and he's had several outbursts of anger and rage.
No, this is the detox.
I was trying to knock him back towards you. And because of his dash, I knocked him in front of me instead.
What, if any, outbursts of anger and rage and labile mood did you exhibit during the detox?
None that she would have seen. None. I was there for Johnny's detox. This is what Johnny was
A good matchup for Graves. He's probably happy.
And
Oh, yeah.
at the time of the detox, was Aaron Filati your nurse yet?
It was a good matchup for Vagar too, because he got midline.
That free farm.
Can take this down, Michelle. Now, I'm going to take you to May 21, 2016. And I'd like you to describe for the jury what took place that evening in connection with Mr. Brown.
Johnny and I had not seen each other for the better part of a month, or about a month. I was traveling. I had just shot a campaign in Italy. I spoke to him around that time when I was in Italy. I had gotten a phone. My parents got a hold of me. After I spoke to my parents, I communicated with Johnny. He, on that phone call, I didn't know what was going on with him for those weeks. With his sobriety, I didn't know where his state was. I didn't know what state he was in. And when I spoke to him, he was saying what I can only just. He was going on about scientists and DNA and feces. That he had some scientific analysis done and DNA analysis done, and that as soon as I heard about this feces and that it was a prank, and he was going on about all the scientists that he had heard about the DNA results with, I just was out of his mind. And clearly the drugs,
Top lane is pushing.
drugs are not getting better. Clearly the delusions aren't better. So
Objection calls for speculation.
Never using Alistar again.
The truth of the matter. We're talking about what her.
This shit went terrible.
Please continue.
So I hung up from that phone call, assuming that, and then spoke to him once my parents got a hold of me to tell me about Betty Sue. We made a plan, Johnny and I, for him.
These niggas are just everywhere.
Said he really needed his wife. He had lost his mother and he missed his wife. He really needed his wife. He said it over and over again. I felt torn. I felt conflicted.
I look left. It's very Garlo.
He
I'm
said
gonna,
that the
I'm gonna
situation
kill him.
hadn't gotten better.
Next thing I know, it's 4v1.
And I was afraid that all the work and
So
progress
Graves
and
top
distance I had
alone.
thought on it.
If I dive him right now,
First time I had more of distance on it, you know.
magically,
But I also,
a brand appears.
you know, I was affected by the fact that his mother.
A wild brand.
A wild brand just appears. I'm telling you, if I dive him right now, a wild brand appears.
We made a
Yo.
plan.
Yeah.
Made a plan for him to come over during the day.
Minnesota, what are you gonna say?
The amount that he would be drinking tonight.
Oh no, you got
see?
a wild cat.
A wild cat now appears.
Evening hours, I get a text from him that he's almost there or that he's there. I think it was around 7:15 or so. And he came over and we sat on the couch and at first.
Yeah, I was stars
it was
kid.
relatively
I don't know how to
peaceful.
use it well enough.
Tell he was inebriated, but it makes sense in my head. It makes sense.
Especially against like heavy damage dealers.
Oh shit!
Somebody,
Shit.
It was peaceful, and then he starts talking. About
somebody who can stay like in front of me all the time.
again, and this prank that he said one of my friends had left for him in
Yeah,
Montreal
so
that he wasn't going to be at. And
yeah, this is
tried to point
GG.
out how that didn't make any sense. I'm not even gonna be there. I wasn't there. And my
I fed this shit
that's not
out of
something
some people, so
it's funny. What are you talking about? And he just kept going on and on about it. So
I did what any feeding person should do. Start a surrender rule. Yeah, kill him, kill him. Knock him, knock him. There we go, there we go.
Go to the next
Bitch.
one. What did you do next?
Is that, yeah, going not even know me, I thought.
my friend thinking that it would quell this, what I could only see as a delusion. Thought it was just a delusion he was having, and I thought, oh, I'll hopefully,
I give up, man.
you know, quell this.
I can't even get close to them. Everybody got ghosts and
He
flashing.
hears my friend say that didn't happen. Maybe
Fast as shit.
It's not offering for the truth of it. Thank you. Please continue.
So I thought if I could get my friend on the phone to
Trying to
prove that
kill
this
some
didn't
people, man.
happen,
Is that
we
too
could
hard
move
to
on
ask?
and talk about the issues that we should be talking about. You know, we had our marriage was over and falling apart in front of our eyes. We hadn't seen each other for a month, and his mom had just passed. I couldn't believe he wanted to talk about feces. So I called.
No, I'm coming.
Take care.
Nah, bro, see?
His friend doesn't answer. I call another friend who is someone else he claimed. I don't
This is
know how many
bullshit.
people did this, but he was claiming that this person.
It wouldn't have been so bad had fucking Graves not been around with that fucking blind.
And I
Tell us
said,
who that person is.
A blind and a dash.
Lasts forever.
And then you put.
Because he blinds you, and by the time you come out of the blind, he's like 10 feet away.
Yep.
What happened next?
I allowed for an opportunity.
And see, I jump behind them right now. I just get burned, and I get stunned. Yep, and I'm dead.
To prove the truth of the matter is asserted, Your Honor. It's
Ah,
explaining the
shit.
context that leads to the next act.
Your Honor,
Ah.
it is being offered
We're
to
not
prove
here. We're not here about whether.
Never playing Honest
I'll
Star
sustain the
again.
objection.
Never. It's because I didn't own Tomcatch.
So I always
Can't believe I
talk.
didn't own
You can't
Tomcatch.
tell us what he said.
I gotta check that. That seems
Your
weird.
Honor.
Correct?
May we approach? Okay.
It is like a champ, I'd definitely buy.
Oh.
So I was talking. We can't say what he said. What is the next thing
Ah.
that happens on your end with Mr. Duck?
That's how weak I am.
It just made Johnny mad.
I have 2,600 health, and I still get 2 shot by a Vagar
And started screaming at him.
with 2 items.
He just started screaming at the top of his lungs. Said
And
he's
6
got-
Dark Harvest stacks.
You know, just screaming expletives, insulting names. and telling Io that he can have me and, you know, fuck off, and just screaming.
I'm doing a fairly substantial amount of damage.
You know,
With his AP build.
the details. He tosses the phone, you know, down on the couch and heads upstairs.
See if I can fight a cat.
And try to, you know.
What's wrong with this child? Oh my god.
My husband can just scream. My friend, cold. I didn't have
Anna, what are you doing?
just be screaming
Anna,
and blame.
what are you doing?
Playing.
Crazy, for lack of
That's what you call it?
Yes.
What noise?
That is playing.
Said something to me on
Jesus.
speakerphone.
Nice.
And
Excruciating amounts of noise.
Trust me, the louder that they are, the more fun they're having.
Offered to prove the truth of the matter is to show
I
That's
am
an interesting
glad
way to-
my kids are 15 and 17.
prove the truth of what he's saying. It's not hearsay.
So they're having a lot of fun.
Thank you. Please tell us
Yes.
what Io said and what then happened with Mr. Depp.
Sure.
Io said, Amber, get out of the house. Get out of the house now. You're not safe. Get out.
Wait,
of the
I
house.
have a stacking ability?
Io had been
I really know
after
nothing about
cleanup, or
Alistar.
before the cleanup after December 15th.
That's all? No, thank God.
And had
Objection,
washed
Your Honor,
blood out of my
non-responsive.
pillowcases.
I think she could provide the context.
Of course she's not alone.
No, they just killed Dragon.
Johnny hears this, and he's on the stairs. He made it up one flight of stairs.
Ah.
Heard this, turned around, on the stairs,
Oh, that is so
grabbed the
disgusting.
phone from my hand.
Jonna almost had him dead.
Really started screaming this time. Lit into Io, called Io every
Some bullshit.
imaginable-
Run, Jonna.
every imaginable
Run.
name that you can say to a
Jana and Zana.
QIA person for one, and any person, any human being ever. I mean, just screamed.
Is
And Io, some really nasty stuff. And he, when he was done, he says, you know, you want to have my woman now. You want to have my bitch. You can have, you take her. You can have her. And he, with that, picks up, just pulls his arm back,
Because there's so
throws it
long.
at my face.
It's
Hit me right in my, it felt like my eye.
Did we win?
I put my
Or are we
hand
just playing because...
Oh yeah, we're winning. Yeah, we're winning.
Start
So we're just playing because we got unbetter than
Yeah.
Said you hit me with the phone. Johnny, you hit me. And I'm sitting on the couch. I didn't even have time to react, you know? I didn't even have time to put my hands up.
Oh,
Come on, man, come
they were
on.
all there.
In my socks.
You gotta be shitting me, bro.
They all wanted to milk you.
Last, you know,
Poor cow.
I'm a bull.
He's hit me, and I didn't even have time.
Ah!
He comes over to me.
Ah! I'm done. I'm done.
I'm crying. And
I'm 1 in 19 with 1 assist.
to me.
Yeah, that's
And he says, oh yeah, I hit you, huh?
pretty
I
some
hit
bad
you, yeah?
shit.
And he just feels like whacks me on top of my head. Just this heavy.
You're a Luxman.
creamy hand landed on
I am
my
not a
arm.
Luxmaid.
My soul grabs me by the
Your
hand,
name
takes
says
me
otherwise.
to the couch, starts to
Yeah,
stand
but
up.
it's a play on words. It's actually Miss Lady Luck.
He was intending to
And I just happen to be playing League a lot, so I just went with Lux.
just trying to grab me.
And so when people like follow me, it says "Welcome to the League of Lux."
To expose my face to him. And he's like, yeah,
But no, I do not main
Let
Lux.
me see it. Let me see how bad I hurt you this time. What if
I
pull
think
your hair
Lux
back? What if I
mains
pull your
are
hair back?
complete cringe.
And he yanks my hair back. I'm trying to
Oh.
prevent
Yes.
him from landing the blows to my face.
Because they are not very
My
nice.
face from being exposed. And I just remember this mocking taunt he was doing with me as he is yanking me around the room.
Give up
And
on this
I hear
bullshit.
my friend come into the room. I hear her. Johnny hears her too. Lets go of me and turns. And
Just tell the jury who your friend is.
Raquel, my best friend at the time, who lived in the neighboring apartment, She came in, and Johnny moved towards her.
They said
and she
no?
ran
Why did
towards
they
me.
say no?
Johnny looked at her, looked at me.
I know,
I
some
retreated
people are
to
like
the
that.
place I had to go, which is the corner room, where the couch was. I retreated kind of to the couch, and Raquel
This is probably my last
and
game, though.
Johnny both ran up to me. Raquel got in front of Johnny. She kind of managed to get right in front of
I
him,
need
between
an item.
her eye.
She shadows.
And I'll never forget it. Just very slowly, calm, in just a very slow but very concentrated, very controlled, slow way. Just put both of her arms, her hands up like this, and like I've seen people do with horses. That's what it reminded me of. She just went, no, no, Johnny.
Hey, Brand is
no.
20-1.
She just got in front of
Yeah.
us, in between us, put both of her palms.
Never mind, he's dead.
Johnny kind of squared off to her, ran into her.
Look
arms,
at that.
She just repeated
Dashing
herself very
douchebag.
slowly, very calmly, very
Man, blow
directly.
out his head.
He hit both of her arms off of his chest like that. And
Oh, we can win.
Harold
Velcos is pushing out.
I instinctively
No, we can win.
curl up
Oh, you are
on the
Velcos.
couch, and I
Keep
just
pushing.
put
It's
her
just
arms
two guys.
around
It's
me,
just two
next
guys.
to
Don't
me.
stop.
She was sitting
It's
on
just
my
two
left
guys.
next to me on the couch. I just
If
put
you
her
can
arms
get those
around
two
me.
guys, we can win.
And I'm just looking down at the carpet, feeling her arms, and that's when Johnny, who I can see partially and hear, is right in front of me, and he's screaming.
Don't stop till they get it out. Come on.
Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. And every single time he said it, he's screaming it louder and louder and louder.
Let's see.
I think he screamed it probably about 10 times.
Stop.
So loudly.
E, then I stop, then I E,
Next
then I
thing I
auto,
hear
then I
boss,
stop, then I.
I realized that his two security guards had come into the apartment after Raquel. I see them and hear them, and Johnny turns to them, and I see Jerry say, "Boss, boss," and I get up off the couch and I say to Jerry,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted at all.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, so don't tell us what you said to Jerry, just what happened next.
Yeah, I'm not running. I'm trying to get another
tell
item.
him something, and he picks up the bottle that I guess he walked in with. It was a
This is
Magnum.
Mr. Depp or Jerry?
I'm sorry, Johnny. And starts smashing things off the nightstand, the coffee table. Starts screaming, and they kind of. I feel them kind of corral him. I'm not making direct eye contact, but I can sense and feel and sound and hear things smashing as he exits the apartment, kind of knocking things off the countertops and
horrible. I'll take a little break, though.
Yeah, thank you for the games.
Realize he's
Yeah,
something.
peace out, peace out.
I assume it was the
Alright, man. Take a break, bro. So we link.
Walk past it, and he leaves that apartment. I hear him in the hallway, still screaming. I hear more doors opening, more racket. Eventually, Josh, Raquel's husband, comes into the room and brings me to safety, brings Raquel and I to safety in their apartment. And that's where I stayed for the next few hours.
So who called the police?
I believe it was
Objection calls for
Io.
speculation.
Your Honor, this is not, we have to have the context here of somebody called the police, because then the police come. So I think we have to put, I mean, it's not offered again to prove the truth of the matter asserted, it's just who called the police.
Your Honor, the objection is not hearsay, it's speculation.
Do you know who called the police?
Yes, I do now.
Okay. Sustain the objection.
All
Next
right.
question.
Did you have a were you present when there was a discussion about calling 911?
Objection calls for hearsay.
I'm asking if she was present.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you call 911?
No.
Okay. Did Rocky call 911?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know whether Rocky called 911?
I do know whether she did.
And did
She did not.
All right, so what happens, when did you learn that the police had been called?
Roughly an hour, at some point shortly after Johnny and his security guards left.
Okay. And what did you do as a result of knowing that the police were coming?
I felt panicked. I didn't know what to do because I didn't know what they were going to do when they saw the state of the place. He'd also smashed up the other apartment where I kept all my things. So I didn't know what they were going to do. And I panicked. I called the only lawyer I have, which is my entertainment lawyer. He does like my movie contracts and stuff. And I asked him for advice.
And then what, without telling what he said, what happened next?
I called a domestic relations attorney after that conversation.
And had you known this domestic relations attorney
I will be right back.
No, I did not.
Did you get that name from your entertainment attorney?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you called the domestic relations attorney, without saying what she said, what did you do as a result?
I told the police officers who arrived that I would not
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Again, not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I repeated to the officers, I refused to cooperate at this time at the advice of my attorney.
Okay. Did you call your publicist that night?
No.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you to take a look at some pictures, but before I get there, I want to just ask you a couple of questions leading up. What were you doing when the police officers arrived?
At that time, after I learned that they were coming, my best friend took pictures of me. We took pictures of the house and my face.
Okay. I'm going to, and did your best friend take any pictures while the officers were there?
We took pictures before and while they were there and after.
Okay.
We took pictures throughout.
Okay. So I'm going to take you now, Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 706? I think we can do the native on this one. Yes, thank you. Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant 706.
No objection.
706 in evidence and published.
And would you please describe to the jury what this is a picture of?
This is my face after Johnny threw a phone at it.
Okay. I'm going to now, Michelle, ask you to pull up Defendant's 708. And does this accurately depict the scene portrayed in this picture?
Yes, it does.
All right. And I also see that there is a little, what we call metadata item on there. How do you get that on a picture? How does that happen? Can you just describe briefly?
Objection, Your Honor. That's speculation, lack of foundation.
If you want to approach.
Yeah.
can you please explain how this particular item on here got onto the pictures?
It's a feature that was on iPhotos, you know, where your pictures are stored on your phone. Typically, you just push info.
And was that pushed in these instances?
I pushed info, and that's what came up.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of defendants 708.
The objection to 708?
Your Honor, I would just ask the picture be redacted on hearsay grounds.
Your Honor,
for the metadata.
Okay, if you want
alleged
to
metadata.
Okay.
One moment.
Seeing if there's anything
Okay, that's fine.
I actually like want to play. What is this?
I'm going to move the admission of 708 with the redaction.
Oh no.
Any objection to that?
That says
There's still needs to be
PvP.
another redaction at the top, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll get it. Okay.
Thank you.
Bum 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 bum.
Okay, 708 with
Bum 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 bum.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I would also like the record to reflect that we're publishing this to the jury?
Yes, no objection, correct?
Okay.
Yes. There we go.
Okay. I would like the record to reflect that this was the photo that was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon. as
Objection, Your
Exhibit
Honor.
20
That is
Your Honor, we
that is
couldn't put him in
inappropriate, Your
because
Honor.
we hadn't identified him. Now the jury should be entitled to know which photo
Your Honor,
was
we ask
shown
that we
as
approach.
exhibit.
Okay, we can approach.
This is inappropriate.
Mm-hmm.
So, for the record, this particular photo was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 24 in
Let's
both of the
see.
depositions that were shown earlier where the pictures were not allowed to be shown yet. 'cause they
Next
hadn't been
space
admitted.
rebels.
Amber, will you please describe for the jury what is depicted in this photo?
Yes, that's a picture of
Wild
my face
heart? No.
taken that evening, shortly before 9:30.
What is next space
after Johnny
rebels?
with the phone.
Nope, or no.
We can take this one down and let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 709. And based on the court's ruling, I'm going to ask if you can redact that, Michelle, please.
Immortal life.
I'm going to move the admission of 709.
All right, any objection?
Not with redactions.
All right,
Thank you.
709 with redactions and evidence. You can publish.
Immortal.
Be published to the jury, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes.
And Your Honor, for the record, this is the photo that was shown to Officer Sines and to Officer Haddon as Exhibit 25 for both of their depositions.
Okay.
Amber, could you please describe for the jury what's depicted here?
That is my face after
Retail
after
Royal.
the phone incident. That's that night.
All right, let's bring Defendant 710, please.
There is also Winkle and
And Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Exhibit 710. The redactions have been already placed
All right.
on it.
Any objection?
No objection,
All
thank
right,
you.
710 with the redactions, you can publish.
If we could publish, Your Honor.
A craft hero? No. Farmer tune?
This photo was
No.
shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon. It was Exhibit 26 for both of their depositions. And please describe for the jury what's depicted here, Amber.
That is my face in yet a different light that same evening after Johnny hit me with the phone.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go to Defendant's Exhibit 711.
Yo, she just said that he hit her with the phone. I don't remember that when she first was telling the story.
And I'm going to move the admission of
What?
711, Your Honor, with the redactions.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 711 with redactions and evidence, publish.
And for the record, Your Honor, for the jury's
All right,
purposes,
let's
this was
see.
shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 27 to both of their depositions. And could you describe what's depicted here, Amber?
Yes, that is another angle, another lighting of my face after the phone
Let's see.
that evening.
And when you say angular lighting, what did Rocky do in taking these pictures?
Objection calls for speculation.
I said, what'd she do?
Go overrule.
Thank you.
Raquel took pictures of my face in various places around the penthouse. The apartments have really different lighting, you know, really dark in some places. Anyway, so we just took pictures in different lighting so that we had an accurate portrayal and depiction of what had happened.
And why did you take the pictures?
Raquel did it to protect me because the cops were coming, and we knew we knew that the police. I think at this point that they were already here. They were with us, but we weren't. Maybe this was right before. I'm not quite sure without seeing the timestamp, but we weren't sure what was going to happen, what the police were going to say, what they were going to do. We didn't know what Johnny was going to do, what he was going to say, so she wanted to protect me.
Okay. So let's go ahead and bring up 712.
I'm just changing some stuff.
All right, now move the admission of 712, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No, thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, 712 with redactions, you can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And please describe what's depicted here.
That is another picture of my face,
Okay.
taken around the same time.
Okay. And then let's go to 713.
I don't know. I am really mad that fucking
All right, any objection?
Trobo doesn't.
713 with redactions.
Their lack of fucking
And
game
for the record, this one.
titles is fucking ridiculous. Oh wait, did I close down my... No, I closed down my fucking... Let's see. Recently closed. Oh, that one. Okay.
No objection.
713 with redactions.
So...
And for the record, this one was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as well as Exhibit 29 to both of their depositions. Just describe it to the jury.
This is another picture of my face taken at the exact same time and in the same location as the other one, just with one of the lights turned on, or an additional light turned on in the previous one.
Let's go to 714.
No objection.
This is another photo of my face, another picture of my face taken at a different time. I don't know if this is later or before because I can't see the time on it.
Okay. Take that down. Let's go to 715.
I noticed you're pretty talented in crop management. Yo, that's kind of personal. We got to get through this. In the elder forum, a suggestion was made to recruit crop practitioner to take care of Misty Valley. Harvested herbs can be used to trade for instructions and elixirs for improvement. Okay.
This one was shown to Officer Signs and Officer Padden.
I gotta turn it down. 'Cause I don't voice over. This is cute though, huh?
That is a picture of my face. Sometime later on in the night, it looks like that was taken in Rocky's apartment, or the apartment that she was staying in.
Let's go to 716.
Please stay for a while, my friend. What are you doing
Admission of 716.
at the Guion site?
No objection.
So you are Vegalex? That's great.
What this picture depicts.
I've been waiting here for a long time.
Yes, it's
Okay.
the business card that one of the police
There are a lot of
officers
people
left me
ahead. What's going
in case
on?
I changed my mind and wanted to comment.
And with the pictures
They're
that
all
we
wandering
just seen
practitioners
before this, were
who
they
have come to take the entrance examination. Well, I just want to take care of crops, apparently. Right? Yo, he just disappeared. I want to disappear like that, too.
And calls for separation.
Alright, let's see. What do we have? We have
He took pictures before,
system.
during, and after.
And the question I had for you is the pictures you've seen so far.
Bring that down.
Before, at the time of this, before this card was presented to you and you took the picture.
Okay.
After.
We can jump.
Some of them
Alright.
were, but without seeing all the
Oh, yeah, we
timestamps.
can. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you. Okay, and then I'm going to ask you to take this one down and go to 717.
Okay, nice.
And I'm going to ask you, I'm going to move the admission of
Really
717.
magnificent.
No objection.
Of course, it's just the reception area of the outer area. I heard the buildings of the inner area are more magnificent.
The two officers that
Will the requirements
first
be very
responded
high?
left me that card. This is
Nothing
the
can
front
be
of the business
forced. We
card
just
they
need to
left.
do our best and let nature take its course.
Can you
Okay.
tell the jury?
My friend, are you here to join
Interaction was
the Guyan Sect 2?
just describing what
You look calm and relaxed and seem to be very sure you can pass the examination. Aren't you nervous?
I did not want to speak to them. I asked that Raquel's
Well, I'm out.
partner or husband asked them to go away without speaking to me.
And just so the jury understands, who was Raquel's fiance at that time?
His name is Josh Drew, and he and Raquel lived in the apartment at Johnny's invitation across the hall from us. Raquel had keys. We kind of shared keys. They were our neighbors, but had keys to our house.
Okay. So why didn't you want to cooperate with the police?
Because I wanted to protect Johnny. I didn't want him to be arrested. I didn't want him to be in trouble. I didn't want the world to know. I didn't want this to come out. I didn't want him to be in trouble. I didn't want this to be... I wanted to protect Johnny.
Let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 1374. That's 1374. Oh, no. Move the admission of 1374A, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
1374 in evidence? 1374A in evidence, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Amber, what is this?
It's another picture of my face after Johnny threw the phone at him.
Okay. And then let's go to 1493T.
众人正说话间，突然天地变色，电闪雷鸣，随即地动山摇，火雨天降，宛如末日来临一般。只见一颗巨大的陨石砸向不远处的紫云山主峰，顷刻间，整座山峰化为乌有。周遭各峰也在火雨的冲击下摇摇欲坠。放眼望去，归云派的上百座楼台亭阁尽数崩塌。千钧一发之际，几道奇异的光芒护住了山门外的散修，众人这才反应过来，匆匆逃到山下。正当一众散修惊魂未定之时，有一人从空中跌落下来，看装束似乎是归云派的弟子。在场众人面面相觑，不知如何是好。此时，一道身影从远处匆匆赶来，他冲到这位遍体鳞伤、昏迷不醒的归云派弟子身旁，面露焦急之色。
Based on Your Honor's rulings, we will take off the metadata.
Brother Z, what happened to you? Where's his eye? What's going on? Brother, brother!
No objection, objection.
Don't panic now. Let me think about what to do. Well, that's it. I am Yang. It is it's our priority to save him now. Please send the doctor here. Sure. Dr. Son of the Town lives at the Hu Chan Tang in the west. I will send brother to the south set in first. Okay. You want to save the game? Yes. Sure.
That penthouse.
Are you guys okay? No?
Kind of set up those display racks.
Tell everyone. Okay, count me in. Yeah.
When Johnny went in there to destroy.
Oh, okay. So.
And this depicts.
We have.
Yeah, security let him in, even though I had asked.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
I don't think that was speculation.
And lack of foundation.
I'll also say it's a foundation if you want.
So, what's depicted here? What's the damage?
Where was I supposed to take him?
Well, because Johnny would always smash up my things and destroy my property. When he was mad at me, I had asked that they not let him in so that he could do that. I mean, the only purpose for him to be let in Penthouse 5
on the west side.
State. He doesn't have property in there. The only reason for him to go in there would be to destroy it. And they, of course, let him into Penthouse 5.
Objection, Your Honor.
So that he could go.
Lack of foundation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Just tell the jury what he did here that's depicted in this.
This is just
I don't see where.
Corner of the room that shows the destruction. He just went in there with his bottle swinging and smashed a bunch of things.
Is this
Objection,
the
Your Honor,
doctor?
this is speculation. She
Oh,
hasn't
yeah.
established that she was there.
What was all that noise? You're standing out here.
Did anybody else, to your knowledge, go in there and do this?
Objection, Your Honor.
We must hurry and save him.
Well, let's do this.
He's gonna pack the
We'll
first
let
aid
somebody
kit.
else tell who did it, okay? Just
They're worried
all I'm
about
asking
suck
here
member.
is
Go to the
what-
inn and have a
what is
look.
the
Am
damage?
I though?
What has been done that's depicted here?
This is just one of Raquel's bead racks that he smashed.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
I'll sustain.
All right, let's go to 701.
Aw, honey, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. Where's the inn? Oh, there. Okay.
Move the admission of 701.
With redaction.
Oh, I didn't read that.
701 with redactions and evidence.
Well, he is now in the room on the leftmost side of the second floor.
Describe what's depicted here.
Mom, what do you think happened? I don't know. The town is a mess now. Yeah, like this
bedroom and penthouse.
fucking meteorite. I mean, how
penthouse,
did y'all fucking miss it?
Looks like he was just throwing things.
It's a fucking meteorite.
Speculation.
Sustain the objection.
So,
Dr. Sun, how is he?
Describe what you see here as opposed to what you...
There's no ordinary person. He's got so many fractures, but shows no sign of
Where
dying.
was that art before
I
Mr.
thought
Depp
that
was at your
at the
house
critical
on May
moment he
21,
did his best to repair his body, which saved his life.
Hanging on the wall.
I've done emergency treatment for him. He is really badly hurt. I'm afraid it could take him half a month or so to restore consciousness. Now, mind you, all he did was pack a first aid kit. Fortunately, he is alive. Now the spiritual power of the mountain is drastically fluctuating. We are not strong enough to get any closer now.
Oh, Your Honor, and I forgot on the last two for defendants.
I hope that the
Exhibit
microwave
700,
didn't
that
stop.
was
Hold
shown
on.
to Officer Signs in Haddon, it was Exhibit 39 to both of theirs, and Exhibit 701 was shown to Haddon only, and that was Exhibit 30 in his deposition. I move the admission of 702, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 702 with redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let the record reflect this was also shown to Officer Haddon as deposition exhibit number 40. And can you please describe it for the jury what's depicted here?
Yes, it is broken glass from one of the broken pictures that were hanging on the wall.
And where is this physically?
This is in penthouse 5 on the stairwell.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up defendant 703, please? Move the admission of defendant 703.
No objection.
All right, 703 with redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let the record reflect that this was shown to Officer Signs and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 41 for both of their depositions. And Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
It's another photograph of this stairwell in the same apartment, penthouse 5, which is the apartment where I kept my things.
Okay. And is that glass on the stairway?
Yes, from one of the broken picture frames on the wall. We had a lot of I had a lot of picture frames on the walls, and many, if not most of them, were smashed.
Okay. Let's take this one down and go to 704, please, defendants. Thank you. Move the admission of defendant 704.
No objection.
All right, 704 with redactions.
Thank you, and let the record reflect that this was shown to both Officer Signs and Haddon as Exhibit 34 to both their depositions. And Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
Just another piece of glass. It looks like the base of a wine glass. That is in penthouse 3, the main apartment.
And when you say wine glass, did you see this particular glass?
There were glasses in the kitchen, and always. And when Johnny was walking out, I saw him, myself, swinging the magnum-sized bottle, and I could hear glass breaking.
All right.
And things falling.
It's all gone. Everything. I'm not gonna read it. I'm gonna read it, but not read it. So we gotta go to the north? The whole mountain, huh?
The admission of 705.
No redaction.
Oh, everybody's dead.
And let the,
What's your plan now? Plan?
and let the record reflect
Aww.
that Haddon, Exhibit 36 of his deposition.
He's
Emma,
crying.
can you please describe to the jury what's portrayed here?
Things knocked over on the kitchen countertop, and I see pieces of broken glass on the countertop as well.
Let's go to 707. Move the admission of 707.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 707 with redactions and evidence. Thank you.
And let the record show that both Officer Sines and Officer Haddon were shown this picture as Exhibit 18 in both their depositions.
This is the hallway leading leading up to the apartments.
Guys, I don't know
So
who's here,
this
but
is the hallway that connects all of the apartments. It's kind of an indoor-outdoor.
What do you mean I have no
sort of
connection to Steam, you
hallway,
fuckers?
Covered, but it's exposed on the far ends of both to the elements. So
What is that
this
even
is
supposed
not
to mean?
Carpet. It's like a plasticky. I don't know how to describe the material. It's like a plasticky kind of netting, not netting. It's difficult to describe, but it's a kind of an outdoor sort of carpet.
All right, and what's depicted there?
Wine on the floor and a little on the wall, it seems.
Is there any way to go online? I don't get it. What?
718, please.
No. What? What is going on?
Move the admission of 718.
No objection.
718 with redactions and evidence.
And let the
Why
record
does it
reflect
say
the
no
position of
internet
Officer
connect?
Sines
Oh,
and Officer
man.
Haddon in Deposition Exhibit 31 for both of them. Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
It's another photograph on the floor, not the wall. This one appears to be remarkably unbroken.
Okay. Let's go to 719, please. Move the admission of defendant 719.
No objection.
719.
I need to save. Can I save it?
Your Honor, and let the record reflect that this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in their depositions Exhibit 35 to both.
I don't understand why my Steam is offline.
That's one corner of the kitchen in penthouse 3. Looks like one of the things that was knocked off of the kitchen island when Johnny left.
Let's go to defendant 720, please.
Thank you, Michelle.
What did this want me to do anyway?
Defendant 720.
No objection.
720 with redactions.
And let the record reflect, Your Honor, this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon, deposition Exhibit 43 to both. Amber, could you please describe to the jury what's depicted?
Wait, what? What is
That's,
going on?
My office. It's a corner of my office, and that is a box of like sentimental things from my childhood or things that are important to me. Keepsake box that has been dumped out. It looks like.
Okay. Let's go to defendant 721. the admission of defendant 721.
No objection, Your Honor.
What
721 with redactions, published.
is going on?
The record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in deposition exhibit 44 for both. Amber, please describe for the jury what this depicts.
It's again my office, different, same thing, different angle.
Okay, let's go to 722.
Why the fuck am I having issues with my
Exhibit 722.
No objection, Your
damn
Honor.
internet? I mean,
And let the record
Steam.
reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon at deposition exhibit 42 to both. Amber, please describe to the jury what's depicted here.
That's a picture of my friends and I when we were at that London house that Johnny punched.
You saw him punch this?
I heard it.
Okay. All right, let's go to 723, please.
she heard it. So isn't that speculation? Right?
Move the admission of defendant 723.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 723 redacted in evidence.
Let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in their depositions, Exhibit 38 for both. Amber, please describe for the jury what's reflected.
One of the, looks like a Magnum bottle of wine that is empty or spilled on the floor.
Can you tell where that is located?
It looks like it would be penthouse 5.
Okay. Let's go to 724. Move the admission of defendant 724.
No objection.
All right, 724 with redactions. Thank you.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon as their deposition exhibits 33. Amber, please tell the jury what's depicted here.
This is more wine that Johnny was spilling as he was using the bottle he was holding as a bat of sorts.
Let's go to 725.
The hell?
We're almost done, just 2 more. Promise. Move the admission of defendant 725.
No objection.
All right, 725 with redactions.
So let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon as deposition exhibit 37 to their depositions. Amber, please tell the jury what's depicted here.
More spilled wine on the floor. This looks like penthouse 5.
Okay. And the last but not least, Michelle, please, defendants 726. Move the admission of?
No objection.
Okay.
Your Honor, I believe the jury needs a tissue.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We will get a tissue. You got some? Thank you, Halissa. All right, no objection, 726 with redactions. Thank you.
All right, and let the record reflect that this one was shown to Officer Hines and Haddon as deposition.
That is in
What did I
penthouse
miss?
3, the main apartment.
And why won't this go online?
Glass. Did you see this particular glass?
There were glasses in the kitchen, and always. And when Johnny was walking out, I saw him myself swinging the Magnum-sized bottle, and I could hear glass breaking and things falling.
Okay. Thank you. Michelle, can you bring up 705, please?
Bucket?
Move the admission of 705.
No redaction.
No, excuse me, no objection.
All right.
And let the,
705 in evidence. with
Thank you,
redactions.
Your Honor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
and let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Haddon and Exhibit
Let's see.
36 of his deposition. Amber, can you please describe for the jury what's portrayed here?
Things knocked over on the kitchen countertop, and I see pieces of broken glass on the countertop as well.
Okay. Let's go to 707.
Ba-da, 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 ba. Where can we put this?
Move the admission of 707.
Any objection?
Oh no, we don't want.
No objection, Your Honor.
Sorry.
707 with redactions and evidence. Thank you.
And let the record show,
What's wrong?
show that both Officer Sines and Officer Haddon were shown this picture. It was Exhibit 18 in both
Ow!
depositions. Amber, could you please describe for the jury what's depicted here?
This is the hallway leading leading up to the apartments. So this is the hallway that connects all of the apartments. It's kind of an indoor-outdoor sort of hallway, meaning it's covered, but it's exposed on the far ends of both to the elements. So
You
this
just
is
put it
not
there,
carpet. It's like
right?
it's like a plasticky.
And
I don't know how to describe the material. It's like a plasticky kind of.
Wait.
Netting, not netting. It's difficult to describe, but it's a kind of an outdoor sort of carpet.
All right, and what's depicted there?
Wine on the floor and a little on the wall, it seems.
Okay. Let's go to 718, please.
Go to Twitch.
Move the admission of 718.
No objection.
All right, 718 with redactions and evidence.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon in Deposition Exhibit 31 for both of them. Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
It's another photograph on the floor, not the wall. This one appears to be remarkably unbroken.
Okay. Let's go to 719, please.
Ba-da, 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 ba-da.
Move the admission of defendant 719.
No objection.
All right, 719 with redactions. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let the record reflect that this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in their depositions, Exhibit 35 to both. And Amber, please just describe for the jury what's depicted here.
It's one corner of the kitchen in penthouse
There we go.
3. Looks like one of the things that was knocked off of the kitchen island when Johnny left.
Okay. Let's go to defendant 720, please. Thank you, Michelle. Move the admission of defendant 720.
No objection.
Okay, I be needing to be smarter. Let's flip these screens here.
Exhibit 43 to both. Amber, could you please describe
There we go.
for the jury what's depicted here?
That's my office. It's a corner of my office, and that is a box of like sentimental things from my childhood or things that are important to me. Keepsake box that has been dumped out. It looks like.
Okay. Let's go to defendant 721. Move the admission of defendant 721.
No objection, Your Honor.
721 with redactions. Publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in Deposition Exhibit 44 for both. Amber, please describe for the jury what this depicts.
It's again my office. Same thing, different angle.
Okay. Let's go to 722. Move the admission of defendant's exhibit 722.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 722 with redactions and evidence. Thank you.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as deposition exhibit 42 to both. Amber, please describe to the jury what's depicted here.
That's a picture of my friends and I when we were at that London house that Johnny punched.
Okay. You saw him punch this?
I heard it.
Okay. All right, let's go to 723, please. Move the admission of defendant 723.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 723 redacted in evidence.
Let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in their depositions, exhibit 38 for both. Amber, please describe for the jury what's reflected.
One of the, it looks like a Magnum bottle of wine that is empty or spilled on the floor.
Can you tell where that is located?
Looks like it would be penthouse 5.
Okay. Let's go to 724. Move the admission of defendant 724.
No objection.
All right, 724 with redactions. Thank you.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon as their deposition exhibits 33. Amber, please tell the jury what's depicted here.
This is more wine that Johnny was spilling as he was using the bottle he was holding as a bat of sorts.
Let's go to 725.
He was using a bottle. He was using a bottle as a bat.
Just 2 more. Promise. Move the admission of defendant 725.
No objection.
All right, 725 with redactions.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon as deposition exhibit 37 to their depositions. Amber, please tell the jury what's depicted here.
More spilled wine on the floor. This looks like penthouse 5.
Okay. And the last but not least, Michelle, please, defendants 726. Move the admission of?
No objection.
Okay.
Your Honor, I believe the jury needs a tissue.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We will get a tissue. You got some? Thank you, Halisa. All right, no objection, 726 with redactions. Thank you.
All right, and let the record reflect that this one was shown to Officer Hines and Haddon as deposition 32 exhibit to their depositions. And Amber, please just describe to the jury what's depicted here.
More spilled wine on the floor. Penthouse 3 it appears.
Okay, thank you. Now, when the police officers were there, did either of them take you aside by yourself and talk with you?
Yes.
Which one, or both?
The male officer I did not have much interaction with. The female officer said she needed to speak to me by myself, pulled me aside. We went into penthouse 3, the main penthouse, to speak there because I had been in penthouse 1, Raquel and Josh's apartment up until that moment.
Okay, and then what, if anything, did she ask you?
She asked me if I would make a statement, if I would cooperate. She kind of indicated to me, I don't remember if it was what word she said, but she kind of gestured to my face and...
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she could, if she gesturing to her face is not hearsay, it's not a statement.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. And it's also not offered to prove the truth of the matter.
I'll sustain the
Okay.
objection. Excellent.
So what happened next? Let's do this. How long were you with the officer when she took you aside?
A few minutes, if that.
Okay. And as a result of that, did you cooperate?
Wow.
No, I did not.
Her lawyer just fucking saved her, yeah?
It was my understanding that I couldn't stop them from walking through the apartment, which is what they indicated to me.
Okay. And were you with them when they walked through the apartment?
What?
No, Josh. Well, I was with them at the beginning of Penthouse 3. Josh, Raquel's partner, took over from there and showed them around the house, up through Penthouse 3, which connects on the top floor to the neighboring apartment, Penthouse 4, and then on to Penthouse 5. They all connect on the top level. So Josh walked the officers through the house.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you say about the identity of Mr. Depp?
Nothing.
Were you asked?
Yes.
But you refused to tell them?
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Okay. Why did you refuse to tell the police officers Mr. Depp's identity?
Because I did not want them to arrest Johnny. I did not want this to happen. I did not want any of this to happen. I didn't want to get him in trouble. So I said, well, I just refused to cooperate.
Okay. Now, approximately how long were the police officers there?
I don't recall exactly. Maybe, I'd say less than half an hour. I really don't know exactly, but
I don't know why it bugs me that she always stares at the jury.
After the police officers left, what did you do?
We cleaned up a bit because there was broken glass and we had dogs. So we tried to clean up the mess, and especially the glass. And Josh, Rocky, Liz, and I, we kind of just cleaned up and eventually sat on the couch, and they just tried to comfort me.
What, if any, knowledge did you have that there was going to be a second set of officers coming later that night?
I didn't know about that. That surprised me.
When did you learn that a second set of officers were coming to the penthouse that night?
I think I learned about it when they were there, when they arrived.
Okay. And we've seen the body-worn video on that. Is there anything that you recall outside of what was reflected on Officer Gateland's body-worn video?
I couldn't see much of what was on that video. I just, I remember.
I want to see the beginning of the cross-examination.
Not really knowing why they were there. I assumed it was because I was encouraged to make a statement by the first set of officers.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
All right, just keep going forward. Okay.
And I was sitting on the couch. It was sometime hours, maybe between an hour, 2 hours, maybe more. I don't really recall, but we had cleaned up and we were resting, and they were comforting me when they came. And they didn't seem to. They didn't do what the first set of officers did. They just kind of came into the apartment, confirmed that that I was okay or that we were okay. They didn't really seem to be that concerned, and they didn't demand to do a walkthrough like the first set of officers had, and they left.
Okay. And what, if any, cooperation did you give them?
Well, I didn't need to. I didn't really cooperate with them. I didn't talk to them. I didn't even get up off the couch. I was speaking to them from quite a bit of a distance, like between you and I, and maybe more. And I didn't really say anything. I just kind of acknowledged that they entered, and that was it.
Did you provide them with Mr. Depp's name?
No way.
Did they ask?
No.
Okay.
They would know.
All right, I'm going to take you to.
They would know who
next
owns the
day,
fucking penthouse.
May 22. And I'm going to, Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 772? What, if any, efforts did Mr. Depp make to reach out to you the day after this happened?
Well, he made several efforts. Immediately, he kind of reached out and lashed out. Again, kind of going on what seems to be slightly delusional, thinking that just because he saw my friend's beads out on the countertop that it had become a workshop or a studio for her. So he seemed angry about, you know, this perception that this bead display that my friend had set up was evidence of her running some sort of workshop. And he also accused us of having, or me, of having invited someone else to live there who wasn't living there. Who was just in the apartment when Johnny stormed in. So he just kind of lashed out, and then the tone changed in the days that followed.
And let me stop you there. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 772. And is this a text message from Mr. Depp to you?
Yes, it is.
And it's on 5/22 at 12:23 a.m. So it's early morning hours after 5/21. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant 772.
No objection.
All right, 772 in evidence with the identifiers redacted and published. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, and I know you started to talk about this, Amber, but it says, I'm an idiot, PH5 is Rocky's studio. You are shameless. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, was that what you were talking about with him thinking that you're...
Wait, they don't read the whole thing, so I just want to see exactly what it says. That was it, the last encounter forever. You were already ready to strike. Why did I even come there in the first place? To be yelled at by you? I'm an idiot. PH5 is Rocky's studio? You are shameless. I tried to make it work and you just turned more and more into a spoiled brat. All you wanted was to make me fucking miserable. Well, I'm finally there. I'll never be able to understand how I fell in love with you. You're not her. I loved you more than anything. I did everything that I could, but you never fucking loved me. I was merely convenient for you. I hope our divorce goes as quickly as possible and that it is as painless as possible. So sorry you were as unhappy with me as you were. Obviously, the purity of whatever was has been gone for a long time. I will miss the moments of beauty and truth. Goodbye, Amber. What the fuck was I thinking? I wish you all you merit the former him.
Yes.
Okay. And then, obviously, we can read that he says, I tried to make it work. You just turned more and more into a spoiled brat. All you wanted was to make me fucking miserable. Well, I'm finally there. I'll never be able to understand how I fell in love with you. You're not her. I loved you more than anything. I did everything that I could, but you never fucking loved me. I was merely convenient for you. I hope our divorce goes as quickly as possible.
She's actually reading it all.
And that it is as painless as possible. So sorry you were as unhappy with me as you were. Obviously, the purity of whatever was has been gone for a long time. I will miss the moments of beauty and truth. Goodbye, Amber. What the fuck was I thinking? I wish you all you merit. The former him. What, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. Depp about divorce that night?
We did not have a discussion about that that evening. We didn't have time. He was obsessed with dog poop.
Okay.
That's what he wanted to talk about.
All right, let's take this down and let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 773. Now, this is a text exchange between you and Mr. Depp It starts with Mr. Depp on 5/21 at 6:58 p.m. just saying here. Does that refresh your recollection of when he arrived at your penthouse on May 21?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next series are on 5/22. They start at 5:13. And you're discussing talking. You said, sorry, I'm just leaving Amanda's birthday now. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
All right. And then he responds to that, correct?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of defendant 773.
Your Honor, if we could just have a minute to review this exhibit.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it just this page?
No, there's
3 pages.
3 pages.
I'm just reading Michelle's hands.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 773 in evidence with identifiers redacted. Thank you.
Thank you. And if we could, okay, we've got it published to the jury. So let's go to the top, Michelle. And so it starts out with him. This is the 5/21, 6:58 p.m. saying he's there, correct?
Yeah, but I think he came in later than that. Took him some time.
Okay. And then if we move up, the next one is you at 5:22 at 5:13 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And then you say, thank you, and then can we still speak in a min? What do you recall of why you sent those texts?
I believe we had spoken on the phone. Or I can't control this, correct? The screen. I don't know.
We can give you control, yes. Maybe we should do that and clear out my purples.
I just don't know what was sent right before this.
Go ahead. Your Honor,
She can't scroll. She's asking to scroll.
Okay, Michelle, let's have you scroll if you can. Just go ahead and scroll through just slowly so she can read the whole thing.
Okay, makes sense.
All right, does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, I believe that. I believe he had apologized to me after the phone incident. I had commitments that I had to attend the following day on the 22nd. So the beach show I referenced, I mentioned to you, I had to go to. I also had to bring a cake to a friend's birthday party. So I had things I unfortunately had to do that day. And I remember there was communication with Johnny, both by phone and by text, where he was telling me that he was clean, that he was sober, he was clear mind, it wasn't the monster, and that he was so sorry. But I had already committed to filing for divorce. And eventually I have to let him know that it's not just I'm not just saying it in the anger, in the fights that like we had done, you know, both he and I did that at times in some of our fights, especially towards the end of our relationship. And so I let him know that I was serious about filing this time, and that I had had enough after the phone.
Objection, Your Honor,
I
hearsay.
had enough.
Okay.
Overruled, go ahead.
All right, I'm going to draw your attention to the bottom of the page, Defendant's Exhibit 773, and this is at 5:22, so this is 6:19 p.m. Do you see that? 5:22? And he says, just let me know when you have a minute, and I'll give you a call. Nothing I have to say. You should elicit anything but a sense of ease. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then he says, all my love and profound apologies. What was he apologizing for?
Objection,
Do you
calls
know?
for speculation.
What was your understanding of what he was apologizing for?
Speculation, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. In his phone call with you, did he tell you what he was apologizing for?
Yes.
What did he say?
He was sorry that he reacted the way he did. He said he didn't mean to hurt me. He didn't mean to hurt me. If he really hurt me that bad, he's sorry. That he didn't mean to.
This is all the shit she told him.
Okay. Michelle, if we can go to the next page. Up to the green, please. And he says here, I'm sad, I'm scared, and I'm broken, my sweet Slim. And then he says, I want you happy. I have zero harsh feelings. I am clear and I am me. What did you understand him to mean by I am clear and I am me?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Do you
I
have
know
an
what he
underst-
meant.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Did
there's
he
a
use
lot.
that phrase with you?
Hold on. I'll sustain that objection.
I'm
Your
trying to
next-
get to the
yeah, I
next
know.
one here.
Then you can ask your next question. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Did he use those phrases with you during your marriage?
Yes, he did.
What did Mr. Depp mean when he says I'm clear?
Speculation.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Yeah.
I think I established the foundation.
Overruled, go ahead.
Thank you.
That he had sobered up.
Oh, here comes the fake
He had sobered
waterworks.
up, and he was not the monster again. That he was him. That he was a good guy I loved. The one that I trusted.
She doesn't even cry.
Okay, now I'm going to ask Michelle if you can take that one down and bring in 771, which has already been admitted. Now those text exchanges were in the 6 o'clock to almost 7 o'clock range. And here it's 5:22, it's now 8 o'clock, correct?
Yes.
And he's telling you, sorry if a bit, please know that my hurt towards you is over. My apologies are eternal and belong to you. Solid. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And was it your understanding he was apologizing again?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Was there anything else he would have been apologizing for that he had done?
Objection, calls for
I'll
speculation.
sustain the objection.
That's it. Okay. So tell the jury how you felt in that week, May 22 through May 27, and what you decided to do.
At the time, it felt like the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I had worked so hard to try to make this relationship work. I went to therapy, I went to Al-Anon, I got help, I read books, I did everything I could possibly do, and it didn't work. And I was conflicted. To answer your question, I was conflicted. I knew after he threw the phone at my face that after all that month of not seeing each other, not getting better, not getting clean and sober, there wasn't even, I didn't, you know, it was falling apart. I knew I had to leave him. I knew I wouldn't survive it if I didn't. So I made the decision
She should have known that
for divorce.
way beforehand.
Because, you know, I loved Johnny so much. I loved him so much.
And why did you file for divorce?
Because I knew if I didn't, I'd likely not literally survive. I'm so scared that it was going to end really badly for me. And I really didn't want to leave him. I loved him so much. I wouldn't have done anything, but I couldn't do that one thing. I couldn't stay. The promise and the hope that I had become less and less regular and more rare. The monster had been this thing that was now the normal and not the exception. The violence was now normal and not the exception. And it was so hard. It was so hard, but I knew I had to do it. I believe he would have taken it too far. I wouldn't be here.
Why did you ask for a domestic violence temporary restraining order?
I wanted to change my locks. I wanted to change my locks. I wanted a good night's sleep. Security would always let him into the house no matter what I asked them. No matter when I begged them to let me know when he was coming over, no matter how much I begged them not to let him in when he was mad or drunk or high. And I couldn't sleep. I'd wake up in a panic. I was losing hair. I was losing weight. I got really sick. I had shingles. I couldn't sleep. I'd wake up in a panic attack. I had panic attacks all the time. I was falling apart. I was scared and very conflicted because the person I was scared of is also the person I was in love with. Really, really tricky. And I was thinking one step at a time. You know, I was thinking very myopically. I wanted just to get a good night rest, a good night's sleep. I just wanted to change my locks. I thought it'd be healthier if I got some sleep and I could think about what to do or how to handle this. If I just could sleep. And when I did, I realized that that wasn't enough, that he could get in any way, that the building wasn't going to stop him from getting a locksmith and coming in. I knew that he would do what he wanted.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Thank you.
All right, next.
Okay. So, did Mr. Depp show up for the hearing on the DVTRO?
No, he didn't.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And why did you show up?
Because I had to provide testimony for why I needed a restraining order.
What, if any, warning did you give Mr. Depp about obtaining the DVTRO?
We gave him warning. My counsel and his counsel were in communication, and we let them know. We had to. It was mandatory. Okay. It's my understanding of it. I'm not a lawyer.
Was there any confusion surrounding whether Mr. Depp was going to file suit as well?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
I'm asking
lack of foundation.
All right, I'll sustain as to foundation if you want.
Did you have any confusion as to whether Mr. Depp was going to file as well?
So I filed for divorce on the 23rd, I believe, and I thought that when I went in that Tuesday, when we filed for it, remarkably, it managed to stay under the radar. You know, these filings are not private. You can't make them private in California. And remarkably, it had flown under the radar. No one picked up on the fact that I had filed. And as limited as it sounds now, I just wanted as much privacy as we could have. You know, one day at a time, I wanted as much privacy as we could possibly get. And the filing had been missed by TMZ and, you know, these paparazzi outlets and stuff. But between the communications between our counsel, I realized that Johnny was going to file in retaliation.
Objection, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
I'm trying to think how to ask this. So, without saying what the counsel said, what was your understanding and what was your concern?
Objection, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, well, let's move on. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 800, please? Move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 800.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 800 in evidence and publish.
Amber, can you describe for the jury what this picture is?
It's a picture of my face while I'm sitting at the courthouse.
And were you wearing any makeup?
I was wearing nothing, not a stitch of makeup.
Michelle, can you bring up 801, please? Move the admission of 801.
No objection.
801 in evidence. Publish.
And Amber, if you can tell the jury what this is.
That's me while I was obtaining my restraining order. It's me in the
A lot of people are saying that they feel like people that have been victims of DB are.
Did you testify?
Like, I provided testimony.
Really upset.
And sat there and cried.
And did you obtain a domestic violence restraining order? Temporary restraining
I
order?
did. The court granted me a restraining order at that time.
When you left the courthouse, what did you experience?
I walked into the courthouse. It was quiet. First thing in the morning. No one knew about my divorce, so I thought it was going to stay that way, and I walked out to a sea of paparazzi and cameras, photographers. It was to that point at that point in my life, had never seen so many photographers, and they just surrounded me as I walked out of that courthouse and screamed at me, screamed horrible things at me.
I'm going to take you just for a moment to makeup, and then that would put
Okay,
after
good
that.
break point. Okay, great.
That'll be
All right,
a
thank
good
you.
breaking point after the makeup. You
Yes.
said that you didn't testify. You didn't wear any makeup that day. We've heard all kinds of things about makeup in this case. Could you please tell the jury what your regular routine was with respect to makeup?
Yes, I get up and wash my face like most of us, and I put on right away a moisturizer that has tinted foundation in it. And then I put another foundation on because it has sunblock in it. I have a skin condition that my skin reacts to the sun in a bad way. So I have to wear sunscreen or sunblock every day. Anyway, so I put on both of those. I put on concealer, and I do that before I leave my bathroom in the morning. That's obviously if I don't have a bruise.
Now, when you had bruises or cuts of any
That's
nature,
obvious if I
what
don't
would
have
you
a bruise,
do
she said.
about those? Would you try to cover them up? Would you try to just leave them showing? What would you do?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Overruled on that. Go ahead.
Well, I'm typically photographed in LA when I leave the house, paparazzi type of photograph. So I always, I'm somewhat aware of that anyway, and no woman wants to walk around with a bruise on her face.
Yet
So
she
I
did
do have a bruise
to go to the
on my
court
face or
to
someplace
file the
visible.
restraining
The
order.
main thing, you have to ice right away to reduce swelling because no amount of makeup can fix swelling, but it's very manageable if you ice it really soon. Arnica is also a great remedy, arnica cream. And then if you want to cover up a bruise, you obviously put foundation first, concealer, and then on top of that, I used a bruise kit. Not a bruise kit, it's a theater makeup kit, a color correction kit, but I called it my bruise kit.
And let me, I use this, I think, in opening statement, and it's Defendant's Exhibit 155.
If you could, by the microphone, please.
Oh.
We can't hear you. There you go.
May I approach the witness to...
Her bruise
That's
kit
what
to
you
make
show
bruises?
counsel.
Now, mind you, she went to school as a makeup artist.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about as a color correction kit. This is not obviously the exact one I used to carry, but I used to carry it with me all the time. Sometimes this pink is sometimes a little bit more purple of a hue.
See?
And sometimes the kits are 3 colors. You can get them in 3 or 4 colors. Sometimes they have even more. But the idea is that you want to counteract whatever color you're working with on the bruise. So the first day of bruising, the immediate is red. Red is what shows up right away. So you want to go with the opposite on the color wheel by dabbing on a bit of the green or something to counteract the red. After a day or two, you get more purple in a bruise. So you'd obviously have to go with more of the red tones, the orange tones here. Day 2 for me was always the trickiest because day 2 just, I feel like, day 1 and day 2 are hardest for me because that's when you get the most blues and purples and you have to deal with the sensitivity. Bruises don't like to be touched.
She just said day 1 is
point.
red.
So that's the trickiest part, but after a few days that becomes more of that blue becomes more of a brown, yellowish browns,
She just said purple.
5-7 days in becomes more of a yellow green, and then fades into a brown and then into your skin. And whatever color you're working with in the bruise, you want to go opposite color on the color wheel. The opposite, in the first couple of days when you have more of the typical bruise color, the blues.
Didn't she just contradict her statement,
on the
in the
color
very
wheel,
first
as opposed
sentence?
to the greens that you start with, and then it progresses from there. I also noticed that bruising on your face tends to heal a lot faster than, at least for me, it was faster healing than bruises on my body, or at least it seemed like that to me. And a nose is pretty much unrecognizable after a day or 2, depending on how much you ice it. Lips are the hardest because they crack and bleed, of course. But it's easy to hide with lipstick if you're a woman, or if you wear lipstick, I suppose.
We heard some testimony of people in the week of May 21st to 27th saying that you didn't wear a stitch of makeup. Oh, was that true?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
They just don't know what they're talking about. I always wear makeup.
You always wear makeup?
It's part of my bathroom routine in the morning. Wash my face. I put on moisturizer. My moisturizer has tinted foundation in it, and I'm certainly not going to walk around LA with bruises on my face.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch recess at this time. Again, do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case with anybody. And we'll see you in an hour, okay? Thank you.
Let's see.
Court is still in session, so please be quiet.
Right here? Here. Yeah, everybody needs to vote her out. She's definitely the one that would be going around killing everybody. I'd be like, it wasn't me, it was red.
All right, thank you. Seated. All right, your next question.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 155.
Okay.
That's the makeup palette.
Oh, okay. Any objection to that?
No objection.
All right, 155 in evidence. Do we have it?
I think it's there. We had pictures for it.
All right, thank you. All right, 155 in evidence. 155, got it. Okay, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, can you bring up DEP Exhibit number 357B as in boy, plaintiff's exhibit, and it is a tape recording from June 2016. The timestamps are 4:47 to 7:52.
All right, is that in evidence yet?
I'm going to move the admission of it. Your Honor.
Okay,
Thank
so was that going to be for the whole 357, or is that 357A, or is that?
That's just B. I have that as B as in boy. I think there was a portion that
Okay,
was put in there.
357B. Any objection to 357B?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 357B in evidence. Thank you.
I can just tell you the basic facts is like it was private for days after I filed. You did not have to file. That's not a move that the other party has to make.
Okay.
And it's just not.
Okay.
And you did.
Okay.
Well, your team did.
Okay.
And then within 5 minutes it was private in TMZ. You just do the math yourself without any other thing, and that's why it's very clear.
Okay.
And I don't know if you knew that.
No, I didn't know that, and if that's the case, I'll acknowledge it. You know, and if you say you have proof, then I'll acknowledge it. Look, it doesn't shock me that any fucking
it seems to make sense.
attorney would do something like that. It doesn't, you know, it doesn't shock me. But I'm telling you now, if they file the fucking papers tomorrow, which means the shit I gotta file before we go to court on Friday. If they file those papers, it's first of all, it's very bad for both of us. Okay.
Well, your team's not gonna file anything that they think is bad for you. Trust me.
No, you're what you're saying. You got to do something to protect yourself, which means throwing me under the bus for some video about me being.
Not me. I have to respond legally, meaning I'll have to go and pursue I have to pursue the whole course of action, because here's what you don't understand. If we do this, and basically, no, because I called my lawyers and I said, why aren't we negotiating more? What is going on? Where are we? And they're like, everything is in their court. We literally
They won't settle. Your agents won't. Your lawyers won't settle, baby. I'm telling you.
No, we want to mediate. We even have we even found mediators and everything. Like, that was all worked out. The thing that Laura didn't agree to was she did not want to agree to a mutual gag order. And that's the problem. Like, she doesn't want the gag order. Why, Johnny? Why? Why wouldn't she? Why wouldn't she want both parties to not talk about this in the press? By the way, just talking about the press, not even talking about the court.
Okay,
Why?
I tell you what, Amber, let me get on that right now. I'll fucking get on it right now, and I'll get a message back to you somehow. Just but I'll get on it right now.
I just want you to know, I've not done anything and have not been doing any moves. Like, look it up, the timeline. Nothing was on the offense. Everything's been a defensive move because I'm being called a liar and a gold digger. And I'm not lying about any of this shit. And I am not after a dime of your money. And
Do you remember when you had this discussion with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
When was that?
I believe that was June of 2016, so after the divorce, while we still had the restraining order.
Okay. And what, if anything, was going on with respect to a gag order at that point?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking her. I haven't.
All right, overruled. Good.
I was trying to get Johnny to stop the smear campaign that he
Objection,
launched.
Your Honor. Hearsay. Lack of foundation.
What, if any, discussion did you have with him about a smear campaign?
Johnny told me that he would ruin me, that no one would ever touch me, meaning professionally, no one would ever work with me again, that I'd never work again, that I'd be selling Depends, is what he said. And that he'd ruined my career, and he refused to not engage with, up until that point, he refused to not engage with the press by leaking.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
How is that speculation?
This is what he's telling her, correct?
Right.
Okay, all right, I'll overrule the objection.
And up until that point, I was trying to, get him to call the dogs off, call it off, because it was forcing me into a position where he was calling me a liar, and he was forcing me to prove it. And I knew that wasn't going to be good for him. And I kept saying, don't make me prove it. I don't want to. But he was calling me a liar and having a really sophisticated, very, very well-paid, very sophisticated PR machine.
Objection,
going
Your Honor.
overtime.
Calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
I'll move on. Let's go to DEP exhibit, that's plaintiff's exhibit 357C. That's 12:30 to 16:30. I'm going to move the admission.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 357C in evidence.
All right. Michelle, if you complain.
I'm not, it's not about that. It would not be about me throwing you under the bus. You know what it would be? It would be released through documented people coming on the record and having the protection to do so that haven't had yet. It would be eyewitness statements. It would be evidence, tons of it, and it would be through years. And it would be unbelievable to imagine that either I'm in a secret fake club, or B, I've had
A secret what?
I've had a secret fight club, or that I have been plotting to do this for 3 years, and while taking pictures of it and documenting it, just saving it up for the right time when I'm not asking for any money and have nothing financial to gain from it. Like, no one is going to believe that. No one is going to believe that one of the two alternatives, either I'm in a fight club, or I've been going through hair and makeup, or going through makeup through all these years, where I have corroborating text messages between people that match those dates of those timestamp validated photos of either corroboration between people hearing us, or corroboration of next day, Whitney sending text message to Kevin, him responding, or, the kind of stuff like between me and people in your life. It is insanely cross-corroborated then if it is a plan. I'm going to put makeup on myself and take pictures throughout the years and just sit on it for years. While having this imaginary life run parallel to it. Do you understand that the pictures I have match with text messages to my mom back and forth about it, and text messages between, say, Raquel and my mom, or Raquel and my dad, or, between my two friends. Or there's a text message where I tell Jody the night before I had that James Corden night show thing, where I say, hey, Jody, I've had an accident. I think I have a busted lip, I may have a busted nose, and 2 black eyes tomorrow, because I don't know how bad it will be until the morning and we may have to cancel. But, see, here. I don't know how I'm icing it, I'll let you know in the morning, and things like that. It doesn't matter. There is nothing there. Nothing, and all of that won't be me throwing you in the bus. That will be evidence in this case, which it will be criminal as well, because I cannot go without filing a police statement first. And the only reason I haven't filed that police statement, which has been used against me, by the way, every day, and the only reason I won't do it, I haven't done it, is because I don't want to hurt you, and that means it goes out of my hands. And we had a third-party prosecutor come, and a criminal lawyer come, and they went, like, the problem is, hearing from you, like, your biggest struggle is that this is just, it's the most solid evidence case of domestic violence I've ever seen, and if you give this over to them or present any part of it, they will prosecute him. And I felt like I'm not, like, I would never want that for you. It's hard for me to even understand. I don't call myself, like, you know, in my head, it's hard for me to even accept any sort of victimdom ever.
Can you please explain what the context of this was?
I was begging Johnny to not make me prove what I've had to sit on the stand in front of all of you and prove and talk about. I was begging not to do this and have to sit where I'm sitting today. I didn't want this. I don't want to be here. I didn't want to be there then. And I was trying to point out something to somebody who I thought did not have a firm grasp on reality.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled. Good.
Thank you.
I was trying to point out how absurd it would be for him to keep making me prove this by calling me a liar. I was trying to get him to not call me a liar because everything that I had said to date and everything I've said to date now is the truth. And I was begging him not to make me prove it, that there were photos, that there were witnesses, that there was my testimony. There were years of me with injuries on the dates where we were fighting, and they were documented. I mean, pictures from 2012. So I was trying to say to him, either you'd suppose that people would rather believe this is a hoax, elaborate, well-orchestrated, year-long campaign for what? Or that, what? It just seemed crazy. And I thought no one was advising him in his best interest. I thought no one was telling him the truth. I know he's surrounded by yes men, and I thought nobody was saying to Johnny, this is crazy, don't do this. And I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want to hurt him. I loved him. I loved him so much. That's why I'm explaining to him why I didn't file criminal charges. I didn't file a police report, even though it was being used against me. I didn't want this to go to a prosecutor. I didn't want this to hurt Johnny. I don't want this to hurt Johnny.
Michelle, can you bring up Dep Exhibit 357D as in David? And that is 17:25 to 17:37. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right. In evidence, 357D.
I've been called a liar.
Baby.
And I've been called
Baby.
a gold digger.
Baby.
Everyone is.
Baby. Amber, I didn't call you those things. I didn't call you those things.
I'm going to go on now to, can we go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 357E? And this is 21:47 to 22:37. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
357E. Thank you.
And you're stronger. And so when I say that I thought you could kill me, that doesn't mean you counter with you also, that you lost your own finger. I am not trying to attack you here. I'm just trying to point out the fact of why I said call 911. Because you had your hands on me after using the phone in my face, and it got crazy in the past, and I truly thought I need to stop this madness before I get hurt.
Oh my God.
And I never think about myself that way. I never defend understand myself that way. I never see myself as a victim.
All right.
It's too fault, you know?
All right. Yeah.
And when they came, I did not cooperate with them. It has been used against me, not by the media, by your side.
And what are you referring to there?
That I don't want to call myself a victim. I don't like to think of myself as a victim, and I don't want him to think I'm attacking him or blaming him. I'm pointing out I didn't cooperate with the police, that I didn't want to get him in trouble, that I didn't want to hurt him. I don't want anything from him. Just don't call me a liar. It's all I said. Just don't call me a liar. Just don't say this isn't real. Because I'm the walking proof of it.
I'm going to ask to bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit, Dep Exhibit 357F as in Frank, 24:04 to 24:48, and move the admission.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 357F.
I have said only this from the very beginning. I only have my integrity. And the unfortunate thing is
What about mine?
Take me a step further.
What about mine?
They keep taking, that's what it keeps, I'm trying to say to you, literally in words. I'm out of my mouth, that's what I'm trying to say to you. Every step of the way, I have said to them, the thing is, they're hurting Johnny by this, because every time that they call me a liar, or they say this is not true, or Steven said this text message is not actually happened, or that your security guard, which by the way was a follow-up to your security guard thing they never saw abuse happening. The same security guard who, by the way,
Hello.
have said to me multiple times that I was going to get killed.
And what are you talking about there, Amber?
That even though Johnny told me that his guards would say whatever he needed them to say, that they were the same guards who had told me that I would lose my life
Objection, Your
this
Honor.
way.
Hearsay.
All right, sustain the objection.
It came in through the tape, so that's all right. We're fine. Let's go, Michelle.
Your
let's
Honor.
go to
If we could approach, please.
I'm sorry. Michelle, can you bring up Dep Exhibit 357G, Plaintiff's 357G, and it's 26:00 to 26:28. Oh, move the admission. I'm sorry.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
Oh, obviously, they're going to have to say they didn't see it in front of me and other people that have heard them.
You're gonna have to do this under oath too, you know.
I will, because the unfortunate part is, I can talk about all of this.
Do you believe all this, Amber? Do you believe all this?
Oh, yeah, the fuck that again. Yes.
You believe I'm an abuser. You believe I'm an abuser.
In May, in December, in April.
What were you referring to with the May, December, and April?
Just listing some of the times in which he beat me up and that he knew about.
So I'm going to take you now fast forward into the July 2016 timeframe. There was a mediation that came about during that time. What, if any, intent did you have to reconcile with Mr. Depp at the time of the mediation?
I wanted there to be no animosity. I wanted to minimize animosity. I wanted to reconcile in that way. I didn't want to get back together with him, if that makes sense.
Can you just briefly describe what transpired during the July mediation?
Even though I had a TRO and I wanted to move on with my life, the campaign I mentioned earlier, the smear campaign, the article after article, the hounding me, the, leaking fake.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Okay.
Please explain.
What I was meeting with him about is because he had, put these things out in the media. It seemed like every day
Objection,
there
Your
was a new
Honor.
attack.
Calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
All right.
Did Mr. Depp discuss with you that he was putting these out in the media?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Yes.
Okay, please explain.
He told me he would tell his team to back off and to back off effectively if I agreed to do certain things. One of which, he wanted me to drop charges. He wanted, or some version of that. He wanted me to get back together with him and go on tour with him in the tour bus. He wanted me to do certain things that I thought were impossible and that would definitely go against all of everything that I stood for and had earned in getting my TRO, getting my restraining order and moving on. But I had to break the TRO in order to beg him to stop the machine, the press machine, because I was feeling like I couldn't live my life. I was being dropped from commercial opportunities. People were turning on me. A campaign I shot dropped me. I mean, it was just, I had never been inundated with that much press. Every single day, me and my family were, and every witness, anyone who even indirectly supported me, got bombarded. And the media campaign
calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
I'll stain just the last part of that. All right. Okay. Next question.
Okay. We heard Christian Carino testify earlier. Can you describe to the jury what your relationship was with Christian Carino?
He was my commercial agent, meaning he handled things like campaigns for a short amount of time, and then became Johnny's agent around the time of the divorce. He was a kind of mutual friend at the time between Johnny and I, and so he helped us kind of negotiate or mediate a time where we could meet, and my goal in that was to just beg Johnny to stop doing this.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled. That's right.
What, if any, desire did you have to return to Mr. Depp after the divorce?
None.
Okay. Now, you heard Mr. White testify that he engaged in negotiations with you during the settlement process of the divorce. What, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. White?
None. The first time I saw him was on the testimony screen in the UK during the UK trial. I've never spoken to him.
So he didn't negotiate your settlement?
No, he did not.
Okay. What was important to you in the divorce negotiations?
The statement. That was it. The statement. I wanted a mutual statement, and I wanted him to call get the press out of this. Just make a statement, and in that statement, clear my name. I wanted to clear my name. It's all I have. I said this to him too, and he knew this. All I have is my name. I come from nothing. All I have is my integrity. All I have is my name. And that's exactly what he promised to take from me.
Why did you agree to accept $7 million as your settlement?
I didn't care about the money. I was told if I didn't agree to a number, that it could be overturned. That this would never it would never get completed, would never settle.
Objection,
and then it
hearsay.
would be overturned.
What was your
Sustained, go ahead.
What was your understanding?
That if I didn't agree to a number, it would be overturned. So I took far less than what they were offering and what I was entitled to.
And why did you donate it to charity?
I promised the entirety of it to charity because I was never interested in Johnny's money. And in the divorce, I just wanted my safety. I wanted to move on from my life. I wanted my future. And then he started compromising that, calling me a liar, making it impossible for me to move on by doing so. So that I wanted the truth. I wanted him to clear my name and to leave me alone. I've been saying that since 2016.
So why did you donate 3.5 to Children's Hospital and 3.5 to ACLU?
Well, I pledged the first half, or 3.5, to Children's Hospital because I'd been working there as a volunteer for well over a decade. I knew the facility well. I'd worked there with another nonprofit, is how I got affiliated with them, and I knew they could use the resources. I was familiar with it. And
What about the ACLU?
And then ACLU because I was a supporter, because I believed in the work they were doing. I believed that they were doing good work for people who deserved it.
Why did you make the donations over a period of time as opposed to just a lump sum?
Two reasons. The short of it is because I was receiving the settlement in installments. I was receiving the installments over time. Second of all, so I could get the tax benefit of paying overtime. You know, it's my understanding that's how you pay these like large sums. You pay it over time.
Did you make any payments towards these donations?
I did.
Okay. Approximately how much?
I allowed for the first installment, which is $100,000 to each. That came straight from Johnny in 2016. I followed up with $350,000 that year, 2016. 2018, I did another. Oh, and I also donated to $250,000 to Art of Elysium, which is the affiliate I was just speaking about, that does the work in the Children's Hospital. It was not going to count towards my overall pledge, but I did that too. And then I did another donation to each in 2018. And then Johnny sued me, 2019.
Before we get to that, did anyone make donations to the Children's Hospital or ACLU on your behalf during that time period?
Yes, Elon also, Elon, who was my boyfriend at the time, had his own charitable contributions that he made. He made $500,000 to both in my honor, in my name, in 2017, I believe.
And have you completely fulfilled your donations to the ACLU and the Children's Hospital?
I have not yet.
And why not?
Because Johnny sued me for $50 million in March of 2019. And I have spent over $6 million.
Objection, Your Honor. This is a motion in limine.
That part was supposed to come in.
All right, once you come forward, let's take a look.
So going back to that then, could you afford to continue making payments to the ACLU and Children's Hospital?
No.
Okay. What, if any, intention do you have to fulfill your pledges and donations to these organizations?
I still fully intend to honor all of my pledges. I would love for him to stop suing me so I can.
What, if any, deadlines are there on your pledges and donations to the ACLU or the Children's Hospital?
There are none. They understand.
Okay. Now, let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is already admitted. Now, I'm going to just direct your attention to paragraph 27, where it says, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. There was never any intent of physical or emotional harm. Amber wishes the best for Johnny in the future. What, if any, significance did that have to you?
That was everything to me. That was the most important thing in the separation agreement between us, is that he acknowledged that I hadn't made a single false claim, that my allegations were not false. I thought that just because he signed his name to it, he'd honor it. I mean, he signed his name to it, and I thought it would mean something. Right. He acknowledges that I never did it. I mean, I never made a false claim, and I didn't do it for financial gain. And that's what I was being called at the time, a gold digger and a liar.
Okay. Thank you. We can take this down, Michelle, and I'm going to now take you to post-divorce and your career. Please describe for the jury how your career evolved after the divorce, which I think was final in February 2017. I had to fight really hard to keep my career. After I got my TRO, I lost opportunities. I got canceled from jobs. I got dropped from campaign I'd shot. I was told I was going to be dropped from...
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustaining objection.
I fought to keep my job in a movie the biggest movie opportunity I had to date.
Which was what?
It was Justice League with the option to become Aquaman. It later became Aquaman, but I had to fight really hard to stay even in Justice League because that was right around the time of the divorce.
Can you tell the jury what Justice League was and what your role was in that?
It is a superhero franchise, DC action film, and it introduced my character, and it provided the base for the Aquaman spinoff that followed it, but that was not a reality at the time of shooting Justice League.
All right. And then you were able to be an Aquaman, is that correct?
Yes, I kind of showed up to work months early and stayed really late to fight to keep the job. I managed to keep it and managed slowly to kind of to gain through this kind of hard work and goodwill I was able to foster. I was able to keep and make other jobs, and eventually made a movie called Aquaman, and Aquaman was very successful. I think it was the most successful DC film by its release, and I was getting my career back, even though it was, it took a major hit when I got my restraining order against Johnny.
So let's talk about Aquaman for a moment. I think you said it was the highest grossing film of DC films, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When did that come out?
December of 2018.
Okay. And what was your role in Aquaman?
I play Mira.
And was that a lead role?
Yes, it is one of the leading roles. It's the female lead opposite Jason Momoa's character of Aquaman.
Okay, so you were his mate?
You could say that, yes. I was his love interest, the female, I was the female lead of the movie.
Okay. So in December of 2018, as Aquaman's coming out, Why did you agree to participate in the op-ed?
Well, because I believed in some of the causes that the op-ed was seeking to advance. There was a lot of attention and energy around gender-based issues, gender-based violence issues in general. I had just recently become an ambassador for the ACLU. I was proud of that ambassadorship, and I was looking forward to the opportunity to lend my voice to what I thought was a great cause, which is just a conversation around women's issues and gendered issues that I think the whole country was having at that time, you know, quite a political conversation and cultural conversation at the time, and I was happy to lend my voice if I could.
Who drafted the first draft of the op-ed?
The ACLU.
Did you initially want to include Mr. Depp by name or reference?
No.
What were you trying to accomplish by the op-ed?
I was trying to raise awareness around some of the issues that I just mentioned. There was some legislative reform, Title IX being one of them, and there was just a greater cultural conversation being had around gender issues, and I was happy to weigh in on what I saw as the unique phenomena that women and typically women experience in our culture when they come forward against somebody more powerful, when they speak up about gender-based violence. And I thought I could lend my voice to that conversation. I thought I had something to say about that.
Were you trying to boost your sales for Aquaman since it was coming out in that same time frame?
It doesn't work like that. I don't think any op-ed, a major motion picture or major franchise like that is not aided by the publication of an op-ed in the Washington Post. I'll put it that way. But the other way around can be said. You know, I was wanting to lend my name at that specific time to potentially advance the causes within the op-ed.
Because of your success as Mira with Aquaman?
Yeah, just the publicity of the movie and the success of the movie would hopefully, in best case scenario, only add and lend itself would lend attention to the issues that the op-ed aimed to address.
What did you do once the ACLU had your agreement to be the spokesperson for the op-ed, to put your name to it?
I sought the advice of my attorney.
And why did you do that?
Well, because I didn't want to get into any sort of legal issue. I didn't want to have any sort of legal problems for talking about what happens to women or people when they come forward and speak about these sorts of issues, especially when they come forward against someone more powerful than them. And that backlash, the retaliation that people face when they come forward is exactly what I was writing about. And I didn't want Johnny to retaliate against me and quite literally prove my point.
And so who was the counsel that you hired to review the op-ed?
His name was Eric George.
Where is he located?
Los Angeles, California.
How did you know Eric George?
Eric George is the attorney who represented me in a different litigation against the producers of London Fields, the movie I mentioned earlier about having a body double and sex scene that I didn't approve of.
What was your understanding of Eric George's experience and skills to be able to review that op-ed for you in the context of your concerns?
Objection, speculation.
I'm asking her understanding.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you have knowledge of Eric George's abilities at that time?
I did. I thought he had an excellent reputation and would give me great advice.
Okay. And what, if any, what was your experience with him in representing you earlier?
I thought he was a fantastic attorney, very smart, and I trusted him.
Without going into the content of it, what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you follow in the context of the op-ed?
I took all of his advice. I made all the edits he suggested. I took all of his advice.
And what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you ignore?
None. I mean, he's my lawyer. I listened to him.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, if we can pull up, Michelle, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Now, this is the online version of the op-ed, and it has this title, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. What, if any, role did you play in this title?
None.
What, if any, role, to your knowledge, did the ACLU play in this title?
None to my knowledge.
Okay. Are these exact words anywhere in the article?
No. Okay. No, they're not.
When did you first become aware of this title being included in the online version of the op-ed?
I think in this litigation is the first time I realized that.
Okay. I'm going to now ask, Michelle, can you bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2? And this has also already been admitted into evidence, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is the paper version, if you will, of the Washington Post with your editorial. And if you go to the second page, this one has a title, A Transformative Moment for Women. What, if any, role did you play in that title?
I didn't.
Okay.
None.
Now, do you recall seeing this version, the newspaper version, at the time?
Yes, this is the version I saw. I'm very proud of it. I had it framed.
You had the newspaper version, not the online?
I did. I had the newspaper framed.
Okay. And now I'm going to ask you to turn to, and Michelle, can we pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit number 3? And do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit number 3 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 3 in evidence.
If we could publish it to the jury. Thank you. Now, is it fair to say this is a tweet?
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
And can you explain to the jury what a tweet is for those who are not as social media oriented?
A tweet is a posting on a social media network called Twitter.
Okay. Now, did you send this tweet?
I think so. I must have.
Okay. And what, if any, control did you have over whether the title given to the op-ed online was included in the tweet?
You don't have control when you're retweeting something. It's my experience that you don't control a title when you're retweeting something. You don't get a chance to re-editorialize someone else's title.
Okay. And at the time you sent this tweet, do you remember even noticing that title?
I do not. I don't think I even realized it.
Have you ever typed the words from that title?
No, I have not.
Now, I'm going to ask you, let's go back to number 2, Plaintiff's 2. And I'm going to ask you, what, if anything, in this op-ed was incorrect?
Nothing. Every word of it is true.
And I'm going to direct your attention specifically, and if we can blow this up just a touch, and move up just a touch, Michelle, if you can, so we get to then 2 years ago. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Was this true or false?
It's true.
What, if anything, did you do about speaking up about domestic abuse 2 years earlier?
Well, I went and got a restraining order against my then husband and walked out to a sea of media and endured to that point 2 years of vitriol from the media and from Johnny Depp supporters in retaliation for having done so.
And I guess you're really answering my next question, which is, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Is that what you were referring to for that next?
Yes, because at the time, I thought it couldn't be worse. Obviously now from where I sit today, no, it gets a lot worse.
And then, Michelle, if we can move this up a little bit further. Well, actually, that's perfect, Michelle. Then I don't have to use my purple again. Then you said, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Is this true or false?
True.
Okay, and explain to me what you meant by that and how that was true for you.
I got a restraining order. I had to prove to a judge that I needed one. I had a bruise on my face. I got a restraining order. I showed pictures. I had proof, and yet everyone, the media, the studios that both Johnny and I worked for, they were ready to support him. They made statements in support of him. They were ready to fire me.
Objection,
they
Your
attempted
Honor.
to fire me.
Hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
What, if anything, did you witness with respect to institutions?
Meaning the people that we work for, the institutions we work for, the studios we work for, decision makers in my industry, filmmakers and powerful people and decision makers within my industry whom I had not ever even met, who didn't know anything about what happened behind closed doors in the marriage of Johnny and I, were making comments about me, statements about me. I was dropped from campaigns. It was hard for me to work. I was harassed. I'm harassed on a daily basis, death threats, and just the fact that wasn't, there was no parity. The studio and these decision makers and such were so ready to support him and eager to
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Right. So what, if any, ill will or bad intentions did you have or intend against Mr. Depp by assisting in writing, giving your name to this op-ed, and in publishing it?
None. It's not about Johnny. The only one who thought it was about Johnny is Johnny. It's about me. It's about what happened to me after Johnny. It's about what happened to me after I escaped my marriage. It was about me and my life and what I endured once I moved on and got a TRO and moved on with my life. It was about what happened to me after. The only one who made it about him, ironically, is Johnny.
I'm going to, we can take that down, Michelle. I'm going to turn to something about electronics and transparency. You've testified about, and we've seen photographs and audio recordings and text messages, emails, etc. What, if anything, have you done to cooperate in the authentication of all of these things?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure.
All right, I'm going to turn to your counterclaim. You have made a counterclaim against Mr. Depp in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And it's based on 3 statements that Mr. Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney, made, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask if you can pull up Defendant's Exhibit 245. But, Your Honor, I'm going to ask, do we have
It's already in evidence.
Your Honor, if we may approach
Okay,
just
sure.
real quickly, because I think we can move this along faster if we do this ahead of time. Okay, we're going to start by bringing up defendants 1245.
All right, and moving that into evidence, no objection, 1245 in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And this is an article that was in the Daily Mail on 8 April 2020. You see that? And then, Michelle, if you can move that to the next page, and perfect. It says, Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is this a true or a false statement?
False.
And why is it false?
Well, you have to use what I've lived through and what I've survived, calling it fake, saying that I'm harming Johnny with this, I'm harming the public with this. This is what I've lived through, and to say that it's a hoax, that these aren't even real things. I mean, after everything I've lived through and survived, and also I hadn't even spoken about the sexual abuse within my marriage. I had been protective of that. I didn't want to talk about that ever. Adam Waldman was the one who put that out in the world. As remarkable as that is, I had protected that. I had to go to another country to give testimony, and thankfully they allowed me to do so with confidentiality and some protection. And then Johnny, through his lawyer, not only uses that against me, but says it's a hoax.
Thank you. Now I'm going to ask if we can bring up, and it's going to be 1246A. And I think I'm moving this into evidence as well.
There's no objection, so 1246A is in evidence. You can publish.
And this is an article that was published on the 28th of April, 2020. And Michelle, if we can, thank you. And this one says, Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, said, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick, he told dailymail.com. And let's keep going. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and a publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that true or false?
Couldn't be more false.
And why is that?
Every part of it is false. I didn't call 911. I didn't call the police. I refused to cooperate with them to protect Johnny. I protected Johnny. I didn't call them once and I didn't call them twice. I didn't rough up the place. I cleaned up the place. I didn't even know the second cops were coming. If I wanted to get something from him, if I wanted to hoax Johnny, why wouldn't I cooperate with the police? Wouldn't I say something to the police? Wouldn't I do more damage to the house than just knock over the things that you saw pictures of? It makes no sense. And to do it online when there's no fact checking, there's no authorities, there's no one able to, I can't respond. I can't fight this, and use these sorts of media leaks and these comments to re-echo over and over and over again online with a network of people that are intent on helping Johnny through a sophisticated PR machine.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay, speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
All right, and so what in fact did you do that night?
cleaned up. I protected Johnny. I refused to cooperate with the police, like so many other people do. I tried really hard to keep it private even after that, even when I was committed to filing for a divorce. I tried to protect Johnny. I tried to protect the history of what we had. I tried to protect him. And did the opposite. And I didn't even have a lawyer. I didn't call my publicist. I called my contract attorney to get me another lawyer who could give me advice on how to protect Johnny. Every bit of this was to protect Johnny and to protect the secret that I had fought really hard to keep for nearly 5 years, which was that behind closed doors, things were not what it looked like.
Okay. Michelle, can you take this one down and go to defendants 1247, please? And Your Honor, I'll move the admission.
All right. I know there's no objection. 1247 in evidence.
And Amber, this is another daily, a Mail Online, and this is published on 24 June, updated on 25 June 2020. And then if we can go further. And this one says, Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, said, "We have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp." Is this true or false?
False.
And why is it false?
Because, unfortunately, all of this is real. And what I mentioned earlier about how preposterous it would have to be for this to be this elaborate hoax, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't fathom one day that that would actually be legitimately the position that he, through a lawyer, would take, albeit online, where he could get away with it for some time.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Sustain the objection.
And why is this so absurd?
Because Johnny and I lived this. We lived through this. I lived through this, and I narrowly survived it. But I survived it. And, I have mountains of evidence, mountains of proof, and yet it won't be good enough for people who are seeking to make money off of Johnny's success.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
No, sustain the objection.
That's fine. Okay. So I'm going to take you now to the damages that you've suffered as a result of these statements by Mr. Waldman on Mr. Depp's behalf. Please tell the jury how you were doing reputationally.
Objection. That's a legal conclusion, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
We move to strike counsel's testimony.
Come forward. From the record, we'll disregard that question. All right, your next question.
What was your understanding of on whose behalf Mr. Waldman was making those three statements?
Objection. Lack of foundation. Calls for speculation.
If you want to approach again, that's not what we just said here. I just want.
So we'll move forward to my other question here. How were you, please tell the jury, how were you doing reputationally before these three statements were made, beginning April 2020? April 8 was the first of them.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object on lack of foundation.
She can talk about her reputation.
Overruled, I'll
It took hard work. It took a lot of hard work on my part, but I was able to work, get my life back on track. I was taking care of my myself emotionally. My career, I was working really hard. I was able to star in a major success. I worked on a TV series that I had been attached to for a very long time. I became an ambassador for several nonprofits that I deeply care about. I was doing a lot of really, it felt really good to be doing the social work and the charity work that I was doing. And I was also filming and working and planning on, I was awaiting a schedule from Warner Brothers for Aquaman 2, the sequel. And I had wrapped on that TV series I mentioned, and I was waiting to start doing publicity for it, to promote it. And I had a campaign, a global campaign, as a spokesperson for a major beauty brand. So things were, the trajectory was positive.
So how did things change after these statements were made?
I remember around the time, unfortunately, I lost my mother on the 1st of April. And I remember it was when I was grieving her that I got a call that I should be expecting a script for my role in Aquaman 2.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
So I was waiting a schedule and a script for that. Feeling concerned that, I wouldn't have enough time to grieve before having to get back into work. I had a press schedule to promote the TV series I was doing, and I was shooting things for this beauty brand. And then I remember at that time the beauty brand had to suspend posting what I just shot for them because they were getting bombarded.
Objection, Your Honor, this is hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. All right.
They said no. I mean, they suspended what I had shot.
Objection, Your Honor.
She can testify to that, Your Honor. She has to be able to testify.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Were you actively involved in campaigns for L'Oreal before these articles?
I was.
Were you actively involved in campaigns with L'Oreal after these articles?
No.
Were you, with The Stand, you were talking about the TV series, that was The Stand, correct?
Yes, the TV series that I had already completed.
All right. And were you actively involved in publicity for The Stand prior to these articles?
Yes, I was.
Were you actively involved in the publicity after these articles?
No, shoots were canceled. Things were canceled.
With respect to Aquaman 1, Aquaman 2, you'd already starred in Aquaman 1, right? Just so and they called it Aquaman at that time, but now there's an Aquaman 2, just right for...
That's correct.
Okay. So were you actively scheduling timing for filming and scripts for Aquaman 2 before these articles?
Yes, I was.
Were you actively scheduling after these articles?
No. The communications stopped at that point.
All right. I'm going to... Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1258? I'm going to show you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1258. It's dated September 21, 2015. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
It is the Justice League Aquaman contract.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1258.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. May we approach?
Oh, sure. Yes, ma'am.
So, Amber, can you explain to me how the contract structure was for Justice League and options? Just explain to the jury, please.
It's structured like a 3-picture option. I signed on to do Justice League, where my character was introduced. The fee is, small relative to what it will become if and when you do the other options or movies in that under that umbrella. So it was the contract for Justice League, which could then become Justice League 2, or it could be Aquaman, or it could be some other movie within the DC universe. And the second picture ended up being Aquaman. And then the third picture, Aquaman 2. Each time the fee goes up, but...
Objection, Your Honor. This calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
As far as the contract is concerned, that's what the contract says.
All right. And if we go to page 6, so what was your fee going to be for Aquaman? And what was it for Aquaman?
$1 million.
Okay, and then was there also box office bonuses, opportunities?
Yes, I believe.
Okay.
Yes, there are box office bonuses. If it makes a certain amount in the box office, you get a bonus.
Okay, and it says picture number 2. At the time you entered into the contract and with on Justice League, did they know what the picture would be?
No, as I mentioned before, when you do the contract...
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
Okay. So ultimately, what was picture number 2?
Aquaman.
All right. And then what was it for picture number 3?
Aquaman 2.
Okay. And what was the fee under the option agreement at that time?
$2 million.
Okay. Now, did you have contracts with L'Oreal?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can you just describe for the jury what was involved with L'Oreal? You talked about being involved in campaigns and then not. Just explain that to them if you can.
As a spokesperson, I'm just involved with the brand as a representative, and a certain amount of commitment you have to do throughout the year on social media and on red carpets, promoting various products or causes they're advancing. Generally, it's just like a brand ambassadorship.
Okay. And did you, let's pull up 1262. And this is dated as of April 25, 2018, correct?
That's correct.
Was that your first contract with L'Oreal?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And was that for a term, a specific term?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Was it for 2 years?
Yes, it says 2-year contract, and that sounds right.
All right. And then I'm going to ask you to turn to 1264. And that's April 20, 2020. And what, if anything, did L'Oreal do with regard to extending your contract then?
They extended it. They chose to extend it with the option to kind of...
All right. And did they extend it just an additional 3 months? If you look at paragraph 1.
Let's see. Yes, they did.
Okay. And what, if any, work did you do for L'Oreal after these 3 statements were made?
I have only been able to participate in, I believe, 1 live event that they also couldn't promote or use the material from because of...
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
I'll
Hearsay.
sustain the objection.
Okay. Now let's go to 1265. And this is, as of November 15, 2021, this is another extension with L'Oreal, correct?
Yes, it is.
And if you look at the second option term under paragraph 1, it's an extension of 20 months, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what, if any, work have you been able to do for L'Oreal since this contract?
As I stated, I believe I've only done one in-person event with them, and they couldn't use the material.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the stand for a minute. Let's pull up 1263. And this is dated July 3, 2019. And I believe you indicated that you had already filmed it by the time these statements were made in April and June of 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what, if any, marketing opportunities were you participating in prior to those articles?
We had appearances, talk show, press, the normal kind of group cast press junket, promotional material, photo shoot, and I had various publicity engagements lined up, like a magazine cover, that sort of thing, to promote the film. To promote the series.
And what, if anything, were you able to do with marketing opportunities after the 3 articles were published?
None.
What, if any, covers were you on after that for the stand?
They pulled the offer for that, so none.
Okay. And while we're on this agreement, if you look at the second page, how much were you paid for the stand? It's at 6C. $200,000.
Oh, $200,000 an episode.
Okay. Now let's pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1266. Have you been able to get any work since that time?
I have done one small independent film.
Okay, and tell the jury what that is.
I shot a film in Guatemala. It's a small independent, meaning it doesn't have distribution or, it doesn't have distribution or anything. It's a lower budget film that I had been attached to for many years, called Into the Fire.
Okay. And 1266 has, as of January 13, 2022. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. When did you actually film for this in Guatemala?
March. I believe it was March of this year.
Okay. And do you recall what your compensation was for that?
I don't off the top of my head, I'm
If
sorry.
you can look at ALH 17628, it's paragraph 6A.
Oh, 65,000.
Okay. And have you participated in Aquaman 2?
I have.
And tell us about that.
I had to I fought really hard to stay in the movie. They didn't want to include me in the film.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Were you ultimately able to get to film in Aquaman 2?
A very pared down version of that role, yes.
Okay. What, if anything, changed in the script?
They took away a lot of...
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she can
lack of foundation.
Overruled as the script.
Go ahead.
I was given a script and then given new versions of the script that had taken away scenes that had action in it, that depicted my character and another character, without giving any spoilers away. They're 2 characters fighting with one another, and they basically took a bunch out of my role. They just removed a bunch out.
And what, if any, leverage did you have to negotiate a higher salary beyond the $2 million?
Objection, speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, effort did you make to negotiate a higher salary for your participation.
I couldn't renegotiate my contract.
And why not?
Objection, this calls for hearsay and speculation.
Do you know why?
Still the same objections, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. Amber, I'm going to ask you to describe to this jury the emotional impact on you of these three statements that we have talked about, these three counterclaim statements. Please describe how this has impacted you.
These statements are used over and over and over and over again online to reverberate, re-echo, and re-energize.
Objection, Your Honor, this is not responsive, lack of foundation,
It's
and hearsay.
responsive, Your Honor. She gets to give her content for it.
Well, the question was your emotional impact of these statements.
Okay.
The impact it has on me is every time I look at it, which is every day. I am set back. I have to relive it. I have to have the worst, most painful things I've ever gone through, painful memories I've ever had, the things I've narrowly survived at times, embarrassing, intimate details that I never wanted to be known, never wanted to be public ever, and to have them used every single day to call me a liar. I have to relive this every single day that I have to address those claims. Over and over again, the most intimate, embarrassing, deeply humiliating and personal things that I've survived are used against me every day, over and over again. It's torture. I'm in so much pain emotionally. I just wanted him to leave me alone. I wanted to move on with my life. And he won't let me. By making statements like this, he won't let me. I have to be here today. I have to be reliving it every single time. He, with these statements, with these leaks, these comments, once again, makes me have to speak to the most horrifying things I have lived through. It's torture. It's torturous. I want you to have to do that. I want to move on with my life. I have a baby. I want to move on. I want to move on. I want Johnny to move on too. I want him to leave me alone.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's probably a good time to go ahead and take our afternoon recess based on that. So go ahead and do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research, okay? We'll see you in 15 minutes, okay? Thank you. Please, court is still in session. I need it to be quiet in the gallery. Thank you. All right. Why don't we just make it 3:25 then? We'll come back at 3:25? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.